just to whether it is moving or not. Let us check it. Yeah, perfect. Perfect. Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. Let's wait for a minute. Yeah. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So let us start day 3 of the summit today. It's a global strategy summit, day 3. Welcome to summit. Let me give a quick introduction before we start the keynote speak. from Mr. Nader. So we had wonderful days yesterday and day before yesterday. So we talk about the strategy, we talk about the technology, we talk about the alignment, and also we talk about some key presentations on the strategy formulation, strategy execution, and all. So today, what we are going to do is we are going to talk about around 7 to 8 lectures with the renowned speakers. So from across the globe. Okay. So why this quick introduction to the summit is so global strategy summit is an idea to connect the practitioners, experts, and consultants across the globe with the industries, the industry senior managers, the business managers, owners, and also the executives in strategy management. Okay, so that's the idea. Now, we take this as an opportunity to connect the industry and also we learn. So share the experiences. And the program is very successful because the speakers of so much of the global standard, so they are willing to give lecture and also help the people to learn. So that is something which is unique about the platform. Okay, and we are happy to promote. We are happy to sponsor this event from True Strategy. So we take a high pride in sponsoring the event. So, so on behalf of the participants, I would like to thank you, organizers, and I would like to thank all the speakers, guest lecturers, who gave us an enormous opportunity for us to serve the community. So I take this as an opportunity to introduce Mr. Nader. So I know Mr. Nader for quite a long time. I have seen him closely with Dr. Kaplan and Markham. I remember in 2008, 2009, 10. So whenever they were there, yeah, you were giving lecture or you were associated with them in one way or other. So you are very active with the Palladium and Mr. Nader is one of the core team at that point of time who promoted the balance scorecard concept to the industry. Okay, so he's a pioneer. So let me give a quick introduction. Nader Al-Shawa, who is going to talk today about alignment of organization with the strategy. So he is an accomplished consultant specializing in strategy, performance management, and operational excellence. So that is a unique combination you rarely find with some strategy experts. With expertise in Lean Six Sigma, I think he's master black belt. He worked extensively both private and public sectors. He brings deep knowledge in strategy planning, balance scorecard implementation, and organizational excellence frameworks. So he helped organizations in educating the senior leadership, doing the assessments, and helping the organizations to implement and achieve the results in the strategy transformations. Okay, so welcome, sir, Mr. Nader.
Thank you. Thank you
and
very
then,
much.
Yeah, please take your time. This is the first session. So another few minutes, people keep joining it. Okay, so we usually take 3-4 minutes to settle the things. Over to you, sir. Please start.
Shall I start?
Please.
Okay. Thank you very much for your kind words, and I really appreciate your words and your, we can say it, recommendation or admiring it. I know you know, long time ago we have a long discussion, and we are also colleagues in this balance scorecard boot camp and all this kind of, you know, promoting the balance scorecard, working on the strategical transformation, all this stuff. I'm really happy to join this the summit. It's the first time for me to join the summit, but when I was watching, and sometimes actually I could not join all the speakers, but you have really renowned speakers, and they added lot of value to the subject, to the strategic transformation, strategic planning, the balance scorecard, which really now the balance scorecard till now it is still the unique tool that you can use it to to link strategy to operation, to improve communication in the organization, all this stuff. Yesterday, in fact, I was giving a lecture also with the Chamber of Commerce here in Jordan, in Amman, and this was the main subject we are talking about, and it was amazing. The attendees were very happy with this, with the concept of the balanced scorecard, the concept of how to link, how to operationalize the strategy, which is the very, yeah, the very, we can say the really difficult part to join or to link the strategy itself with the operation. And you know that many statistics say that about 90% of the organizations, they fail to link this the strategy, although they have excellent strategy, very nice, very well done, very well, whatever you say. But when they come to link to operation, sometimes it's really difficult for them. So balance scorecard came just to emphasize on this issue. Balance scorecard came to emphasize and to really to solve this issue. If we come to our subject of today, balance scorecard also plays very vital role in aligning the organization with its strategy. And as you mentioned, really from my experience, long experience now with public sector, private sector, governmental, when we come to align, after we set the organization, when we come to align the organization with the strategy, everybody start looking like this. How can we do it? Because this is really a challenge for all organizations. And during the end of this session, I'd like to hear from all the participants if they can just tell me or just add value to this subject, because alignment is still really hard. I don't want to say hard, but it is really big issue to align the organization with the strategy. So I'll try within this, hopefully this 1 hour, I hope I can really add some value to the subject and clarify some big issues from my experience with the clients I serve. Yeah, you know, all this stuff I try to put it in these few slides. Hopefully this will help us to deeply understand the subject. When we talk about aligning the organization with, in fact, we talk about several issues. When we say alignment, we mean align the resources of the organization with the strategy, align the business units, align the strategic, align the individuals. So I'll try to cover these issues hopefully within this 1 hour. So as we see here, this is kind of clarify nearly everything about alignment. You can see this is the corporate strategy, and then we cascade it to the business units, and very important to align the business units themselves with the strategy, with the strategy, meaning that every objective or every goal in the organization or in the business unit should be aligned with the same, nearly with the same level, in order to achieve the real alignment between the business units. And this we can say the same thing we can say about also the resources of the organization, as we can see in the during this presentation. So we are going to talk about the strategic alignment. We'll explain what do we mean by strategic alignment, and then we go slowly in the next half of the presentation to talk about the cascading. How can we cascade, and what kind of cascading we are going to see. And then by the end of the course, by the end of the presentation, I will show some best practices from real life. So it's not only just cases, it's cases I did, and we are successfully to achieve or to implement the alignment. And we'll go into more details when we go to the cases or to the best practices.
Sir, you have one bottom. You can you can hide it. So there is some, yeah, done. You can say done, so it will go, I think.
If I did it here, I will not be able to write. Yes, so because you know when I write, it should come.
Okay, it is for you to write it. Okay, no problem.
But I think it's okay. It's not hiding anything, correct?
It's okay.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll talk about the strategic alignment. We'll go deeply a little bit on how to check even what if our organization is really strategically aligned with the organization, and then we talk about the cascading in some details as as I mentioned. So let us go a little bit in more details. This picture can show really what do we mean by really strategy. Everything should be aligned. Starting, you know these swords of the chess. Everything should be aligned together and reflecting the real uh, goal or what the organization is really wanted to achieve. So I advise, and this is from my experience, I advise everybody who work in consulting, strategic consulting, at the very beginning, even before he start with the organization, he should ask the staff or ask the CEO or ask the head of head of strategy, is every part of your organization is really marching in the strategic direction you have defined. When we say strategic direction, we mean the goals, we mean the values, we mean the vision of the organization. This is a very crucial question you should ask even your staff who are working with you. You should every time you should keep checking, is everybody really marching in the direction where we want to achieve our purpose, to achieve our value, and to achieve our vision, whatever. This is a crucial question. And from here, we start checking and seeing if we are really marching in the same I'd like to use this word, marching. Are we, all of us are going in the same direction to achieve our value or our purpose? When I say all, I mean everything in the organization, the business units, the strategic units, the individuals, the resources in the organization, even the HR, the IT, the machines, the building, the chair, everything should be aligned together in order to achieve the ultimate goal of the as I mentioned, I'd like to really enforce the presentation or whatever I'm talking about with the statistics. The statistics says that 90%, and you will be surprised, 90% of organizations really struggle to bridge the gap between what? Between the strategy and the delivery, meaning that between the strategy and execute the strategy itself. That's why that's due to the poor implementation of their strategic goals. When we say poor implementation, we mean that we cannot really operationalize or execute the goals or the objectives or the priorities we have defined. And that's why because the lack of significant strategic alignment. This means that nearly, I don't, because when we say 90%, this show us it's big issue. This means that our resources, our business units, our individuals, and you will be amazed that even surprised even that the top management sometimes they are not really aligned with what they really want to achieve. So this is fact, and that's why, as I mentioned at the beginning, that aligning the organization with the strategy is really crucial. Why do we need alignment? Let us talk a little bit in details. Why do we need alignments? We need alignments because all or most of the corporate leaders now seem to agree that strategic alignment is high on the list of winning business. To have a winning business, you should focus on strategic alignment. You should focus on aligning all your resources, all your stuff with your organization. But what do we mean by really strategic alignment? What do we mean by alignment? If we go as per the book, if we can see it, alignment is the process of ensuring that all contributors, you see, we say all contributors to the value creation. What value creation? Value creation is the value that we promised to achieve to our stakeholders or to our customers. This is what so you see all contributors around the organization making optimal contribution. You see, we say optimal contribution to what? To a single straight direction. That's one of the definition of the strategic alignment, and that's how we can create value to our business. So another definition, and you see now, you see even this nail makes more clear. Everybody in the organization should be working optimally to achieve the vision or the purpose of the organization. So that's not simple definition. I will go to some more definitions in order to make the alignment or the strategic alignment is very clear. Strategic alignment also is the process. Here we talk about the process. Process of what? Ensuring that every aspect of the organization, also even the goals or resources, as I mentioned before, are really coordinated in the harmony. You can imagine if we are in orchestra meeting, or I don't know what, and this man who is playing and somebody is doing something wrong. So all the orchestra, all the note is not really clear and confused. So everybody should be coordinated and working in harmony with its overall strategy. And this involves, of course, aligning departments, teams, process, in order all to achieve the strategic vision. So we are talking about the process, about the components, about the resources of the organization. What else? Also, all elements should be also aligned to fulfill the long-term purpose, our vision. So it's not only that we are aligned and working together in order to achieve how we call it instant goal or what, but we should be also working hard to achieve the long-term purpose. So we're talking about long-term, not the short-term purpose. What else? Companies also purpose generally does not change, and this we should keep in mind, that the purpose of the organization most of the time it's not a change, but what is it changing? Changing the strategies, the goals, etc., and structure. That's what we do during reviewing the strategy, reviewing in our review meetings and our retreat meetings. So our goal, our purpose does not change, but we change in the organization structure or in the goals in order to achieve the ultimate goal of the organization. So again, that's show us the importance of the good alignment. So chasing alignment all the time, it's a nightmare for the business people, for the managers, for the consultant even. So chasing alignment between strategy and the organization, as I call it, feel like chasing a mirage, something that you cannot really achieve, or you should keep following or running after. So this is really very challenging issue, and that's why I really choose this subject, because as I told you at the beginning, it's really big issue, and we should really work hard in order to achieve it. A lot of people, they think that they have achieved the alignment, but actually it is not aligned, and we see that in the result or at the end of the year or planning year, whatever, that we did not achieve what we want. But again, let us review what we mean by good alignment. Good alignment means synergy. Always when I talk about synergy, and everybody sometimes they make laugh, 1+1 should be infinity. So we cannot say that 1+, if we are achieving the right alignment, we should achieve synergy, which means that 1+1 is not 2, should be an infinity, or at least more than 2. If we achieve the alignment, that's what we can be sure that 1+1 is more than 1, more than 2, or infinity. That's one of the if we achieve good alignment, that's what we should achieve. Ensure consistent understanding of the strategy. Everybody in the organization should understand what do we mean by strategy. What are our goals? What are our KPIs? Why we have initiatives? All these issues should be very clear to everybody in the organization. Optimize the use of resources. Very important. A lot of companies, they even initiate initiatives and spend millions of dollars, but it's not optimized. It's not in the right direction to achieve our strategy. Clarify touch point and hands off within the business model. Very important issue. You know, in our business model, we describe, or we see how we implement, how we make our final product, how do we serve our clients. So in the business model, there are touch points, handoffs, how we give this first process or procedure or stage, give to the next stage or to the next process. If there is no good alignment, we will have a problem. We have a big issue here. So the business will be confused. What else? It drives consistent communication. Very important communication when we have good alignment. What else? Drive collaboration. If we have good collaboration, I'm sure we can have good synergy. We collaborate together, then we achieve the synergy, which is 1 + 1 should be more than 2. What else? Empower and engage employees. Wow, fantastic. So we should, if we have good alignment, everybody in the organization will be empowered, will be engaged, and will know what's going on. Okay, before we go to more details, although we are going now, we are in the details, I'd like to ask again, and that's why I emphasize on the bigger question. Is everybody of your organization remarching in the strategic direction you have? Now the question is, how do we know that we are aligned? We should by if every few it depends on the organization, every 3 months or 3 quarter, or we should check, is our organization really aligned? How can we check it? We should have a really practical, even a numerical way to check if our organization is aligned. First step of testing if our organization is aligned, we should decide, or at least know, what are we trying to achieve. Define strategically important element of your organization. For example, if one of the more or the important issues, growth rate or growing area, or we want, for example, to achieve double revenue, we want to achieve higher market share in the market or whatever. From this purpose, or from this objective, or what we want to achieve, we can check the alignment of our organization. Are we really aligned to achieve growth area upon future success, about the future? We should check this one and asking ourselves very important 2 questions. First question is to ask, how well does our business strategy, our goals, our objectives, support the fulfillment of your company vision? Is our strategy supporting our vision? This is the starting the question to ask ourselves. If the head of departments, or the CEO, or even whoever in the organization are able to really give the right question here, and we can give it a rate. That's why I said that we should put it based on some figures or numbers. Is our business strategy support fulfillment of our company vision? Now, if whoever you are asking is unclear about this question, then there is bigger question. This means that the organization is not aligned. So this is first question. So we should keep asking all the time, is our business strategy support the fulfillment of our purpose or our vision? And we give it rate from 1 to 100. Very important tool. The second question is, you see, now we ask about business strategy supporting the vision. We'll go a little bit deeper and ask, how well does your organization achieving your business strategy? So first question was asking, is the strategy supporting our goal? Now we go deeper to the organization. How well does our organization support the achievement of our strategy? This means we check our resources inside the organization. Is it really supporting the strategy? Is it really supporting our goals? Are the IT system, are our human resources, are our IT system, are our building, are our whatever, supporting our business strategy, supporting our goals, supporting our KPIs, supporting our initiative? These 2 questions, and at the same way, we should also give it a rate from 1 to 100. If there is a hesitant, or he's not capable to deliver, or he's not capable to give the answer, or if we are a consultant in the organization and we check that our resources or whatever in the organization is not capable to support our strategy, then there is a big question mark. We should check, and and then we are sure that we are not able, or the organization is not really able to fulfill or to achieve the good alignment. We talk. This is a sample, only sample about deciding what one of our goals, and then we go to a practical issue. Then we should put it in this kind of whatever you call it, squares or whatever, and then we put on the one of the for example, the vertical direction, we put how aligned is your strategy with your long-term purpose, the first question, and then also we check how aligned the strategy with the organization. And based on the rates that we took from 1 to 100, we start plotting our results either here or here or here or here or here or wherever it comes with this diagram or whatever. We'll go into details one by one, but let us see that if if the organization is aligned with the strategy, we give it aligned or not aligned. Sorry, not aligned or aligned, and in the same direction, not aligned and aligned. And the ultimate, of course, you can see that the ultimate, if it is aligned, and also the resources or the organization is aligned, then we are achieving the best results. And this means that the strategy is effectiveness and the organization is effectiveness. So we achieved organization effectiveness and the strategy effectiveness. This is, of course, the ultimate goal we want to achieve. So again, just to emphasize that it's not only to see and to look around. No, we should go into real tests to check if the organization is really aligned with our strategy. Let us just explain little into more details, because this is a very important tool, and advise everybody just to use it to check if the organization is really aligned. And this, of course, will give us direction where to go. Are we bad with using the resources to support the organization, or our goals and our objectives, etc., are not supporting our ultimate goal or our ultimate vision? So companies that score high on both scales, as I mentioned here and here, then we are achieving very best chance of winning. Winning what? Winning the market, winning the business, winning the clients, achieving double market share, achieving I don't know what. So this is the first results. We can see that, of course, if everything is perfect, then we are in this square, or our organization is really best chance of winning. Let us go in a little bit in the other direction. As you see here, we have our strategy is aligned with our purpose, but our resources or our organization is not supporting, its capabilities are not supporting our goals. So we are here. This is not very bad, but there is something. This means best of intention, but incapable. Incapable why? Because our organization is not capable to achieve or to support our goals. Companies that score high in the purpose of the organization, the strategic alignment scale, but low on the other, they are good intention, but they are not capable to achieve. And this will be bad on the long term. Because okay, we know and our goals achieve supporting our vision, etc. But internally, the organization are not supporting our goals. The next one, you see here, we have very good alignment. I mean, the strategy with the organization are excellent, but our goals does not supporting our vision. This is, we can say it, badly going nowhere, because the goals are not supporting our. So we are going, but we don't know where are we. We are strong internally, capabilities, etc., but we don't know where are we going. And this, of course, very bad issue, because by the, I don't know, after 1 year, I don't know, we will be lost. We are not going to achieve whatever. And I have seen a lot of cases like this. They have, as I mentioned, they have excellent strategy, but our capability inside are not used to achieve the ultimate goal of the organization. The fourth one, which is the really big disaster, not long for this. So this means that the goals are not supporting the vision or the purpose of the business. and also even the capabilities of the strategy or of the organization are not supporting this. So we are in the bad situation. I really advise everybody to use this tool and also to use it honestly and frankly and be really dig deep with this issue. Again, as we mentioned at the very beginning, that 90% of the organization they fail to achieve the alignment. So that's why very important issue to talk, and that's why I choose actually this subject because of the importance of the alignment. So that's nearly, and as I mentioned at the as at the very beginning, if I achieve the alignment, we take only one issue about goals of the of the business units are all of them are aligned, and this is actually project. This is really project I did, and this took long time. Maybe it took 6 months in order to achieve really. You can see even the colors. The goal here is aligned with the goal here. The goal here is aligned with the goal. So everything is aligned together. And of course, it is aligned with the corporate strategy when we make the right cascading, as we will see in a few minutes. So this is very important issue, and you should really check it very carefully and make it in I usually use say that you should be use it in very, how we call it, scientific way. As I mentioned, that we should use figures. In fact, I believe in figures. Figures are very important tool when we come to really check what if we are on the right direction or not. So that's one of the issue. So we move a little bit, and that's what even this I make one of this very little bit bigger. So every objective here in this business unit, sorry, it's in Arabic because we make the project in Arabic. So every business unit goal is aligned with another goal in the other business units. And this, as I told you, it took a lot of time to achieve or to make this one. And everybody, and this required, of course, I will mention it later, required that all the head of departments, or this unit and the others, all we have good meetings in the same room, and we discuss till we come to the right alignment with all the objectives in each business unit to be aligned to serve the big or the ultimate objective of the organization. Okay, let us move a little bit faster. Now, align the organization with the strategy. We go to this second part of our subject today, which is cascading. What do you mean by cascading? Cascading means the essence of organizational alignment. Just to explain this one, it's of course it's self-explanatory. Alignment is cascading the strategy down the organization. So we have the corporate and cascade it to the business unit as we saw before. So what is cascading? Again, the good alignment I like to emphasize. I'm not going to read it again, but I like this slide very much. So good alignment means synergy, coordinating, etc., etc. But again, what do you mean by vertical cascading? Cascading means interpret, adapt, or even eliminate one of the strategic objectives for the next level. So when we go to the next level, we have 3 or 4 choices, as you will see in the next slide. Either to interpret the corporate objective to the next level, or to adapt the same corporate objective to the next level, or even to eliminate, so it stays on the top level, or it will be only the top management responsibility, or responsibility to achieve it. The main question to ask when we make cascading is, how do I contribute to achieve that goal? If you want to do the real right. Anything wrong? You still see me? Hello? Yeah, okay. Great. Yes, because in the other laptop I lost it. So I really the right starting point when you want to make cascading, to ask the business unit down How do you contribute to achieve the corporate objective? Very important questions. If they really know, they understand their business, or if you really develop the right strategy, the right objectives, on the right technique, as Mr. Sheikh is beginning is explained at the beginning. So you have the right technique, the right tools, which is, and then everybody knows his real objective, and he knows how he contribute to achieve the corporate objective. Then this is the first step to make the cascading. This slide really explain in briefly what do we mean and what are types of cascading. So here we see that this is the corporate strategy map, and here we have 3 or 4 types of cascading. Some objectives on the corporate strategy can be cascaded directly to the strategic business units. Identically means that this strategic objective is ultimately the responsibility of this business unit or strategic business unit to achieve. So we call it identical cascading. So it comes from the corporate directly to the business unit as identical, no change, not at all, and this will be the ultimate responsibility of the business unit to achieve this goal. The second type, what we call it contributory, this means that this corporate objective can be or will be achieved with contributory or divided with 2 or 3 or whatever business units will be responsible to achieve this corporate objective. The third part, which we call it unique or new, this objective is uniquely to this business unit or strategic business or department or whatever. And this is rarely comes because only comes when we talk about regulation, we talk about auditing, when we talk. So this is the responsibility of this. But again, although it is unique and new only to this business unit, but it should be contribute by one way or another to achieve the ultimate goal of the organization. So if we say that achieving, for example, excellence award, we cannot put it on the unless the ultimate goal of the organization to achieve excellence award, but it will be only specified to a business unit that really in charge of achieving the excellence or whatever. The other part, the third or the fourth one, which as I mentioned at the beginning, some objectives are stay on the corporate level. This means that these objectives are the ultimate responsibility for let us say for the board of directors or to the general manager of the organization, and he take the full responsibility to achieve these goals. So here we talk about 4 kinds of cascading. And there is, of course, there is technique. There is no time here to explain it, but I try to explain it briefly. So we have identical, we have contributory, or new, or even some corporate objectives that only for the top management or the CEO or board of directors. So this is clear simply, but I think it's clear about the cascading from corporate to the business units. Now we talk about the roles here and there. Business unit, when we make the cascading, we should be sure that business confirm their contribution to the parent balance scorecard. Number 1. On the other side, with the corporate will approve. Without approval, we cannot move. So here we decide in the business unit, and then the corporate will approve it. Identify governance plan. We should put, if we take this objective to achieve it, we should put our governance plan, how to achieve it, when, why, how, etc. And again, the corporate will approve governance plan. Propose unit coordination, etc., etc. Again, the corporate will assist or help these business unit to achieve their goals. Here is the big picture about, and this is practical project. I did it really in Saudi Arabia. I don't want to mention the name of the organization, but here we can see the big picture of the alignment, of cascading, how we did it, and how the end of the project we achieved, we reached to this one. We see tier 1, which is the corporate level, tier 2, which is the business units, and tier 3, we can go down to the individuals or even to sections or what. So we have done the right cascading with the tools, as we mentioned, identical contributor, etc. And of course, as I mentioned, we make the meetings with everybody on the table in order to achieve also the horizontal alignment. And that's exactly mentioned when we talk about strategic alignment and we talk about the cascading. So with this picture, I was very sure and was very happy that we really achieved the right alignment, cascading and alignment. So that's nearly what we talk about this. And if we go to a little bit deeper to the balance scorecard, we can see here the objectives, the corporate objective, for example, improve satisfaction. And then we go to the tier 1, how they contribute to this one, improve information on available service, etc. And here are our measurement for the KPIs. Tier 3, employee operational, as I mentioned before, that here the right cascading on the strategy map, as we saw before, and in the strategy map, the right cascading. And when we go to link it to the operation, then we can see how it is cascaded to the I think we are almost done, Mr. Sheikh. So the balance scorecard. Here is the benefit of cascading goals: align the organization objectives and individual goals, increase employee, etc., etc. Some best practice I will go through quickly. This one we already explained, and here it is also the vertical and cascading. And then, of course, this one we saw. Banking sector, I was also very active in the banking sector, and we can see also how
Excuse me, Mr. Nader. We
yes,
cannot
please.
see the slides.
Really?
Only the cascading one.
Cascading the
The balance scorecard.
You can
But
see
it's
this
not
one.
moving.
It's not moving now.
The cascading, we can see only yes, now it's moving.
Sorry. Okay. Thank you, Nazira. You are always big support. You are always giving me support.
Thank you,
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. So just to conclude quickly, how to cascade it, how to make the right cascading using even the percentages of contribution, how this financial perspective contributed, which has 20% of the whole balance scorecard, and how it is cascading down to the other business units. And we use figures, and this is even go to the N-2, the 20% on the corporate came here to the second to the N-1, and we divide it as 100%, and each business unit takes part of the percentage, and N-2 also takes the same 35 here will be considered as 100% and also divided to the other business units. And what else? Utility business, this is one also, this is practical, so how to cascade the corporate strategy to the business units down. This is the ADWIA corporate strategy map. Here is one of the daughter companies, how they make the cascading, and the colors also explain themselves. This is identical, and this, of course, these are contributory, and this is a new, as we see in the key of the map. What else do we have? Initiative alignment. Very quickly, we should be sure that initiative should support more than objective. That is the best way. We should avoid that we have initiative without supporting any objective. This is very important. Line workforce, of course, very important. We should be sure that each individual at least should contribute to achieve one or more objective, and this is also very important when we come down to the individuals. Communication is very important, as I mentioned. One important, very, very important communication, and the statistics say that 90% of workers, they don't even read the emails or whatever, and this is reflected on the performance of the organization. And this is one of the best tools now to communicate, how we call it, with animation, etc. This is the best way of communicating the strategy. I think I'm done. Sorry, I took a long time. Maybe we don't have enough time for.
10 more
But
minutes.
please,
Yeah.
please. I think we make it is clear. But of course, if anybody have any question, please shoot it.
Sure, sir. I think the slide you talk about the internal processes and the cascading part. It was excellent. Can you just give a little more explanation on that, if you don't mind?
This one
I
you
think
mean?
the last but one, I think. So
This
internal
one?
processes you cascade. No, we are in the thank you slide now.
Ah, so it's moving
Mr.
slowly.
Nader, there is something wrong in moving the slides.
Oh, because maybe something with the internet.
And,
but anyway, is it this one you mean?
Real life case 2.
Okay, I think I understand your what is your question. If it, but I can see it even in my laptop. I can see it.
Yeah.
This one?
We cannot see that in the slide.
But you mean when we have these business units down and they are aligned together in the right and the yes.
Yeah. Internal processes.
Yes, exactly. Yes, this is very crucial one. I'd like okay, I make it quickly. When we finish cascading the corporate to the second, to the N-1 or N-2, and every business unit has known or known their goals, then we sit together in order to be sure that the goals in all business units horizontally are really supporting each other. Each goal in the business unit X should support the goals of the other businesses horizontally. So that's how we can achieve not only alignment, but also we achieve synergy. So all these business units on the same level horizontally are working and supporting each other to achieve the ultimate corporate goal. I hope this makes it a little bit clear.
Yeah, it's clear. One thing is, I think there are a couple of questions. Nazira has a question. See, when it comes to alignment, organizational alignment, it is very, very, very important concept. Okay, and it's very important. But in reality, who does that? Of course, the CEO is responsible to make sure that alignment is there.
Thank you.
No
Very good question. Very good question.
How does
very
that
good.
Happens in real time? Yeah.
I tell you, when it depends. And now when I go to consulting like this, I really prefer that there is a department or business unit or whatever, what we call it, office, strategy management office. And this is very important. And this is the main role of this business unit or whatever you call it, this entity, I call it entity. And this is the role of these people to really guarantee, because they are seeing the holistic view of the organization. And they should have the tools, and they should have even the technique, and they should have the knowledge also to implement the right cascading horizontally or vertically. And I want to emphasize on something else. In order to guarantee without biasing, without anything, this should be in the organization chart. This unit should be linked directly to the top management in order to be free to see and to do and to advise as they really see the real picture. Thank you very much. This is very important question.
Actually, in reality, nobody will worry about the overall organizational alignment. Somebody has to think about it. Okay, the OSM, Office of Strategy Management, is the best place. So they can at least put up some kind of a framework and show to the CEO that these are something, the first draft or something. Then it can drive the motivation for them to think about it.
Yes, and that's really good. And of course, there is big issue about this office of strategy management, but this is the main role of them, and they should be clever, should be I don't know what. So, but that's really how this is where these issues can be done in the, if we can say, in the perfect way. Yes, you are right. Thank you.
More question, especially when we talk about the mid-size companies, very large companies, they have but the resources to invest. Mid-size companies like any manufacturing or supply chain or any banking or whatever, so they don't have enough resources to keep as office of strategy manager. Okay, but they don't have experts in the strategy management. Okay, but they want to practice it. They need it. Okay, so what is your advice for such companies?
To bring consultant like me.
Yeah, sure. But they should also, it should be
Yes,
practical for
yes,
them.
yes,
So,
yes, yes. At least, yeah, you are right, definitely right. At
they
least
need,
they should have one or two persons. They attend the balance scorecard course. They have the experience, and they have. I don't like to use the word to have authority, but at least they have the support of the top management. And this person sometimes come maybe in the office of the big boss. I mean, in the office of technical. For example, for me, although I was working in the big organization and we have office of strategy management, but I was linked directly. I was a technical support, technical advisor to the managing director. So should be somewhere to be independent, to be able to see the big picture. So maybe one or two persons are enough in small organizations. But again, with this specification, I mean, he should have the knowledge. He should have the expert, and very important that he should knowing the business, very important, because sometimes they bring somebody, I don't know, from the moon, and then that's big disaster. He should be knowing the business exactly, in order that his advice or his opinion or whatever you call it will be really applicable, will be important, will be for the benefit of the organization. Yes, I think I answered your question. Yeah.
perfect. That's perfect question. Actually, they need an advisor. Okay, so
Yes.
maybe it's not required as a full timer, but at least they
Yeah.
should have some kind of advisor who can guide them for the processes, and they need to have some kind of mechanism to use it. So
Yes. And this
eventually, if they, yeah,
sorry, and this advisor who should have really also, yeah, the responsibility to build this technique or this knowledge in the organization. And this
correct.
happened with me, in fact, in several projects. After we finished the big, I keep visiting them for every month, one week or one day, in order to build this skills or this experience with one who is designated by the top manager. This guy will be the responsible or whatever. So we give them injections, etc., etc. After maybe 1 year, 6 months, then he will be able to take or to carry this big responsibility. So that's also how to build, or I call it knowledge transfer, or whatever you call it. That's very important issue. Yes.
Excellent. I think Nazira, you have any questions you might ask?
Yes, please. Thank you, Mr. Nader, for the session. It's really rich our information. My question is in the measurement of the alignment, how we can, is there any specific way of the criteria of the measurement, not only a scale, because it is a subjective answer will be, because one of the manager will reply that it is aligned 80%, the another will be 70%. So how we will determine the scale exactly based on which criteria?
Well, excellent. Thank you, Nazira, very much. You know me, we work together. You know me that I like figures. Figures are very important. So by the end, we should change all these things into figures. So when we talk about the first question, as we mentioned, that is our objectives or our strategy aligned with the purpose. When as I mentioned, when I say this the strategy, we mean the goals, we mean the KPIs, we mean etc. etc. So if we take part of this issue, the KPI, for example, if a group of KPIs for specific objectives are really serving, if for example, if we say double market share, what do you mean by double market? We talk about figures, then we go to the KPIs which contribute or measure if we are going in the right direction. If we talk about market share, we talk about increasing number of customers, increasing number of revenues, etc., etc. So these KPIs, which are really figures, we can see them if they are really achieving or in the right direction to achieve this our specific goal. Then we can say that okay, this is aligned with this. We have the first question: is our strategy aligned with our purpose? If we go to the next question, when we talk about the internal or the organization itself is supporting our strategy, we talk about tools, we talk about the human resources, we talk about IT system. Is our IT system, for example, is really effective enough? And there is a KPI also for this issue about the IT systems or the human resources or the training or whatever. Are these a training or is this IT system or uh, human resources or tools, are they really supporting to achieve our one or two of the objectives? So this is how we should decide, first of all, the issue or the item, and then we try to quantify it through the KPIs, which is related to this specific objective or specific goals or purpose of the organization. I hope I answered your question, Nazir.
Yes, thank you.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
I think it's one really this cascading and alignment of the organization is not very much taken care by the senior leadership.
You are
They talk
right.
about it,
Yes.
but they don't do it. So it is one of the very important topic you raised. If the one of the most important thing is when you highlight some misalignments as a process, then you have an opportunity to correct them. If you
Yes.
don't even try, then there is no point that you don't even know that there is a misalignment. So,
I just want to, maybe you want to close the issue. As Einstein says, if you know the problem, it's 50% of the solution. So if we admit that we have a problem with the alignment, and that's why I explained these tools, that okay, we have a problem with the alignment, then we can go. But if we keep saying, closing our eyes, no, we are okay, we are aligned, then we will not be able to solve the issue.
fantastic.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sheikh. Thank you.
Wonderful lecture to start with. Day 3. I really liked it, Mr. Nader. Thank you very much.
Thank you
I can
very
see your experience and the way you have done so many projects. It's very amazing to see in the real time, real use cases. Okay.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm really happy to share my experience to help whatever. Thank you very much.
And I take this up as an opportunity to thank Mr. Nader on behalf of participants and the organizers, and then co-speakers. Okay, so thank you, sir. Have a great morning.
Thank you. Same to you. I wish you a fantastic day. Last day. I wish you a fantastic day.
So thank you very much.
And appreciate this initiative. I promise I will contribute. I will serve in every year with this initiative.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, and have a great time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, let's keep going. We have a wonderful start of the day with Mr. Nader. I think I really enjoyed. That was one of my favorite topic, and that is explained very nicely with Mr. Nader, and he can only do that. Okay, so that is fantastic thing to start with our day. Let me welcome guest speaker, Mr. Samir Govardhan. He's my friend. Welcome, Samir, again to the show. Okay, so we talk about aligning business planning and budgeting to the strategy. I think it's again one of my favorite topic, and I keep doing this for quite a long time when I was vice president. But yeah, this is something very interesting. So let me give a quick introduction to Samir Govardhan, a certified strategy and business planning professional, a PMP, and I think he has many certifications. Maybe you can talk about it, Samir. With more than 15 years of experience in linking strategy to operations and employee performance. He led transformation programs, driving sustainable growth and facilitated strategy development exercises and annual business planning cycles. And he ensures alignment across the organization. And he knows how the Office of Strategy Management works better than anybody else. Okay, so welcome, Samir. Over to you.
Good morning. Good morning. Am I audible?
Yeah. Yeah.
Great, great. Thank you very much, Sheikh sir, and thank you very much, Mr. Nader. I think the session was very well aligned because we are talking about alignment at a strategic level, and I will make an attempt to build upon it with aligning with business planning and the annual budgeting on that. So again, thank you very much for this opportunity. I really appreciate it. Let me just share my screen. Uh, I think it's a Sunday morning for everybody, but it's a working day for us still in Saudi Arabia. So I hope everybody's doing well and having their cup of coffee or tea. Can you please confirm if my screen is visible?
Yeah, we can see your screen. Yes.
Am I
Perfect.
in a presentation mode?
Perfect. Perfect. Yeah.
All right, great. Okay, let me just quickly start. I have a lot of content to speak about, but I'll try to make the best of the given time. Uh, So, uh, quick agenda. I will talk about introduction and key concepts and frameworks of strategy, followed by the alignment and cascading of strategy. Just to give the context of how does this link to strategy with operations, and I will talk about something that I've taken best experience from different frameworks and different school of thoughts, and we try to build it in practice. How does this work in an organization, and followed by certain common challenges that we all as strategists face during this exercise, and the conclusion. So a quick brief about myself. I consider myself as a student of the strategy management and business planning world. I have, as Mr. Sheikh said, I have a little more than 15 years of experience of trying to implement different practices and different frameworks across different industries. But primarily, I look into the strategy management office. For the last 8 to 9 years, I've been working in the strategy management office. I've established SMO. I've also established PMO. I'm currently working in a holding company, privately holding company. It has a diversified portfolio of investments, and I look at the strategy management office there. I'm also active volunteer with PMI KSA chapter, and I do some pro bono consulting as well. All right. So just to bring some context to everybody, just to align on the concepts, that is the strategic management. As you can see, we start with the market and the stakeholders' needs, and starts with value and mission. That is at the 30,000 feet altitude, and we trickle it down all the way to the operations, that is the ground level, through strategy, operations, strategic themes, initiatives, performance measures, and so on and so forth. So what is strategy? In essence, you have a baseline that if you're an already operating organization, you have a baseline that you're operating at current level. And then you have, is my screen visible?
Yeah, it's visible. It's
Okay.
strategic measurement.
All right. All right. So essentially what we're trying to do here is we are trying to build a value that we aspire to, which is the desired value. So what strategy is all about is the essence that captures the value gap, and how do we close this value gap is the strategy itself, right? In a very simple way to put it. There are many definitions across different schools, but I believe this captures the essence what we are trying to do in the management of strategies. So just to build context of what we'll be discussing, mainly we'll be focusing on the strategy map, which has a cause and effect relationship. I'll not get into the details of it. There is the balance scorecard template. I believe everybody here is well versed of what's a balance scorecard, so I'm not going to get into the details of that. Followed by the frameworks of strategy management. Uh, there are many schools, and there are a lot of evolution that has happened over the years, in my opinion. And of course, there is the gold standard, that is Robert Kaplan and David Norton as well. But I think in the recent times, I think Mr. Mihai, I really think very highly of him. I think he has come up with a very comprehensive framework that I believe is very good for capturing the different aspects of strategy management, all the way from experimenting, simulating, scenario planning, to formulating, to executing, as well as reporting and adapting. I think he has worked very highly in this framework to capture. Did a lot of research, and he captured the different aspects and connected the dots together. So I believe this framework makes a lot of sense, and I was lucky to be part of his first cohort where he explained this to every one of us, and I think this is one of the new standards across the strategy management framework. And then, of course, going back to the gold standard, that is the strategy, execution premium. I think this book is one of the go-to books, and I think it's still relevant in today's world across the globe of strategy management. Today, I'll be focusing more on the alignment and the planning of operations, which is where the alignment of business planning and operations links. So, what is strategy alignment and cascading of strategy? So, typically, we have leaders who has a vision, or who have a aspiration that they want to drive, and they want to take the organization to the next level. And you can see across many examples. But are their departments, are his leaders, the team that the leader has, are they all aligned? This is the real question. And the more you see, the more mature the organizations are, it kind of gets difficult because everybody's operating in silos, everybody has different agendas. So it becomes hard for the leader to take an organization in one direction. And that's where the real issue of alignment starts. As there is a goal, there is an aspiration, but the resources or the departments or the functions or the business unit are either scattered, or they're working different direction. So in essence, what we're trying to do in strategic alignment is we're trying to take all these resources, the limited resources that we have, in one direction, in that are contributing to each other, and the leader is taking them through them. So this is the essence of proper alignment and cascading. As I mentioned, alignment is the process of ensuring all the contributors. That is how you create the value, and how you create an optimal contribution with the limited resources that is available. So, going back to very basic strategy is nothing but taking from how you take an organization from point A to point B, which is the formulation part, and how do you execute is the real challenge, which is where most of the strategies fail, as we all know by now and explained multiple times over the year. There's a lot of research done on it, why strategies fail, and it's predominantly on the execution part. So what we need here is the alignment of efforts and resources towards one common direction, which is the essence, and that's what is the uh, overall domain of strategy management, from planning to execution to reporting as well. Again, one of the books that came after the execution premium is the alignment, which is this book, and I think this is one of the uh, best books I've come across for alignment on at a strategic level. And as you can see on the right side to your screen is the enterprise value, the how the enterprise scorecard is built, which is driven by financial synergies and customer synergies, internal process synergies, learning and growth. So here the whole book tries to capture how the alignment is done across the organization in a very technical way and in a very professional way, rather than making it very haphazard. And I think one of the key aspects of this book is talking about enterprise value and how an enterprise is creating synergy. And I think it's very important for us in today's world, especially working in holding companies. I have come across a common challenge of how we create value for our businesses within our holding company and our portfolio of investments. So here, this book talks about value creation, which is a combination of customer derived value plus enterprise derived value. So what is enterprise derived value? It's nothing but how we create synergies across these multiple business units to create value for our customer, which is the customer derives the value, which results in the value creation. So it's a win-win situation for all of us. So how do we create that value? There is a strategy for that, which is the customer value proposition and plus the enterprise value proposition. So as an enterprise, what's our value proposition? What value we are delivering to these business units, plus the customer value proposition, which is the value we are delivering to the customers, eventually resulting in the value creation. And again, going back to, as I mentioned, on how we finish the value gap is the value creation itself. Again, there is a new update on how this book was established, and now we are talking about outcomes, stakeholders, internal process, and enablers, rather than financial outcomes or financial perspectives. There is the new version of this, and again, there is a triple bottom line scorecard as well that was recently established, which is not just talking about financial, which is also talking about the social and economic impact on the overall society and the communities that the organizations operate in. Again, here, just a quick brief how we integrate all of this. You have the enterprise scorecard on the left side, which is talking about the outcomes and the stakeholders. Then you have the business units, which are within these organizations. And then you look at each business unit, how they deliver the value and how they are aligned at these different perspectives and these different objectives level. So some of the prerequisites for having this alignment, and one of the key elements that we considered, and as Mr. Nader was saying earlier also, is having alignment as a process rather than an activity or rather than a task. So it must be embedded in the organization as a process itself, rather than a one-time activity that you do and then you forget about it, right? So there are some prerequisites, as I mentioned. One is the strategy development, the other one is translating the strategy, and the strategic and organizational readiness. So the key aspects of this is, of course, you should have the mission, vision, values established. You should have a clear choice of strategy. You should have a strategy map established, the objectives and KPIs and the targets identified. Of course, the initiatives as well, which can be directly cascaded or can be contributed by the SBUs. The key aspect of this in the strategic and organizational readiness, which I came across, is the capabilities, and which is what Mr. Mihai also talks about highly on the importance of having the capability system. What capabilities do we need to deliver this strategy? And this is where one of the key challenges that I came across the businesses in my experiences. We aspire for these big ambitions to deliver 4x growth, 5x growth, but we are very far away from the reality, and we fail to see that the capabilities in the system, the capability system is not equipped to deliver that kind of strategy. So how do you reach a certain level of growth, and how do you reach to the next level? You need a certain different type of processes, different type of capabilities to take you to that next level. So again, that's one of the key aspects that is missing, across the organizations. So what's a good strategic alignment? There are basically 6 to 7, or in a sense, 6 main aspects of a good strategic alignment, which ensures consisting. Basically, you need to understand a clear strategy, how we ensure that the strategy is consistently understood by everybody. How do we optimize our resources, and how are they available, even they are if available for the strategic initiatives or not? We have to clarify the touch points and handoffs within the business model. So a lot of functions are established, but there is no clear handoffs and how they integrate with each other horizontally and vertically. This is again a challenge. So there is a business model, then there is the operating model, which needs to be very clearly identified, established, and communicated as well. And that needs to reflect in the business processes rather than just a theoretical exercise. It should reflect in the business processes. Again, you need to ensure consistent communication of the key messages. What is your strategy? How you're trying to drive? How the value is created for the customer and for the enterprise, and how it drives the collaboration. So it's a collaborative effort. It cannot work in silos. You have to drive collaboration from all the functions. It's a collective effort. And of course, the strategy is driven by the employees at the most lowest level, the strategic job families, as we call it. And this, you need to empower them for and engage them to ensure that they deliver the strategy. So what's the role of corporate and corporate office here? That is to make strategy everybody's job. And there are typical roles that a corporate office plays, starting from passive to active. Active means you're actively engaged in their operations, in their day-to-day activities to a reasonable extent. And passive means you are more of an investor and you're taking a passive approach where you're guiding them, assisting them, governing them. Typically, corporate offices take the passive role because you don't want to get dragged into their operations, especially when you are having diversified portfolio of investments. It becomes a lot of challenge, and your competency as holding or a corporate office becomes very limited to ensure that you are catering to different sectors with the subject matter expertise. So how do you do the cascading is through four dimensions, that is the strategic themes, objectives, KPIs, and initiatives. And as we discussed in the last couple of days, there are different ways of cascading. There is the identical, contributory, and new that comes across all these four elements, which is objectives, KPIs, and initiatives. And again, it starts from corporate, business unit, department, and individual, and the information flows back all the way, which is how the strategy is delivered at the corporate level. So give me 1 minute, please. How do we deliver the cascading of the strategy? As I explained, you start from corporate business unit. You have different business units, then it goes down to departments, then it goes down to managers. Very straightforward and self-explanatory. The timelines typically starts from strategic planning, which as you try to build your strategy and execute a strategy, it takes 4 to 6 years on an average, because you're trying to build the capabilities that did not exist or may need to be enhanced, which does not move the needle so fast and so swiftly. And then you build your business plans that deliver this strategy on a horizon of 1 to 3 years. And then you build the annual business plans and budgets for 1 year, which is the short time. So if you're driving a car, if you see, you can only see a distance to light in the night to a certain extent. So as you keep moving forward, you keep seeing more distance, more coverage. So it's somehow like that. So you have to keep rolling forward your business plans and your strategy until you realize the vision. That again reflects into an annual operating plan, which is where the departments establish their annual operating plan that contributes or is cascaded from the business plans. And definitely you have the individual performance plans where they are broken down into annual, quarterly, or monthly, depending on the nature of the organization and the maturity of the organization. So alignment with support function is critical. Again, key support functions are finance, human resources, information technology, and communications. I cannot stress enough on these enablers, because finance is definitely one of the key aspects. Human resource, it's the the intellectual capital of your organization. IT, the information capital, and of course the continuous communication of the organization across the different streams. And of course, now we get into the linking of strategy with operations, where basically, how do you link the strategy now that you have established a good strategy with objectives, KPIs, and how do you essentially link into operations? And what Robert Norton and Dr. Robert and Norton came across is they found there is a huge disconnect between operations and managing the strategy. And the reasons are because mainly operations have different priorities, or there is no feedback loop that is reflecting the quality of operations overall on the strategy itself. So strategy, you're looking at strategic choices, strategy map, balance scorecard, and operations is looking at budget, expenses, day-to-day issues, firefighting, logistics, delivery, workforce planning. So how do you link this? This is where the alignment comes into the picture, and how do we link the operations with the strategy? So while strategy map identifies a very high level, you need to make sure that it goes down all the way to the bottom. That is where the real revenue is generated, real action is on the ground. Again, executing the strategy requires, as I mentioned earlier, on the core business processes. There is a lot of processes across the organization, but there are some key strategic processes that need to be transformed in order to execute a certain strategy. So, for example, I can give an example of in a construction industry or a ready-mix company. One of the key aspects is the delivery of the concrete itself, because there is a limited shelf life. It takes a couple of 3 to 4 hours of time to deliver the concrete. That's the maximum shelf life of the concrete. So you have to ensure that delivery happens within that life. Again, this is general, and every organization has certain strategic process. So Amazon might be having on the delivery and the logistics of how do you procure and deliver the items on at the customer side. So these are certain key processes that need to be delivered, that need to be enhanced or transformed in order to deliver that strategy. One of the key aspects that this alignment talks about is how do you identify such processes. So we use something called driver-based performance model that links the strategies to operations. So rather than looking at key very high-level objectives and KPIs, you break that down into outcomes and the driver that is resulting in that outcome. So in essence, outcome is an effect and the driver is the cause. For example, if you want to, let's say, double your revenues, right, or increase your revenue. So what could be a driver? The driver is, for example, uh, market growth. There is new markets that have opened, international diversification, merger and acquisitions. These are all drivers that can contribute to that outcome. You can expand your product portfolio. Now, how do you expand your product portfolio? You need to do research and development. You need to reach out to the customers, understand their business needs, their customer needs. So some of the methods are, as mentioned here, are value tree. So you take one value and you start identifying how do you create that value. There is SIPOC, very commonly used. There is Fishbone and there is CSF. Typically, horizontal processes are more useful, more effective rather than vertical, because the vertical just looks at cascading. Horizontal looks at process driven rather than a pure vertical performance. Now we come to the core of the topic, which is our integrated planning performance. Sheikh sir, how are we doing on the time?
We have 30 minutes, maybe 5 minutes here or there, no problem. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All
5
right.
minutes or 36 minutes, you can say. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So now we talk about the integrated planning process, which is something that I've been working closely on the last 7 years, and I have matured it in with different organizations that I work in, and there is no one solution that fits all. Every organization works in a different at a different level, at a different maturity level. The DNA of the organization is different. What we have tried to do, or what we have tried to customize the frameworks to that meets the business needs, and what I found in my humble limited experience, it's like an orchestra, and OSM or the SMO or the strategist are essentially a conductor of this orchestra, and they're trying to make all these different functions work together in a harmony to create that music, right? And how do you do that? That's where the real challenge is. It's definitely not easy. There is a lot of different moving parts. There are a lot of different mindsets that are working in different directions. So the essence is to bring all these guys together in a logical, sequential way, and hopefully you can come up with a well-aligned business plan or an annual budget that is aligned with your strategy. So in the next few slides, I'll take you through a journey of how the business planning and annual budgeting is linked with strategy. As just to summarize, you start with strategy development, planning, translating, and reviewing the strategy during the cycle of your year. Then you align the organization, you do the business planning, you do the annual budgeting, and then you execute that budgets or those actions that you plan during your budget and business plans, and then you adapt accordingly. So again, the essence here is while this every organization operates differently from a startup to a mature organization, but they're all running on a time clock. So the organization timelines are different, but I will try to take a very simple approach and make a generic standard timelines that we think is reasonable for all these different activities. So you as typically we think strategy and business plans and annual budgets are different exercises, and there is a stop start activity or exercises, but essence you are running the strategy management across this team. These are not separate, they are not mutually exclusive, they all are integrated, and they are an outcome or an output of the earlier activities that you will be doing. So you are doing the strategy management. Part of the strategy management is planning your business, which is coming from the alignment and the actions that you want to take, the transformation initiatives that you want to drive, which should reflect in your business plans, which should also talk about your operations. So your day-to-day operations plus the initiatives make your business plans. Now, how you, of course, the finance element sets in the core of this is you need the resources, you need the time, you need the money to fund these strategic initiatives, which we call as statics, as commonly used in the strategy world. So that should reflect in your annual budget, right? If you don't reflect this, your strategy is a nice theoretical document that is setting on a on a table that that everybody looks at as amazing strategy that was formulated, but it's not reflecting in actions. So you do the hard work of planning, formulating, aligning the organization, and then you don't reflect in the business plans and annual budgets. Good luck getting your strategy executed. So in essence, we have tried to make it a 7-step activity or 7 key deliverables as part of the business plans and annual budget, which starts from performance analysis, that is at a business unit level. I'm going to focus on business unit level because this I think applies to more or less all the organizations, irrespective of if they have a holding or not. And if they have holding, it has slightly different layers, but in generally speaking, I think these steps will apply to everybody. So you start with business performance analysis. You understand what happened earlier, how was your last 3 or 5 years of performance, how did you do overall strategy, how did you execute your strategy, and then you look at your industry and market analysis. What's happening in the industry, what's happening in the market, is there any changes to your assumptions that you made during your strategy, how's your market playing, is there any changes in the market dynamics, is there any change in the competition, are there new players, are there new products coming into the in the areas that you operate in. And then you look at internal aspects. For the simplicity of it, we call it business challenges, or we can call it jobs to be done that cater for this, or you call it, some companies use SWOT analysis. But what we are trying to essentially capture here is what are the gaps that we need to capture or to overcome in order to meet our vision and the strategy. Then you refresh your strategy and you refresh your vision. Again, it's not mandatory to change or revise your vision or strategy. Maybe you are just tweaking the vision a bit here and there, tweaking your strategy a bit or components of strategy because your assumptions change, your facts change. There is different elements that are now in the market that is impacting your organization. And then you look at the balanced scorecard. Again, if there is a need for changing in the objectives or KPIs or the targets itself, then eventually reflecting those changes into your annual business plans, and then which has different components. I'll quickly take you guys through in the next few slides, and the annual budget, which is predominantly a financial exercise. The timelines is you typically start in Q3 doing all these activities, and you will spill over into Q4 where you go into the detailing of business planning and the annual budget, where you take the approval from the stakeholders. So I'll focus on the business planning process. Typically, it's a structured process that translates the strategic objectives into actionable plans, outlining the initiatives and resource allocation, of course, with the performance metrics. So what we do, what we came across is some of the practices that we established is we launch the business planning exercise. We communicate. We start by launching the exercise itself, where we OSM announces to across the organization that guys, we are launching the business planning exercise as we built our strategy, or we went through the reviewing of the strategy, and now we are launching this exercise typically around Q3. We share one of the key aspects that we do is practice we do is we give a guidelines, a document that we share with all the business units, where it has the key milestones and the deliverables, and of course it has the templates and the best practices that we want and the milestones that we want them to achieve throughout this process, throughout this exercise. So that gives them a heads up, that gives them clarity on what is to be expected from them and what kind of approach they need. And one of the key aspects is to capture and identify who are the key stakeholders, as mentioned below, finance, human resources, OSM, which is also PMO. And some organizations PMO is separate, or the strategy execution office is separate, and of course the other departments, and surely leadership goes without saying, the commitment of the leadership. And then we conduct workshops to train the custodians of strategies in these business units. It can be a workshop, it can be a training. We train them on the templates that they need to work on, and these are generic templates. Every organization customizes depending on their needs, but they need to ensure that the essence of those business plans, the major components, are captured. And then business units prepare their business plans. As I mentioned earlier, they take the inputs, they go through the whole cycle of what information is needed, they collect information, do their research, do their analysis, and then they prepare those workshops. And as I mentioned, we do internal workshops to review their business plans, to discuss their business plans, what they have prepared, and we suggest some recommendations that are modifications that need to be made. Then the business units and the OSM business units, OSM in the business units compiles the business plan to prepare it for the executive review. Then the top management reviews it, shares their feedbacks. They go back and they make any changes. And then finance departments takes it, assuming that it's all okay. Finance departments refines it, and then they collaborate with the relevant functions to ensure that the financial aspects of them are captured. And then you go to the budget approval, which is you present it to the boards, and they present it to the board for their final approval. So essentially that's the business planning process. This is just an illustrative of how the business planning runs. And then these are the different components of a strategy review. Again, as I mentioned, how do you do the strategy review? One of the major challenges we come across is how do you see where you are today, right? So, or what has been done, what areas to focus on. So these are, again, this is just a generic aspects that we consider that should be part of a strategic review, where you start with balanced scorecard, initiative, performance review. You look at the key assumptions and facts that influence your strategy. This is one of the key aspects that we look at, what changed in the organization. You will look at past 3 years performance, which is the financial and the products portfolio. You have current year performance, which covers different elements: financial statements, cash flow analysis, your collections, payables, your HR cost, operations. So you go through all this journey to understand, and you summarize your performance, right? How you have performed over the last 3 years. Then, as I mentioned, you look at the industry and market analysis. You look what changed in the industry. Are there any new trends in the market, new products, any technology disruptions? I think now AI is taking over almost, or slowly getting into all elements or all aspects. Um, Technology at robotics coming into the picture, especially in construction domain. It's revamping the way we do business, almost disrupting the whole industry itself in a way. It's happening slowly. I working since I'm close to the construction industry or contracting sector, and I get more closer view on the technological disruptions happening there. You look at the competitor analysis. You look at the key projects that are expected in the areas of business operations. So let's say you're doing a technology enhancement, you're revamping your ERP system, you're changing your management system, your HR system. That can influence your overall organization. So sometimes the compliance comes from the regulatory bodies, that you have to comply with certain systems. You have to ensure that those projects that are happening to ensure you comply with those regulatory requirements. Eventually, you summarize all these into the business challenges, reflecting an external and internal aspects. As I mentioned, you look at the vision, strategy, and strategy, especially focusing on the strategic change agenda. I think few years ago we discussed, or last year we discussed on how this change agenda works, what areas you want to focus on, what aspects you want to change. And again, you look into the refreshed balance scorecard. So if you want to tweak any objectives, KPIs, and targets, and you reprioritize your initiatives, your portfolio of initiatives, you re-budget them. You might need to drop some initiatives that is not relevant, that is not delivering the relevant benefits that you want. You, by all means, you should drop it. Don't wait for anything. If everybody's in alignment to drop an initiative, this is one of the challenges that I saw. People don't really take that step of dropping. It's very hard for them, because especially there's money and investments made into it, but it's not relevant anymore. So you have to make those hard decisions. So typical business plan contains, as I mentioned, sales and marketing plan, capex and financing plan, operating plans. All these different areas have sub-components. Like sales, you look at the product portfolio, geographical diversification. Capex, you look at at expanding your capacity, you're expanding your fleet, expanding your assets, establishing new factories. Operations, you're looking at how do you improve your operational effectiveness. Supply chain looks at how well you're integrated, your vendors relationship. HR looks at your training, development, your workforce environment, how do you engage employees, so on and so forth. So I'll not get into the details of this. Then you reflect into the annual budget. Eventually, all the plans that you did in your business plan here should reflect in your annual budget. So if you notice, I mentioned this as a component of business plan, because essentially your business plan is incomplete if your annual budgets or your budgets or financials are not reflecting in that business plan. So it's not like you finish your business plan, then you start your annual budgeting. They are happening parallelly and simultaneously together. So your final business plan should ensure that the annual budgets are taken into that. One of the key elements of annual budget is the key facts and assumptions, which is many organizations, I feel, or it's somehow embedded or delayed, or somehow hidden and not clearly established, because this is what is driving your annual budget. So your percentage, for example, your revenue growth, how much are you expecting? How much are you expecting to reduce your cost if you are planning to reduce your cost? What's your statics? Again, as strategy, typically organizations focus on the financial parts and they just look at the top line and bottom line. But as strategists, one of our challenges is to ensure the statics is captured there. Because if it's not captured, good luck negotiating with finance department to get your budgets released for any initiatives that uh, you may have. Again, followed by the all of this should eventually reflect in your standard financial statement, which is income statement, cash flow statement, and the balance sheet statement. So there are different types of business plans available across the board. There is business plans for feasibility. I'm currently working on a feasibility business plan, which is looking at establishing a new business unit in a different niche area. So it's more focused on the feasibility of establishing the business rather than running the business. But typical business plan has these components. I'll not get into the details of it, but you look at executive summary, the company overview, products and services, key industry and market outlook, the business strategy, and followed by the regular core functions and the support functions. One of the key aspects again is looking at the strategy itself. What you need to do is how you reflect the strategy. Every company has different way of reflecting their strategies, but it's important to ensure your strategy is embedded as part of this business plan, so everybody understands that this is our strategy and this is how we are translating it into operational actions and operational terms. Now, a business plan is incomplete without departmental plan, and this is often overlooked by strategists or the departments in, especially the financials or the leadership, because they think the business plan is done at a very high level, at a business level. But as strategists, we should go into the departmental plans, because that is where the strategy now starts getting into reality, and that's where it's actually executed at a functional level. So if you look at the overall cascading, you have the corporate, you have the BU, and then you have the departments. So it's important and critical for us to ensure these big ambitious goals and targets and objectives are cascaded at department levels. So a business plan again is incomplete without a departmental plan. A typical departmental plan process again starts from launching the exercise itself. You prepare, again, OSM prepares the templates in collaboration with HR, with finance, with the relevant departments like IT. And then they are the process owners who shares it with these relevant departments. Then the departments prepare, they do an internal review with OSM. It's typically one-on-one session where we organize with them, and then the departments compile the departmental plans, because there is certain sensitivity to these information, especially when it comes to HR, where you're talking about the human resources cost, the promotions, the increments. So OSM does not get into that. It should not ideally get into that, because this is confidential. So this element should be directly captured with the HR department in isolation. But at the cost center level or at the overall cost level, that should be captured with at the departmental plan. And again, you do the executive committee review, which is with the C-suite. Your CEO should be reviewing in collaboration with other financial department and IT departments, where you present and we agree and align on the required plans. Then you refine if there is a need, and then the CEO approves, which eventually all of these department plans should reflect into your business plan. And if there is any changes that are needed to be done at a business plan level, then by all means you should change it. So that's why I mentioned the business plan is incomplete without departmental plans. Typical components of departmental plan: you start, as I mentioned, you have performance analysis. You look at your performance, you look at your mandate, and this is something that is often overlooked, because people think HR is very operational, so we don't need to look. But actually, they are a critical enabler for the organization. So the mandate is given to them by the chief, and by the strategy, driven from the strategy. For example, if they have to enhance their HRMS system, this is in collaboration with IT. They cannot do it in isolation. So if this is the mandate for the next 1 year or 2 years, then it should be captured there. And this should be their focus areas, rather than just doing recruitment, operations, employee benefits management, and so on and so forth. Again, they should also look at their challenges, the risks and opportunities at a both function level, at a corporate level, and at a group level, if you are in a group of organizations, right? Because they can see at let's say 15,000 feet altitude what's impacting their department, which might impact the corporate level, which might also impact the group. So for example, a compliance from the government organization for HR might impact the overall organization itself, or a safety regulation that has been implemented now, and the organizations need to comply. So the safety department needs to ensure that this is highlighted at corporate level and at a group level as well. So ESG is one of the key initiatives now the whole world is talking about, and how we are driving, and many big companies are driving. So this is an example for that. Again, you look at your vision in alignment with your overall strategy, overall vision of the organization. Then you refresh it if there is any change that needs to be established. You also have a strategic change agenda for a department, what changes you want to make, and then balance scorecard initiatives. Then you have the annual budget, as I mentioned. If there is any change in the positions that need to be made, new positions to be established, new functions to be established, and of course reflecting on the HR cost, the benefits, and the trainings and developments that are needed, followed by the budgets and the for initiatives and the projects that you might be running. Again, a typical financial and annual budgeting process. You start, the finance department is the process owner. They prepare the templates that are needed. Typically happens in Excel file. Some very mature organizations I worked in, some mature organization where all the budgeting exercise happens on a software, and you plug in the numbers on the software, and it integrates and consolidates the information automatically through SAP or other softwares that are available. Then the departments prepare the budgets. There is an internal review with the finance, and then there is a consolidation that is done by the finance, where they prepare scenarios, which is the best case, worst case, or most realistic scenario, and then they present it to the executive committee. And then again, they have, if there is any reflection or any refinement that is to be made, the finance department makes the refinements, and again, eventually all of this is presented to the board, the relevant board of directors at different levels for their approval. So again, typical components of annual budget: you have the key facts and assumptions, you have the investment plan, you have the statics, which I mentioned, which is something normally is missing. I think separate focus needs to be established, and that's why I have highlighted this, which is the budget for initiatives to run your strategy. And I think that elevates the importance of strategy, especially when it's captured in at a budget level. You have the key performance indicators, then followed by the standard financial statements and any other regulatory. So some of the challenges, what are the expectations from the organization? So people, in my experience, I've come across, especially when there is established OSM, the leadership expects, you have like this wand that you just, run around like Harry Potter, and you do a magic spell, and voila, you have the strategy, you have the business plan, and your annual budget all within 3 to 4 weeks. I'm not sure how realistic that is, but the reality is we are a music conductor who is trying to organize this orchestra where each department is doing something different in their own world, and you're trying to make sense out of all that is happening around here, and they're all playing their own music. Does not mean they're wrong. Does not mean they are, they have different agendas, but it's just that they are not aligned. They don't see the bigger picture. They might not necessarily see the bigger picture because they're fighting on a day-to-day basis with their firefighting. They're catching up on operations. So it's important as strategists to, collaborate, make this platform where they collaborate with each other. And I think annual business planning process, once established as a standalone process, gives that importance to it, elevates that the need for organizations to make this let's say a very well planned and organized orchestra, rather than everybody doing, playing their own music. Some of the key challenges, as I highlighted, are, as very simple and basic it may sound, but the clarity of the corporate itself and the vision. There is always, and more often than not, the corporate office is sitting at 40,000 feet altitude, expecting some miracles to happen on the ground, and the core business unit or the business units are fighting with something totally different. And I think that unified vision needs to be established, and this is very common across the board. And this happens even at a business unit level and at a departmental level. So the organization wants to be fully automated, IT technology driven company, and where you are struggling to basically get paper signed. So you're still working the hard paper world, and we're talking about our digitized, automated, digitalized ecosystem. Organizational maturity. The organization's maturity differs from different organizations. I was lucky enough to work in different types of organizations at different maturity levels. That kind of gave me the breadth and the wisdom to understand that you cannot put one solution that fits for all. You have to customize, you have to tweak, and you have to understand the nature of the organization and build a system around it. Strategic readiness. Again, as I mentioned earlier, you don't have systems, infrastructure, the human capital. Sometimes there is a change in leadership that changes the overall mindset of the organization. You need to ensure the information capital is there to capitalize on how to use this information to build your strategy and how to modify it, how to tweak it. One of the challenges I came across is having a single source of truth. You have different information scattered across in different areas. They might be reasonably accurate, or there is information to say at the best. How accurate is a different story altogether. So you need to ensure the organization is ready for this. Another point is people think that strategy is one time. You do the strategy, it's very exhausting, very engaging. You do it one time during the year, let's say Q2 or Q3, and say done. So now let's go to work. So actually, that's not true. Strategy is an active process that is continuously iterating, and it's a continuous process, and you need to be ready and fluid enough to adapt to the changing environment. Stakeholder engagement, very obvious. People working in silos, conflicting schedules. One of the most painful aspects of business planning process is schedules are so conflicting that it's very hard to get people on one table in one time. And people, who are strategists, I'm sure here are aware of what it takes to bring people in one table. Process compliance. Once you have the process established, let's say people come and they want to tweak, they don't agree with the process. Typical challenge. Again, defining the role as and the accountability. So very obvious thing is people think OSM is responsible and accountable for executing the strategy, which is far away from the truth. We are just facilitators, and this has to be clearly established. And we are process owners. We are not the one who ensures that there is a business plan that is delivered to the highest quality. It's the relevant. There are different departments who collaborate together to contribute in this. So we are ensuring the process is happening to a reasonable quality with a reasonable timeline, as compared to the best quality. And in all honesty, OSM will not be a subject matter expert in challenging how the interest rates of the organization in the world will impact my collections or my payables or my funds, availability of funds. So you have to rely on the subject matter experts, and they should take the accountability. The same like sales and marketing, they have the ground information. They are close to the ground. They have the pulse of the market. So you have to rely on them. So I think understanding that roles and establishing that clearly is essential. Again, managing unrealistic expectations, as I mentioned earlier. You have ambitious plans, big goals. You want to do it now, but the reality is, far away from that. Information management, already mentioned. Communication gap. I can't stress enough on this. You have to build a communication plan to ensure there is consistent communication how you overcome it, is there are practically infinite ways to improve your communication gaps. One of the key aspects that I came across in training is training and awareness. You need to train consistently, especially the custodians of the business planning process, the OSMs in the business units. You need to consistently upgrade their skills, uplift them, to ensure they are the flag bearers of your business planning process on the ground within the departments or within the business units. So you need to make sure that they are continuously upgrading their skills, upgrading their mindset to the latest practices, because otherwise, if they are challenging you, they don't understand something, then it becomes much harder to ensure this process runs seamlessly. In conclusion, again, as I said, uh, needless to say, strategy, there should be a strategy management office that ensures the alignment. And if there is an OSM already established, an dedicated alignment process should be established. A comprehensive calendar should be built that manages the overall strategy management, that looks into key elements like your strategy planning exercise, business planning exercise, annual budgeting exercise, including the board reporting timelines. For example, if you have a board, an external board that you're reporting, so you should embed all this major activities, for example, human resources planning, performance planning, individual performance planning. They should all be aligned together instead of working in isolation. Ensure your budget, the strategy budget, is integrated within the annual budgeting exercise. As I mentioned, statics should be elevated. It should be separately discussed. It should be separately managed. And one of the key aspects to ensure that this happens is to make the finance department create cost centers for statics in their ERP systems. That will showcase that this needs to be catered at a technical level rather than just at a superficial or a management reporting level. Again, cascading objectives, no brainer. You have to ensure making strategies everybody's jobs. You have to incentivize performance. You have to build those feedback mechanisms where you continuously iterate. So what you saw is earlier in those earlier slides is an outcome of 3 to 5 years of maturity that was built. And I have more details on that, but I've tried to summarize it. But the business planning process was built on a continuous feedback system that we received from the ground, and how we integrated these different functions together throughout this process. Again, clear communications. You need to establish guidelines, ensure there is consistent communication. You give them heads up what's coming ahead, so they plan accordingly. Uh, as I mentioned, strategic initiative cost should be part of the budget. Uh, with clear ownership and execution. So it's not just about having the statics, it's also about giving the ownership to the relevant departments, to the relevant initiative owner, and make them accountable for it, right? And that should be part of their departmental budget, that should be part of their business unit budget. And of course, HR alignment, you need to have the leadership and employees are accountable at a KPI level, at a task level, at a initiative level as well. And this should be embedded as part of their performance plans in the annual performance plans. At the end, to conclude, our job throughout this whole strategy management exercise or function is to make strategy execution everybody's job, and we ensure that they do it. Thank you very much. And I conclude. I hope I finished in time. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to take.
Thank you, Samir. Very insightful lecture, as usual. Very, very exhaustive. Yeah. Uh, the presentation is which is really covers the complete cycle of uh, uh, the business planning and budgeting part, which is the core topic of today. And it also covers the rest of the alignment part very nicely. Okay, so what do you advise? You see, uh, aligning budgeting business planning and strategy, it is almost always has an issue because the finance people take care of the budgeting part. Okay.
Yes.
So how do you do that? Like, what is the role of Office of Strategy Management and then finance? How they work together to address this issue in your experience?
Sure, sure. Thank you very much. And I think you mentioned the pain area. It's one of the biggest challenges we as OSM come across. Uh, one of the easiest way to overcome this is to work with the finance department on a consistent basis and on a regular basis, not just for planning purposes but also for reporting purposes. So we are a close partner with finance department, with HR department, to ensure our strategy is reflected in the financial terms as well as the individual terms in terms of individual performances. So how we do this is we start working with finance department much ahead before we launch the planning exercise. So we start them on one-to-one basis that, guys, we are working on business planning exercise that we are planning to launch on Q3. Please give us what's your templates, how you want to go about it. So we are the process owners, we are driving the process, and finance is working with us at different stages where they take over, or where they take over the exercise at the annual budgeting exercise, where we take a backseat. We just ensure that they are taking care of the statics or the strategy related aspects into their annual budgeting exercise. So we work Q3 and Q4, we are basically sitting in each other's office on a day-to-day basis. It's as simple as this. Probably on weekends as well. So one of that is you have to make friends with finance, eat together, work together. There is no other way. And typically finance don't want new additional cost to be captured. They are very conservative in the way approach, very numerical. So if you come and tell them about vision, they'll say you lost them already. So you have to make it easy for them to digest and consume, and make it as easy for them. So that's why I think I cannot stress enough on the importance of templates, standardized templates that we work with. That makes it easy for them, because consolidation, I worked with organizations where we had 30 different business units, consolidating at a different level, all through Excel sheets. So it's a nightmare to say the least for finance department. So our job is to make it easy for them. So we prepare the meal as much as we can, so it's easy for them to consume. So it can go down to capturing the cost center levels, and we as strategists, we can put that as part of our planning exercise and say, this is where finance comes in, and this is how we take it. So it's easy for them to put it into their ERP systems. I hope I've answered your question.
Yeah, perfect. Any final thoughts? We are on schedule. We are running like 5 minutes late. Yeah. Any final thoughts, Samir?
I think I've covered most of it. And in a nutshell, as I mentioned, I think we need to, as strategists, this is a continuous process, and we need to ensure alignment is a process that is established within the OSM. We have to make it a dedicated process, and you have to work collaboratively with the special functions, or the key functions, which is IT, HR, and finance, to ensure this happens. Otherwise, I don't see this in my limited, humble experience. This is just a theoretical exercise. It's never going to happen. So you have to work with these core functions.
Thank you, Samir. Thank you very much for a wonderful lecture and very insightful. Thank you, as usual. Okay, so have a good time.
I just want to, since Mr. Mihai is here, Mr. Mihai, I don't know if you got a chance to see my presentation in the beginning.
I did, yeah.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to give humble appreciation and thank you to you for opening our mindset and for taking this strategy management flag to the next level. I really appreciate what you do, and it means a lot to me. I'm learning every day as you continue to open our mindset. So I really appreciate. I look forward to all that you do in this world, and I'm really excited for this next session.
Thank you very much, Samir. Well, I've learned a lot from the interaction with the people that we work together in the courses and other opportunities, and I'm learning as well. So don't imagine that those ideas come from heaven into my head.
So
Thank you.
fantastic. So
Thank
thank you
you.
so much.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. It's a work day for me, so I need to get back to work. So
Please.
thank you again. Thank you, everybody. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me.
We
I'm
will
available
offline,
Thank you.
and then we can
Have a
connect.
great day,
Thank
guys.
you, Samir.
Thank you, everybody.
So let us welcome Mihai Ainescu, most awaited speaker. So thank you, sir, again joining. Mihai don't need any introduction, but however, I'll do it. Today, we talk about the adaptive role of strategy execution as we know it, okay, from Mihai. Mihai spent, I think, more than 16 years, I know, from 2008 onwards, on understanding and refining strategy full cycle processes. Finally, we reached a stage where we have a strategy cycle, which is, I think, functioning now, which is very, very interesting framework as a compilation of all, including the best practices, and then closing some gaps in the current management practices. Okay, so welcome, Mr. Mihai. Just to give you a few words about Mihai is, so Mihai is a thorough practitioner, technician, and also expert in strategy management. He synthesized an integral framework connecting key concepts, theories, and methodologies of strategy management. His approach encapsulates strategy thinking essence while providing practical insights. So, welcome, Mihai. Over to you, sir, please.
Thank you very much. I'd like to connect with Samir's presentation. He obviously it's some sort of glorious example of how when you apply the Kaplan and Norton balanced scorecard framework into practice, you get some excellent results, but also an excellent platform for learning. And what he explained from his experience in working within the Office of Strategy Management and working with finance, it's really very valuable, because that's a proof of practice, and that kills very easily all sorts of fantasy frameworks that try to replace the Kaplan and Norton execution premium process. Okay, so maybe to complement his presentation, I just want to highlight one additional point. He spoke mostly about the strategy execution cycle. So we have a strategy and we need to implement it, and we have a number of consecutive annual strategy plans, and we integrate them with budgeting and with operational planning, and we execute a share of the strategy each year. As we take a share of the strategic gaps that the strategy told us that we must close in order to fully implement it, and we close those gaps in that year, in that annual cycle. But before we even start thinking about the first implementation cycle of the strategy, you might remember from something that was previously discussed. It's about validating the strategy before starting to implement it. And validating it actually means at least two things. And one of them is the feasibility of implementing the strategy. So will we be able to implement this strategy? It may be a fantastic strategy, and an extraordinary one, promising exceptional results. But are we going to be able to implement it? It requires us to close some gaps in infrastructure, in processes, in relationships, in competencies, and there are lots of other things that we have a limited time frame to implement the strategy. So one of the elements there is related to being able to finance the strategic initiatives that we anticipate to be required to close those gaps, at least the most important ones. So that's another moment when we invite the finance department into this, not into the strategic planning part, but into the strategy formulation cycle, or even reformulation, as we might do every year, and asks their support in allowing us to see if from the financial point of view, will we be able in each of the following execution cycles, annual execution cycles, will we be able to finance the initiatives that will allow us to close the gaps that we allocate for each of those annual cycles. And their feedback, it's extremely important, because if they say, I'm sorry, in year 3, we won't be able to finance all those things. We don't foresee any possibility to get the finance to do that. That's too ambitious. So try to scale down, go back through strategy formulation, and maybe create a more feasible one. Or maybe reshuffle some of the initiatives or gaps closing from year 3 to year 4 or to year 2 in order to make strategy feasible as we can anticipate before we start any planning, that we can anticipate at the end of our strategy formulation cycle. So that's important. And then, of course, we can involve the finance department also in the second validation gateway, which is the viability of the business models that will require to support our value propositions that result from implementing the strategy and being able to launch into the marketplace new value propositions that are substantiating our strategic choices. And of course, each of them is using a specific business model, and that business model needs to make money, to be profitable, at least to be able to close the financial balance as we launch the new value proposition and maybe a new or a modified business model. So finance, again, it's required there, not into the strategy execution part, not into the implementation of the strategy, when we need to integrate StratEx with the budgeting, and we need to anticipate the changes produced by executing the strategic plan to the finance people and also to other departments for their operational planning reasons. We also need to involve them early into the strategy formulation cycle, because they are the voice of reality. Will we be able to implement this strategy? Once we implement it, the outcome of implementing the strategy in terms of sustainable business models will that happen? So that's an important contribution also, including for the finance department and for budgeting, because finance always has some sort of long-term planning. There are a lot of people which actually don't do financial planning or budgeting only for 1 year. They tend to perform more and more often some multi-annual planning in terms of financial function. Okay, so that was just trying to complement Samir's presentation. Let me share the stuff that I have available for today. I hope that you can see it. Maybe Abdul, can you confirm that you can see the presentation?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, so we know that once we have formulated a strategy for a couple of years, how we need to start implementing it. And implementing it, it means a lot of things. It means communicating it, making all the employees aware of where the company is heading. Also make aware our most important partners, our most important customers, the suppliers, of what our strategy is for the next couple of years. And once we validate that it's a strategy that we can implement, and it's also the result will be viable, then we start with the first execution cycle. And we need multiple execution cycles, more specifically multiple annual execution cycles, because that's how things work in practice. We have a lot of annual planning done in any company, and it's better to synchronize the execution of the strategy by dividing the implementation of the strategy, by breaking down, for instance, the multiple strategic gaps that we need to close, and say, okay, in the year 1 we will close these gaps, in the year 2 we close these gaps, and if some of those gaps are leading us to the critical mass of capabilities required to support a value proposition, one of many value propositions that are substantiating our strategic choices to be able to surmount the paramount challenges that we have identified which requires us to create a new strategy, then of course then we will be able to start planning the first part, the first cycle. Okay, so that's the strategic execution cycle, and we're going to talk about one particular aspect of strategy execution. Let me see, what does it require me to go to the next slide? Okay, so here it is. So strategic execution is something that is required to implement a strategy. If people are denying the concept of strategy execution, they're actually clueless about what does it require to implement the strategy. Implementing it is turning from whatever we have on any whiteboard, on any documents that we have created and turning it into something that happens in reality. We need projects that are going to create new capabilities, install new systems, define new processes, bring in people with required competencies that we never did require before, and a variety of other things. We need to create relationships, start a new sales channel, maybe a variety of things that we need to do practically, and typically we do that with projects that we call strategic initiatives. Okay, so that's how we implement the strategy. We focus on the gaps, that if we could close them by tomorrow morning, we would have our strategy fully implemented by tomorrow morning, and we would just start harvesting the benefits of our strategy. And the benefits, of course, are mostly to the capability to surmount the paramount challenges that we have identified in the future of our organization. So the execution cycle, it has been very clearly designed by Kaplan and Norton to follow the Deming cycle, the plan, do, check, act cycle. So we do this strategic planning, and then we run the initiatives, we perform the initiatives that are part of the plan after we have aligned them and after we have performed the operational planning and budgeting integration, and we do that. And as we start launching the sequence of strategic initiatives, we will have to check the results, and we have the scorecards typically for performance and risk, and then something happens. The scorecards are turning, some of the objectives are green, some are yellow, some are red, and we ask, why did that happen? So that happened because somewhere along the strategy formulation cycle or along the strategic planning process, we have employed some invalid hypotheses. Now, there is no other way to employ hypotheses, because we're doing something related to the future. Strategy is about the future, the strategic plan is about the future. So there is no other way but to employ some hypotheses about how things will happen, about some causalities that we expect to see in reality. So that's what the check stage is. It's actually looking at our results of the output. The output, it comes the immediate deliverables of a project, to make it simple. And then the outcomes, it's what happens after we have got we have got some outputs from our projects, which is the final effects that we're trying to obtain by closing those gaps and seeing what happens in our organization, in the marketplace, as we launch or improve our value propositions and so on. So that's the check act, and the act is actually the part that allows us to say, okay, so we've got some invalid hypotheses. Some of our hypotheses are always invalid, but we do not know which ones. So therefore, we'll find out as we implement our strategy, as we perform our strategic initiatives. We look at the scorecards, at the output and outcomes, and say, okay, that was not what we expected in some cases. So where did we go wrong? So we need to go back and look at the initiative, at the hypothesis that we have employed, and try to understand what kind of correction should we apply. Now, there are two things that we do as part of this, let's say, feedback part after we have done the strategic planning, the alignment, the operational integration, and then we execute the strategic plan. And of course, we do that at the departmental level, at individual levels. That's where the strategy is executed. So that's what we do. We do some corrective actions typically upon the strategic initiatives, because the scope of the projects might not have been well defined, or the timing or the resources allocated, and we are doing some sort of corrective actions typical for project management. But then we also, even if the strategic initiatives went well, okay, so still the results, the outcomes are not the right ones, or even the outputs that anticipates the outcomes. And at that time, we need to say, okay, something was wrong, not in strategic planning, not in designing these projects, the strategic initiatives, but before that, in defining the gaps that we need to close, in defining the required capabilities to support the activity systems that we have created for the value propositions that are substantiating our strategic choices that we have made, and therefore we need to go back and replace those invalid hypotheses with the right ones, and obviously modify at some extent the strategies that we have formulated. So do some sort of partial reformulation of the strategy, and as a consequence, we will do a partial replanning, changing at some extent the strategic plan for this year, and we'll do the same. Obviously, we'll have an updated strategic plan next year and the following ones. Okay, so that's the story about strategy execution, the cycles that we use for strategy execution, and what the revise part of the cycle means, with its corrections and adaptation. Okay, now we've learned all that from the Kaplan and Norton, and I think that Samir was a great example of an organization who uses the Kaplan and Norton balanced scorecard framework, which is also called the execution premium process. And I know that there are many people who are trying to make a better mouse wheel and reinvent stuff and say, well, we have the same balanced scorecard, but with different stages or with different ideas. Well, I'm sorry, but the proof of reality tells us that the only trustworthy framework for balanced scorecards is the Kaplan and Norton one. And there are more than 10,000 projects that have been either implemented by Palladium or evaluated as part of the assessment for the not just for the Hall of Fame, but also as part of the assessment. I mean, the Hall of Fame, typically one company was selected out of typically 10 assessments that were performed upon others. And it didn't mean that the other 9 were not good implementation of the Kaplan and Norton balanced scorecard framework. They simply needed to select the best ones, and the best ones got into the Hall of Fame. So there are many implementations that show us that the framework that has been created and experimented and improved continuously over almost 30 years by Palladium. Of course, Palladium doesn't focus anymore on a balanced scorecard implementation, but the wells of knowledge and of know-how and the body of knowledge that resulted from thousands and thousands of implementations are continuing to inspire us and tell us what is good and wrong, and which are the best practices for actually executing the strategy, for implementing the strategy. Okay, so however, we needed to advance because at least for the past 5 years or so, further development on the execution premium process hasn't been performed anymore. So we needed to move further. And one of the things that challenged me was how to use the Kaplan and Norton execution premium process in a way that it's more detailed on the strategy formulation side. So we had this stage 1 in execution premium process, which is develops the strategy. But what I needed from the practical implementations that I've been part of was to have a more clear process for how do we formulate strategy. So you see that on the right side in the what I call the strategy clockwork, which is a full cycle of the strategy at a similar consistent level of detail. We have the stages 2 to 6 in the execution in the strategy execution cycle, the one on the right. But also we have actually blown up the stage 1, which was only one stage, into a full cycle of strategy formulation, giving more details about how do we do that. And there are a lot of frameworks, a lot of concepts and theories which are actually embedded into the stages 1 to 5 that you see on the strategy clockwork. A variety of things you need to actually go through hundreds of books and try to distill and refine the concepts that are actually connecting very well logically one to another, and get a logical and clear cycle of going from strategic analysis to strategic choices, activity systems, capabilities, strategic gaps, viability, and then to actually do the implementation of the strategy. So this is probably an evolution towards a more consistently detailed view of the same cycle that was actually created and implemented so many times using the execution premium process. Okay, and of course we also have the strategy experimentation, because it's something that it's enriching our capability to take good decisions and to improve the ratio between valid and invalid hypotheses that we use as part of strategy formulation. Okay, so what do we mean by strategy execution? Let me go back again and just go to the basics. I know that many of you are very familiar with this, but I just wanted to clarify again which are the steps. So the first step that we have, it's actually the next slide. The first step, it's actually the strategic planning part. And you see, we have here as zooming into the strategy clock around the strategy execution cycle, we have the stage number 6 coming after the validating of the strategy, which actually puts us into the strategic planning mode. And we obviously need to look at performance in terms of defining objectives and measures that are measuring our outcome and desired outcomes and outputs from performing the strategic initiatives associated with the strategic objectives. And the strategic objectives are actually built by aggregating strategic gaps that are allocated for this year to be closed. So that's a very easy and simple way to define the strategic objectives. And we also have the risk dimension. This risk dimension is related to the risk events associated with the objectives that we have defined, and how can we mitigate and how can we measure the exposure to those risk events, the likelihood and the impact or the consequence of those events, and obviously have risk mitigating initiatives designed for that. And we have something similar for the resilience, and that is related to our capability to pivot in case something happens unforeseen, happens during the strategy execution cycle, during the implementation of this part of the strategy. And then we have the alignment, the vertical and horizontal and individual alignment and external alignment. We have strategy communication for all the people who are not part of the strategic jobs families. They need to be fully aware of the strategy and how the execution progresses, and what are the results, and what new value propositions are launched as part of executing the strategy this year, and so on. So strategy communication it's terribly important for all the people who are not involved in a way or another into the strategic initiatives that are performed for implementing this part of the strategy. And then, of course, we have the operational integration with the budget and the operational plans, sales, production, and other functions inside the organization. And of course, also with the continuous improvement, because we hand over some of the closing of the gaps which are related to for instance, improving the maturity level of some of our capabilities or processes. We are handing that over to the continuous improvement on an annual basis, and they take care of closing those gaps, which are actually some gaps of improving what we have, not of creating something new in terms of capabilities. Okay, and then we go into okay, so we planned, we aligned, we integrated with operations, and now we need to start performing our initiatives. We launch the initiatives, the ones that are scheduled to be launched first, and then after them there are some others that are launched afterwards, and so on. And as we do this, we collect the results. We look at outputs from the initiatives, at outcomes that we measure after the what is called the realization of the initiatives. It's getting the fruits, the benefits of actually changing something, a capability, a process, a relationship, and a level of competency. And as we do that, we look at the results, and some of the results are not the ones that we've expected. And the reason is that we have employed a number of hypotheses, sometimes inside the strategy formulation cycle, sometimes inside the strategic planning cycle. I mean, maybe some of the initiatives haven't been adequately defined in order to address the need of achieving the objectives, which in other words means closing the gaps that we have used to aggregate inside each strategic objective. And there might be others related even to alignment, some hypotheses that we use, for instance, who's contributing to achieving an objective, which departments, and then even going to individual people. Have we selected the right people to participate as in the project teams of certain strategic initiatives? And if something went wrong there, we assume that it will be fine, but it turned out that hypothesis was or assumption was invalid. So that's what we do in the first place. We look at the red statuses of our objectives and KPIs and say, okay, where does this come from? And first and foremost, we look at the initiatives, because that's a common source of malfunction. Something went wrong with those projects. Many things. The people who are familiar with project management can tell you a lot about what can go wrong with the project. And first of all, we try to correct that. That's corrective action, so typically applied upon the strategic initiatives. So that's a review process. Every month we look at the results and say, okay, what kind of corrections do we need to produce and to apply, and then we typically hand over to the PMO, to the project management office, if we have something like this. And obviously they are coordinating the strategic initiatives as they might do with other operational level planning. Some plans that are not strategic initiatives. And okay, we expect next month or in the next couple of months to see, say, some improved outcomes from the corrected initiative. Sometimes it's working on ongoing projects, applying corrections to them. Sometimes if the project is finished and there is nothing more to correct about it, we just need to produce a new project that will add what was missing from the previous project, or changing something that some of the deliverables that were produced from that strategic initiatives, and so on. So this is our corrective actions that we need to take, and we typically take such decisions on a monthly basis. But there are situations where we can't identify anything wrong with the strategic initiatives. So what do we do? Well, at that time we try to look even further. Further means into the strategy formulation, and said, okay, something was wrong. Maybe those capabilities were not the right ones, or the strategic gaps haven't been adequately defined, or the activity system for the value propositions that we're preparing to launch haven't been the right ones. Maybe we missed something about what would make our customers be interested in our products or services that are part of that value proposition. So, or even the strategic choices haven't been rightly identified in order to allow us to surmount the paramount challenges that we needed to for which we needed our strategy and to implement our strategy. And at that time, we moved to the stage about strategy adaptation. We don't do that on a monthly basis because we don't want to rush in changing our strategy very quickly unless there is something very obvious that was wrong. And typically we build the case for changing the strategy for 1 or 2 months, and typically on a quarterly basis, unless there is an emergency, as I said, something very obvious about the strategy being not entirely correct. Then we perform the adaptation of the strategy right away. And typically we have the, as you might remember, the early warning systems that actually monitors external parameters that were used as a hypothesis as part of our strategy formulation. And when that alarm is triggered, of course, we go and say, okay, something was wrong. We assume something that was part of our strategy. That assumption turned out to be wrong. And we need to change that part of the strategy. And of course, we do that. We update our strategy. As a consequence, we might update the strategic plan as well. And because it propagates to any changes of the strategy propagate to the execution cycle. And that's what we do. Okay, so this is something that we need to understand, that we have two functions, extremely important functions of executing the strategic plans, the aligned, integrated strategic plan. So two functions of overall of strategy execution. So it's being able to apply corrective actions and continuously move towards something that is confirmed by the reality, because even when we do the strategic planning, we assume that reality will turn out in a certain way. And the corrective actions are because some of our assumptions, some of those hypotheses were not in line with the reality. And actually, the corrective actions are bringing our strategy execution, our strategic plan execution, closer to in line with the reality. And then strategy adaptation does even more, because even our strategy might not be entirely in line with the reality. As a matter of fact, let me tell you this. Every time when we formulate a strategy and every time when we build a strategic plan, we are partially wrong. So from the very beginning, we need to understand that our strategy will never, when we formulate it, will never be correct. Part of it will be wrong because it's impossible to have all the hypotheses that we have employed as part of strategy formulation to be correct, because we would be, just having a magic crystal ball that will tell us how the future will unfold. And of course we don't. So therefore, part of the strategy we know from the very beginning is wrong. Part of it. Because that's relied on some hypotheses that we assume that they are valid. Reality will tell us they are invalid. So we need always to have this adaptation functions as part of our strategy cycle. If we don't have that, it's like driving blindly on a highway full of cars, and of course we'll hit something when we do that. That's what needs to happen, and the same happens with the strategic plan. Part of our strategic plan, aligned and integrated with budget and operations, is always partially wrong. Partially, which means that some of the hypotheses that we employed when we define the objectives and the initiatives and the system of measures and the weights, because we typically used to calculate statuses and so on, the ways that we've aligned it and who contributes to what and how horizontal alignment was performed. All of that was based on hypotheses, because that is about the future. We do something, we do some plan, and even alignment is about the future. Even the integration with the budget and operational planning is about the future. And we can't do that unless we use hypotheses, and some of them are always wrong. Some of them will always turn out to be invalid. We simply do not know which ones, because they are about the future. So that's what corrective actions are so much required, to be able to correct all the hypotheses that were not wrong. In reality, the scorecards, we use the term performance a lot, but in reality, the scorecards, you might remember the three types of reasons why you use measurement in relation to operations or strategy. And in our case, for strategy execution, we use measures first and foremost to validate the hypothesis that we have employed when we have designed the strategic plan, aligned and operationally integrated it, or hypothesis that we use when we have formulated the strategy. So that's important, and we need to understand that these two functions for corrective improvement of the strategic plan, or bringing the strategic plan to the reality of the marketplace, where we see outcomes from our strategic initiatives. It's very important, and also very important is to adapt our strategy, because we know that our strategy is always partially wrong. So we need to bring it to become a correct strategy. In the end, after we have finished implementing and done a lot of adaptation, we'll have the implemented strategy, which will not be the same as the one that we started with, the intended strategy. Okay, so just to summarize the stages for anyone who has any doubts about this. So first of all, we do strategic planning. We group some of the strategic gaps that we have to close into strategic objectives. If you remember, we break down all the portfolio of gaps to close into annual cycles, and we take the next annual cycle, the gaps allocated to be closed in that cycle, and group them into strategic objectives. We identify the strategic initiatives required to achieve those objectives, and therefore to close the strategic initiatives. And we have the measurement systems that allows us to identify invalid hypotheses as we execute the strategic plan. And that's it. We have, of course, the risk part and even the resilience part if we are advanced enough into implementing into managing strategy execution, typically after a couple of years of experience with the Kaplan and Norton execution premium process. Okay, so then we need to go to alignment. Nothing happens if we don't do alignment. Our strategic plan will remain completely or partially unperformed, but most probably completely unperformed, because strategy execution is performed at individual level, and alignment, surprising for many, is not about the departments and functions, what their objectives are and what their strategy maps and scorecards are. It's actually a stepping stone towards bringing strategy to individual level, because that's where the strategy gets executed, because those people are going to be part of the project teams of the strategic initiatives. If they don't understand what needs to be done, and understand very well the strategy, and what strategic gaps are we targeting to close, and what are we measuring in terms to figure out if something went wrong. If they don't understand that at individual level, as part of those who are performing those strategic initiatives, or as part of those, let's say, secondary strategic job families, or reactive ones who are contributing, even if they are not part of the project plans, but they are contributing to getting the outcomes from the strategic initiatives. If they don't understand and they are not being able to measure their contribution to those projects and how those projects went, because they contributed in a way or another to implementing those changes or to supporting the changes that have been implemented, that's, strategy won't be executed if we don't do that. So that's what's important to do. And of course, we can't get from company level to individual level. We need to go through the intermediary teams and departments and functions. We need to also understand how the horizontal alignment, because we have internal customers and internal suppliers everywhere in any organization. They are not independent, as the functions are not independent of each other. And if someone changes some processes, for instance, or things that they do, their internal customers, their internal suppliers need to do the same thing, and that's horizontal alignment. It's very important. And if we miss that, again, it will be a lot of malfunctions into executing the strategic plan. So alignment, it's extremely important, and it goes also together with strategy communication, because not all the people are directly involved in strategic initiatives. They are not part of what Kaplan and Norton mentioned as being the strategic job families. So that's why we need to communicate very well to others. We need an entire communication plan to reach everybody and decide what kind of content are we delivering to whom, we're using which channel. It's an entire story about how to perform strategy communication. And I think that if you look at the execution premium process, you'll understand very well, because Kaplan and Norton have been very instrumental in describing how strategy communication needs to be done in an organization in parallel with executing the strategy using balanced scorecards and their framework. Okay, so that's the alignment part. But then guess what? A lot of things are happening on the operational level. On the operational level, we do some sales planning and marketing planning and production planning and even research and development and logistics needs to plan how they are going to perform their function, and the sales channels, maybe stores or partners or a variety of things needs to have some planning about how they are going to do their work for the next year. And of course, above everything is the financial planning, which is budgeting. So now these things, first of all, imagine that we have no strategy. Okay, we have no strategy, we're making no changes, the same revenues, the same costs, the same channels, the same processes. So everybody is doing some planning, some sort of copying and pasting from last year and creating some plans or budget for next year, but let's increase by 5%. And that's how it would happen if nothing would change. But that's unrealistic. Something changes outside of our organization, even if we have a strategy or not. And even more, if we have a strategy, we will perform some changes. We're going to launch some new value proposition with products and services, use some new channels, have other revenue streams, have a different set of costs, including the cost of financing the strategic initiatives, but also another cost structure, because we might have some other let's say function or channels that we never had before, and they come with their cost. And obviously everybody needs to take into consideration what the strategic plan tells us that is going to change next year. So obviously they need to synchronize their operational plans and the budget with what the strategic plan tells them that is going to be different next year. For budget, for instance, what's the revenue how the revenue stream will change, and how the cost structure will change, and they need to take that into consideration. Okay, so that's what operational integration is needed. And of course, as I've mentioned, some of the operational activity include also the continuous improvement. We have a program for continuous improvement, Lean Six Sigma or something else, and normally they have a life of their own. But because we have a strategy, and strategy requires us to close some gaps which are not about things that we don't have. It's not about capabilities that we don't have. It's not about processes that we never did before. It's not about competencies which we never had. It's about changing them, adapting, reconfiguring them, bringing them to a different level. And that's the typical bread and butter for the continuous improvement program. So we hand over that part of the strategic gaps which are not about new things, and say, okay, we need to improve this process and that process and that level of competency and so on. So they are going to plug into their operational, into their continuous improvement program, a prioritization about what there needs to be targeted next year, and to what level of achievement do we need to bring that improvement. So that's operational integration. That's mandatory to be performed. And if you look at any so-called frameworks about balanced scorecard other than Kaplan and Norton, you won't find operational integration. Even alignment is wrongly placed in many of them. Okay, so that's the right sequence. Do the strategic planning at organizational level, perform the alignment, bring the strategic plan to the individual level, going through vertical and horizontal alignment, even external alignment with the critical customers and critical suppliers and so on. So we need to be in sync with them as well, and then performs the operational integration to understand there will be a smooth evolution of next year's things that happening inside the company, and the plans are adapted to what it's expected to be achieved. And of course, if we want to achieve some of those things that are considered as part of the strategic plan, we will adapt the plan or apply the corrections and immediately inform the budget or the operational planning. Has there been some changes to the initial changes that we anticipated that we're going to perform next year? Okay, so that's operational integration, and then of course it's a correction. We will have cases where the results will be negative on the scorecards, on the performance, on risk, or even on resilience, if we reach that level of integrating resilience together with performance and risk, strategic performance and the strategic risk. And correcting means actually identifying why is this objective red? Why have we reached these KPIs are telling us that the output or the outcomes from those initiatives are not the right ones? And we need to go back and say, okay, something was wrong with that project. Maybe the scope was wrong. Maybe the people involved there were not the right competencies. Maybe the sponsorship didn't work. Maybe the escalation of some issues didn't function. So what did go wrong? And we need to apply some corrections. And again, if we employ the capabilities of the project management office, those people will be able to spot very well the malfunctions in the projects which are strategic initiatives, and in working together with them, we will be able to apply the corrections and get closer in the next months or so into improving the outcomes that our strategic plan assumes that we're going to achieve. So again, related to closing some of the gaps that have been mandated to be closed by the strategy during this year. Okay, so that's the correction part, and then it's finally the adaptation part, because in case we applied the necessary corrections, the strategic initiatives seem to be fine. We could spot nothing wrong about our projects. So why our projects didn't deliver the outcomes that we wanted? Maybe we didn't close the right gaps. Maybe the capabilities were not the right combination. Maybe even the sequencing and the allocation to this year of closing some gaps were not correct one. We were supposed to correctly close them next year, and for whatever reason we assumed that they can be closed this year, and that turned out to be an invalid assumptions or hypothesis. So we need to go back into where we did that in strategy formulation, change that part of the strategy, propagate it to the strategic plan, and of course the changes are going to be present in the next annual strategic plans, and we perform this adaptation. Is mandatory. Imagine that something changes in the competitive environment. There are some new competitors showing up in our market with some substitute solutions or something that actually disturbs significantly the market, and we assume that won't happen. Well, that was a wrong hypothesis. Now, reality tells us that we should have considered that, and in considering that, we could have actually identified another type of threats or even maybe some opportunities in the next couple of years. And our strategy was supposed to focus on a different set, not entirely different, but partially different set of paramount challenges. And as a consequence of that, some of our strategic choices should have been different. And then as a consequence of that, the value propositions that substantiated our strategic choices should have been different, one or more of them. And then, of course, the capabilities required wouldn't be the same. Some of them would be something that we never thought of. And as a consequence, some strategic gaps will result. And to close them, we will need to change the current strategic plan, the alignment, the operation integration, and so on. And as we execute the strategic initiatives, maybe some new strategic initiatives, and of course the propagation of those changes will happen in the next execution cycles as well. So that's adaptation. That's an important function of strategy execution. Without it, it's virtually impossible to get a good strategy or some good outcome from implementing the strategy. Because again, as we implemented, the strategy must change, must be adapted, because reality never corresponds to our initial ideas. Some of our hypotheses are always wrong, some of them. So therefore, we need to spot which ones adapts the strategy accordingly, and continue with a strategy that is for the moment synchronized with the reality, but that might need to be further adapted as we go to maybe to the next year or to later during the current execution cycle. So that's an important function of strategy execution, to adapt, allow us to adapt the strategy. And that's now the full cycle. If you watch the presentation that I had yesterday as part of the summit, that was focused on strategy formulation. Now we have the full cycle of strategy formulation, strategy execution, with all the stages required to start from strategic analysis, using the constraints provided by scenario planning, make a selection of the strategic choices using a library of choices, and then look into how do we translate those choices, which are just ideas on a whiteboard, into the reality of the value propositions, with obviously products and services targeting specific customer needs. And then to understand that in order for that to happen, we might need some capabilities, some of them that we never had before. And we need to identify which are the gaps. Some of gaps are about things that we never had before, we never did before, something like that, and they're full strategic gaps. Some others are things that needs to be reconfigured from what we have. Some processes needs to be changed at some extent, and maybe some competencies needs to be increased to a higher level. And things like this, it's altogether are a set of strategic gaps that as we close those strategic gaps or implementing the strategy, we're able to have the critical mass of capabilities to launch new value proposition into the marketplace, and then be able to confront and surmount the paramount challenges where we started from in designing our strategy. Paramount challenges related to the market, to the customers, to competition, to changing of the regulatory environment, to a variety of things. So we identified paramount challenges, and we created a strategy to be able to surmount them. And then, of course, we execute the strategy, grouping the strategic gaps into objectives and associated initiatives, and all the things that I've described earlier today. And of course, don't forget that we need to perform the feasibility and viability validation before we even consider starting to implement our strategy. It's a sanity check. It's to the best of our capabilities, using everybody in the organization who can provide us information. I've given the example at the beginning of the budget of the finance people who need to be involved into assessing the feasibility. Will we be, from the financial point of view, our resources constraints along the couple of years as we implement the strategy, and they need to give their feedback. Will we be able to mobilize the financial resources required in each of those years to perform the strategic initiatives? And then as we do that, what about the balance of revenue and cost for the value propositions and associated business models that we're going to launch along these years as we implement our strategy? Okay, so that's the full story. And I think that I'm 3 minutes past the time allocated. I would just use the opportunity to.
So you can take a few more minutes, Mihai, no problem.
Yeah, of course I won't miss the opportunity to advertise the explaining strategy course. But I'm sorry, there is no other way to dig deeper into these things unless we discuss this on some case studies with practical things in front of us, with tables and matrices and correlations and debates about one thing or another, and experiment in practice, a way of thinking, which of course it's clarified during the sessions, which are, let's say, theory sessions, and then practice sessions, which allow us to see how this works and dig deeper to the level where we wanted, and have a full interaction, live interaction, to be able to clarify things further. But some of the things we can clarify today. So I'm looking forward to any questions that you might have. And again, some of them might be online. And then if you remember something that you wanted to ask later on, you can always reach me using LinkedIn and deal with those questions offline. So how did you like the the topic today.
It's a fantastic topic. There is no question about it. Mihai. Yeah. So, yeah, I think everybody is listening. So please ask questions because it's so heavy. Okay, so they need to take it.
I'll use the opportunity to ask your indulgence for my digital transformation that I wanted to experiment on my own person.
I think that's
so I said, what the
fantastic.
heck is
Actually,
digital transformation? So let's.
it's a big change, and I think it's quite appropriate at this point of time.
Well, if let me tell you, if the digital transformation of myself won't last too long, I'll get back to my previous look. So
yeah, maybe the most important thing is you need to feel comfortable about it with it. That's,
I'm trying to.
Yeah. Once you feel comfortable, I think it's fantastic. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity of again presenting these thoughts and these ideas, which took me years after years and lots of things to read and try and practice and confront people who are looking at me and said, "What the heck is this guy telling us? We don't understand the thing." So he should figure out better what he's trying us to make us do during this workshop. And little by little, I learned what works and what doesn't, and that's the outcome. Sharing it with you.
Yeah, I think it's not about the concept. It's about to make it a little simpler. That's the challenge. Okay, there is no debate about the validity of the concept. There is no question about it. Only thing is how to make a little simpler to consume for everybody. That's something which is required. I think you have quite good alumni now.
Oh yeah. I think there were 112 last year.
Yeah, so that's a quite that's a quite decent alumni. So that helps to make it easy for everybody to communicate, because I use it heavily. In fact, some part of the strategy formulation, especially the cognitive model and the penta model part and strategy formulation, all those things, we are already just trying to embed it somehow. Okay.
Lokesh, you are putting some salt on some open wound. I'm struggling with the editor to reach a final version there. I had to split into two books. One of is the strategy clockwork and the other one is the penta model. I just wish probably it will be the last thing when before the meteorite strikes Earth, and I'll be able to publish the books by then. So yeah,
I think that help everybody to crystallize the thought process.
I agree. It will happen. So be patient. It will happen. We'll have the books.
Yeah. One question is, since we talk about technology, the Gen AI and LLMs, okay. So how does that can be used by the organizations now for strategy formulations and all? Okay. Sometimes what I experience with all all discussions with the people is AI is good. There is no question about it. AI help a lot. But the thing is, it cannot replace the human brain and the business strategies kind of thing. So what is your advice? How to use the AI for the strategy formulation and execution, please?
Yeah. Well, first of all, let me tell you this. You've seen that because I'm an engineer, and engineers thinks in terms of inputs and outputs and logical rules inside between them. Then it's of course something that pushed me to think about strategy, both formulation and execution, in more algorithmic way. And as a matter of fact, Kaplan and Norton are both. David Norton was an engineer, and Kaplan and Norton is an engineer initially, and even Michael Porter was an aeronautics engineer. So engineers think in a certain way, and they have algorithms in their heads and try to put things in logical relationship. And you've seen from the full cycle of the strategies that I've presented that one of the main ideas, how can we make that logical? Because logical, it's clearer and simpler to understand, and that's, I think, is essential. Now, I'm dreaming about a moment in time when supervised by humans, a set of algorithms connected to each other are able to go through all these stages that you've seen and actually connect inputs with outputs and apply some logic and at least suggest some output from each of the stages and be able to significantly lead to some more how should I say AI assisted way of actually formulating and then strategic planning. The implementation of the strategy formulated. Of course, that's a dream. I don't know if it will ever become reality. But certainly AI helps. For the last two projects where I've used some implementation with some teams in there are small to medium companies, and it was a micro consulting. I was rather facilitating the implementation. For the strategic analysis, we always start in both cases. We used the ChatGPT to suggest driving forces and what might happen, and even scenario planning. We used it a little bit, and it works. It's a tool for the moment that can complement. For instance, we did the strategic analysis ourselves, and then we said, okay, let's see what ChatGPT says about this, and we were surprised to see that approximately 20% of the final opportunities and threats that we've identified were actually done by ChatGPT, not by us. So it helped us complement what we did. We could have done it the other way around. Start with ChatGPT and say, okay, let's judge what ChatGPT suggests and let's see if something seems to be missing or something like this. So, of course, for the moment, the AI, the large language models are actually suggesting a combination of good and not so good things. So we need to filter whatever they're saying. Some of the things are still too general. There is a big dependency on the way that you're generating the prompts. And that was one way of using it. Now about strategy execution, I'm working on a project that actually produces almost better results at every iteration of the algorithm, which allows us to input the chain of hypotheses that we use through the stages that you have seen, and actually connect them in a system of relationships that allows us to teach the algorithm how to identify the most probable invalid hypothesis. Because we look at the scorecard and say, okay, which are the invalid hypotheses? Where did this come from? Where did we go wrong? And as the algorithm helps us pinpoint some of the places of intersection of multiple, because we don't have a single red objective on a scorecard. We typically have several or KPIs. And so, okay, are they intersecting anywhere along the chain of hypotheses that we have used? And that was the algorithm was able to help us take some decisions about what corrections or adaptation is required. So it's promising, and I don't know. I will be able to push this as far as I'll be able to, and then of course others will need to take it over and bring it to a more complete and more comprehensive and better solution. So. Yeah, there will be some articles about this, and that's what I did in practical terms about using AI, which is of course valuable in terms of of technical tools that we can use as part of the process.
Great. So we have used two models in our True strategy. So one is the talk to data. That means instead of asking a query or something, you write a SQL query or something, you can just type a natural language. Okay, ask for whatever performance of X compared to Y, what is the total of this overall aggregated performance or whatever. So you can just ask the data. The system will do all the NLP and other stuff and bring the data from the history, from the database. That is one we have tried and it's working. Only my problem is a little slow because it's taking the computing resource. Otherwise, we have included it. Another one is the interview chatbot. So you can just do interview for voice interview. So you can conduct it instead of writing a text, because people are very careful while writing it. So while talking, they can feel it will be easy for them. So what we did is we try to convert all this audio to text, then do some sort of sentiment analysis. So that is working actually. So, but it cannot replace the human thing. So a human part is very critical, because we are not sure at this point of time.
Yeah, undoubtedly. Okay, thank you very much again for the opportunity, and I'd encourage everyone to ask questions, and if I can help clarify some things, it will be my honor.
Please feel free. Yeah, every participants, you can write any queries, and then we are happy to coordinate with Mihai to get you connected, and then you get answered all your queries. So thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Yeah,
a pleasure.
So wonderful session. Now I think it's an action-packed session we just finished with Mihai. Very intuitive, and also so you have all the components required for strategy execution, and what are the key what is it? What is the important points you need to consider while doing the strategy execution? So it is very well explained, and also the foresight. Next, what you guys need to do, that also is very well explained. Thank you very much, Mehmet. Okay, I would like to welcome Mehmet as the next speaker. Mehmet, welcome to the summit.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can see you also. So let me give. Mehmet is talking about culture and change for successful strategy execution. Mehmet is joining from Turkey. So thank you, Mehmet, for joining us for the summit of day 3 today. Just let me give a quick round of introduction about yourself, and then you can take it from there. Mehmet is a seasoned management consultant with over 15 years of experience in team management, solution architecture, project management, and stakeholder management. Okay, so he has a proven track record in product and vendor management, technical leadership, budget planning, and testing for leadership, telecommunications, and banking companies. I think and much more. So Mehmet, over to you. Please give you can add something for your introduction, and then is to take up through your topic of the culture and change.
Sure.
Over to you.
When people ask what I do for a living, I always say I have two jobs. One is part-time, one is full-time. I'm a full-time management consultant. I'm a part-time columnist. I write research articles about the relations between culture and economy for several Latin American countries. So I'm going to make a presentation very soft. I'm going to tell very few theoretical knowledge, but
Mehmet, can you check your mic? Is it for me?
Sorry, am I breaking? I can change the connection. If you can just give me a second, I'm going.
A little bit, yeah. You can check it.
Can you hear me better now?
It's much better. Yeah.
Great. So I'm going to make a presentation really soft. I'm going to tell very few theoretical knowledge, and I'm going to tell few case stories about the effects of culture on change and on strategy execution. So I'm starting. Just let me know when you can see my presentation. Please let me know when you can see my presentation.
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah.
Great. Great. So, hello everyone. I'm the managing partner of Nuvo Consulting. Actually, we were supposed to make this presentation with my partner, but recently has suffered a big loss. He lost his mother. That's why I'm joining solo, and he would be really happy to be here as well. Anyways, I'm going to send your regards to him, and I'm starting. So I'm going to talk about Nuvo just a little bit, not that much, for a couple of minutes, what we do. Then I'm going to start my presentation. What I'm going to tell you is I'm going to give you very few theoretical knowledge about culture and culture in work environment. Then I'm going to tell you a few transformation projects of a bank, couple banks, and I'm going to give you a couple information of real cases in Turkish textile sector and the metal sector. Then I'm going to finish the presentation. So as Novo, we have two offices. We basically do two things. We help companies improve their operational excellence and corporate excellence, and we help companies to expand their operations into Latin American countries. So we have two offices, one in Istanbul and the other one is in Paraguay. It's a regional office. Our vision is really important for us, so that's why I'm going to tell you. We try to craft tailor-made solutions using a multidisciplinary approach to empower companies to expand into the world. That's a really important vision for us because we always try to achieve it. So we basically serve most of the large companies here in Turkey and some small companies as well. We are passing these. All right, let's come to the culture. So what do you think of when we say culture? I can tell you a brief definition of culture. It's the values, beliefs, and norms and we share and behaviors that define us, culture. So culture can change. Culture can be interacted between people, between societies. So these are two important aspects of culture. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about a good work environment culture. We have to, in our workplaces, we have to build an autonomous culture where people can feel themselves empowered. We have to meet a certain level of psychological and emotional well-being. We have to motivate our employees. We have to create a flexible culture. We have to keep people productive, and we have to create an environment where people can trust each other. Very easy to say, very difficult to achieve. So that's the quote I love the most. Actually, Peter Drucker says that. I never said that, but I think he said it. It's a very important quote. Culture eats strategy for breakfast because never strategy achieves its goals without the support of culture. So, however you build your strategy, you have to always keep in mind the effects of culture. It's really stronger than any strategy in the world. So very little theoretical knowledge about change projects, especially when we start change projects and especially digital transformation projects, big change projects. We always think of technologies and processes, but human culture effect is, I think, the hardest to achieve because if we can't if we can't consider this side of the change projects, we lose a lot of money, we lose a lot of time, we lose a lot of trust of people. I'm going to tell you in a few minutes. So the first case study is, by the way, these companies that coming from my former experiences, I used to work in that large bank. It's a state-owned bank. Their headquarters was in Ankara. So they wanted to change all the processes, all the infrastructure, and all the technology of the bank. They started a transformation project, and at the same time, they wanted to move the headquarters from Ankara to Istanbul. These cities are like 400 kilometers away from each other. One is Turkish capital, the other one is Turkish capital of business and commerce and finance. Anyways, what they did was they hired a lot of new employees. Please note that this bank was a state-owned bank. So most of the employees were governmental officers, and the new employees were were coming from private sector, different private sectors of Turkey. What happened is, because they didn't consider the change, they didn't consider the problems and expectations of the especially former employees. A lot of people resigned from their works because they were moving the bank to another city, and at the same time they were trying to change all the processes, all the working culture. But when they were changing a lot of things, they couldn't design a new work culture. They couldn't inform the employees enough. So it was really hectic. The project was initially planned for 3 years, the transformation project, but it took 7 years to finish the project, and they lost a lot of knowledge. They lost a lot of employees. They lost a lot of money, and eventually it succeeded, but with the cost of what? So they lost most of their former employees because their former system wasn't mature enough. They lost a lot of knowledge, corporate knowledge, with those former employees. So what should have been done was they should keep in mind that people would have expectations. So when you do not inform them, they tend to gossip. They tend to be unhappy, and they tend to resign their jobs. They tend to create a toxic work environment if you can't put anything better instead of a toxic work environment. So what they did was, it was a failure. Three-year project was finished in 7 years, and a lot of money was spent for nothing. The second one is a transformation of an Islamic bank. So I used to work in this bank as well, in the technology. So this bank is half Turkish owned, half Saudi owned bank. It's an Islamic bank. It's the largest Islamic bank here in Turkey. So after some point, they thought that the Islamic banks were in Turkey they weren't really, how can I say, their maturity of corporate excellence weren't in the same level of other conventional banks. So when they were continuing their services as an Islamic bank, they wanted to change their work culture. So they changed all the directors, all the upper management. They hired a lot of people from other companies, especially conventional banks. Well, the former employees weren't happy really, because they were expecting maybe better positions, better paid jobs. And when we were working in that bank, there were a lot of resistance between the former employees and the new employees. It was quite hostile, by the way. So that's why we weren't we weren't be able to finish projects in time. We were losing a lot of money, and eventually it is more settled now, but the company lost a lot of time, a lot of money for years, because they didn't consider building a new work culture, combining the former one and the new one. So there was a lot of losses during the time. So what we should learn from this is, first, we have to listen to the employees. We have to understand their expectations. When we are trying to start that big of a transformation projects, we should always consider building a new work culture instead of the old one. If you don't build a new culture, there is always going to be chaos. And with these two banks, there was a lot of chaos on the way. This is the quote I like a lot. Culture is a company's single most powerful advantage, because, well, if you take out the culture and the knowledge, you just have some machines, some computers, and some money in the bank. So that's not enough to build a company. Your company culture is actually your company. So I'm going to give you a couple examples about Turkish textile sector and Turkish metal sector. Um, well, maybe some of you are aware of Turkish textile sector is a leading sector in the world, and for our country as well. It's a very big sector, makes billions of dollars every year, and large Turkish textile corporations are expanding into many countries, exporting their products into more than 100 countries. It's a leading and it's a very big sector. However, recently we have noticed that we don't have any existence in Latin American countries. For example, in Brazil, in Chile, in Colombia, in Mexico, these countries are importing a lot of textile products from all around the world, but not from Turkey, because Turkish share in their imports are really, really low, like 0.3%, 0.4%. So for a very big textile sector, it's a failure for Turkish people. And another thing is their prices of imported products are really higher than Turkish average export product prices. So seems like we can't export our products to Latin American countries, and the current clients we are exporting our products for really, really, really cheap prices. So that's a failure. We try to understand why is it like that, because Turkish companies have a tendency to close deals in expos, right? So in all around the world, they attend to expos. They wait for their clients, potential clients. They do negotiations and they close the deals. But in most of Latin American countries, the businesses doesn't really work like that, because for Turkish textile and metal sectors, if you want to expand in Latin American soil, you have to visit them, not just for once, you have to visit them a lot. You have to build connections with them. You have to build certain collaboration with them. And I always say that if you are looking for a client in Latin America, you are not going to find it. But if you are looking for a partner, a business partner, you are going to find a lot of open doors. So the key to compensate the failure here is to build relationships with them, long-term relationships with them, not just to share products and money. They are also looking for us to share our knowledge, our technologies, our processes. They are actually looking for finding a business partner, not to find products. So this client culture, this business culture is really different than we have here in Turkey, or we have with European countries. For example, our exports are being made with like 60% with European countries, So if we compare our business cultures between Turkey and Europe, it's really, really different with Latin American countries because they are not just looking for products, they are looking for partners to share knowledge and share technology with. So this is another case study of Turkish textile sector.
Mohammed,
And Turkish, yeah, please.
in the previous, so we talk about the textile. So what about the government role there? Okay, so is that government, Turkish government is not paying enough attention or facilitating for doing such business practices?
Turkish government, you mean?
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, actually, during the last 3-4 years, it's our official government policy to expand our economy to Latin American countries. So during the last few years, we have a lot of presidential visits in Latin American countries, and our ambassadors in most of the countries are really active, really helpful. They are trying to connect us more, integrate us more with Latin American countries. But still, the best government can do is just introduce you to people.
Facilitate.
In order to start making business, doing business, introduction is not enough, especially in Latin American countries. I'm going to count, for example, it's like this in Mexico, Chile, or Colombia, or Argentina, or Paraguay, Uruguay. In most of the countries, it's like this. So one introduction is not enough. You have to go there. You have to visit them a lot. You have to build friendly relations with them. You have to open up your knowledge with them. So, our government is really eager to make introductions. Our government is really eager to arrange a lot of meetings between Turkish companies and Latin American countries over there. But still, it's not enough. One visit is not enough. So, and also our value proposition cannot be the price, cannot be cheaper prices, because there is always going to be a cheaper price all around the world. So, for example, in Europe, our value proposition is mostly cheaper prices, right? That's why most of the Turkish exporters are exporting their products with really, really low prices to European countries. So it's not sustainable, by the way, because there is always going to be a cheaper price. So if you consider the cultural expectations of your client for Latin American countries, you have to present some other value propositions, which is in this case your knowledge, your technology, your ability to operate a multinational company. For example, there are some Turkish companies, they have offices in several countries. Like they have offices in Europe, they have offices in Africa, or factories as well. They have factories in different continents. So they have a certain level of operational excellence to manage all those companies, all those factories from all around the world, right? So for most of Latin American companies, well, I'm putting aside some international companies in Mexico or Brazil, but for most of them, they lack of the necessary knowledge to manage a multinational company, or a company have operations in, well, a lot of continents. So that's why for Turkish companies, if we can consider the culture of our clients, our value proposition should not just be the prices, lower prices, should be good quality products, and should be sharing our knowledge and our technology. And quality is something I like to talk about, because especially in textile and metal sectors, most of Latin American countries have big companies, right? They can produce a lot of products. But the thing is, in order to produce really good quality products in a sustainable way, you have to have a certain level of corporate excellence, right? That is why the companies in Latin American countries, most of Latin American countries, are needing the knowledge and the level of corporational excellence of Turkish companies, because they want us to share all those knowledge, all those technology, and that is our actually value proposition in those markets. Could I answer your question, Sheikh?
Yeah.
Abdul?
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, please.
Yeah, of course. And the metal sector is no different than textile sectors. As you might have known, Turkish metal sector is really advanced. We have the leading car part companies here in Turkey. It's really big. The environment ecosystem is really big, and we are producing our own cars, electric cars. We are producing a lot of defense. Our defense industry is really advanced as well. So as a part of this, our metal industry is really advanced as well, and our construction industry is really advanced. As a part of this, metal industry is advanced, etc., etc. But the thing is, same failure in metal industry as the textile sector, because we have a very little existence in all Latin America. So, well, maybe I should talk about the Latin American continent as well, because we are talking about 700 million people here. We are talking about 7 trillion GDP per year. So, Latin America, well, and generally, Latin America used to be a small and poor economy, but now it's really big. During the last 20 years, they have been expanding. During the last 5 years, they have been receiving a lot of foreign direct investment. So, especially Mexico and Brazil are two of the largest economies in the world. So, and especially Mexico and Brazil during the last few years, they are in the top 10 in foreign direct investment. So it's not a small market anymore. It's a very big market full of potential, 700 million people and $7 trillion every year. So just Brazil has 2.6 trillion GDP per year, and Mexico 2 trillion GDP per year. So it's a very big potential. In order to collect the fruits of that potential, we have to understand their culture, their needs, especially their needs of their companies. So the culture is really different, and understanding the culture is the key to success here. And well, that's actually the things I'm going to talk about. I think we are in the timeline still, so I'm going to say Abe's regards to you, and thank you very much. I would like to receive any questions if there is some.
Yeah. So how is the strategy management practices going on in Turkey? So what is the culture kind of thing? You already gave a very nice briefing. Okay. So in Turkey, the strategy formulation and the strategy execution. Okay. How these projects are taking up? What is the preferences of these industries and companies?
Good question. Actually, well, I have been working with the largest telecoms and banking companies here in Turkey. The thing is, before the generation Z, they weren't really considering the effects of the culture in projects. They were just starting the projects. They were just investing in well, a lot of technology, a lot of personnel. They were employing new people, and they were just planning the projects and starting it. And as a result, well, Turks, we are really emotional, right? We have a Mediterranean culture, so most of the companies have lost a lot of time and a lot of money because they were planning the projects like a robot, right? So they were just planning the timelines. They were just well, considering the technical needs of projects, but the people need a certain reassurance as well. The people need, as I have said in the start of the presentation, the people need a confident work environment. The people need morale. The people need a productive work environment, right? These are the things that you can create only if you can consider the cultural effect of the projects. So for years, most of the largest and biggest and most professional Turkish companies, I'm talking about banks and I'm talking about telecom companies, didn't consider these effects. But during the last few years, with the coming of the new generation, they are trying to understand the cultural needs more. They are trying to achieve keeping a certain level of cultural needs. So I think they are not great at it, but at least they have started to doing it.
Excellent, excellent. I think any more, how is that the industry trends going up now for next 2 years, 3 years, having a disturbance in Europe and the change in government in US. So how does that affect the industry? Okay, just take your time.
Good. Yeah, really good question. The thing is, it's really costly to manage a company, operate a company here in Turkey, because we have been dealing with inflation, hyperinflation during the last few years, right? So the costs are, for example, the minimum wage is more than $600. It's quite high than before. Or the energy costs or any other cost is really high. So we have been dealing with business with mostly European Union and Russia and Middle Eastern countries, right? So with European Union, there is always new regulations and making it difficult to do business for Turkish companies. With the North, Russia and Ukraine, there has been a war during the last few years, and a lot of industries have been suffering from the war. In the South, there is Syria. You know, the management has changed in Syria, and we have very big border with Syria, and we have a lot of trade transactions between Turkey and Syria. And well, it has been changing, and there was a war for the last decade. And in further south, there is a war in Israel between Israel, Lebanon, and Palestine. So it has always been challenging for us. And United States as well, as you said, the new government is trying to forbid some of the transactions. So as a Turkish man, I'm really proud of our capacity of resilience, right? We are really resilient country. We, in our culture, by the way, it's a cultural habit to be resilient, right? In most of the Asian cultures as well, it's similar. But the thing is, we are running out of options as Turkish industries. That is one of the reasons why during the last few years, Turkish government has been trying to expand into Latin American economies and African economies. So they are trying to create new options for us. And the good thing is, Asian economies, African economies, and Latin American economies has been expanding. United States is still the largest economy, or it's like co-largest with China, and European countries are still the biggest trade partner of Turkey. But it's not going to be that way. Turkish people are now seeing the end of the road because we are running out of options day by day. So that is the reason why we are trying to create new and productive relations with African economies and Latin American economies.
Perfect.
I hope I could.
Perfect. So, any final
answer your
thoughts?
question.
Any advice?
Well,
it's a great.
Try to. As I said in the beginning, I'm a management consultant. I'm an engineer, and I'm also a sociologist, right? So I'm a management consultant and I'm a writer, and I think understanding the culture, understanding the sociological dynamics, understanding the behavioral economy is to understand has been leading us to understand the key to success, because economy is not just something analytical, it's also emotional, right? So we tend to do business with people, with people where we feel confident, where we feel trustworthy, where we feel comfortable generally. So I always try to understand the sociological and psychological dynamics of people. To understand that, we have to understand the politicals, and we have to understand the country's histories as well. So I think, especially with Latin American continent, the key to success is to understand their past, their history, and their culture.
I think it's a fantastic lecture from you, Mehmet. So thank you very much.
Thank you very
And
much. Thank you.
convey our to our friend. Okay, so we miss you. Okay, so
Thank you very much.
yeah, we miss you. Yeah, so we will just meet up sometime next, where you also can join, and we'll have a session. Yeah. Meanwhile, let him settle down.
We hope that too. Yeah, we would like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mahmoud. Very nice presentation. You talk about very cultural things, which otherwise you don't know, maybe in textbooks or something. That's something which is very amazing. So thank you very much, Mahmoud.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you too for the opportunity.
Thank you. Okay, wonderful lecture from Mahmoud from Turkey. So it's always great to hear somebody who is a practitioner from different part of the world, and Turkey is the center of the world, connecting Europe and the rest of the world. So thank you, Mehmet. Thank you very much. And I take this as an opportunity to invite our next guest speaker, Adil Hussain. I hope, Adil, you are available on the call. Yeah, I can see your name there. Yeah. Hello, Adil. Yeah. So welcome to the summit. I would like to quickly, I think you are like maybe 8 minutes early, but you can just do some quick introduction. And if you have, I invited some of your friends, so let them join also. Okay, so let me give a quick round of introduction to Adil Hussain. Okay, so Adi is going to talk about bringing execution to the strategy. Bringing execution to strategy, turning vision into action. So Adi is connecting from Jakarta. So you see, so we are connecting all part of the world today. So Adi is connecting from Jakarta. So welcome back, welcome to the summit. So to give a quick round of introduction, Adi is a seasoned consultant adept at forming high performance teams and executing strategic initiatives, sectors and functions in Southeast Asia and Middle East. He specialized in data-driven approaches, process optimization, and stakeholder influence to drive sustainable growth and deliver real, tangible results. So he is also certified in Six Sigma quality and whatnot. So he is a balanced scorecard practitioner for quite a long time. I know he's been with the balance scorecard since Palladium days. Okay, so welcome to the summit, Adil. So you can give a quick round of introduction from yourself and take it from there. So thank you.
Sure. Greeting from Indonesia. Can you all hear me?
Yeah.
Oh yes, yeah. Because I'm still getting familiar with WebEx, I cannot see my own face. So just making sure that, yeah, get,
from there.
let me just, okay. All right, so quick introduction about myself. Thank you, Sheikh Abdul. So I've been practicing balanced scorecard and strategy execution premium for the last, let me try to remember, since 2010. So for the last almost 15 years. So I've been working since 2001. So I started my career as a banker. I was in HSBC, Citibank, and all the multinational bank. And then I thought to myself, there must be something outside banking, right? So that's when I joined Palladium at the time. I was fortunate enough to be able to work directly with the founders of Balance Scorecard themselves at the time. I had the opportunity working with the late Norton at the time, Dr. Norton, and also accompanying Dr. Kaplan when we had a what do you call it? It was like a summit in Mumbai back in 2014. And in the past around 15 years, although I haven't been with Palladium all those time, my go-to tool when I do the strategy development and the strategy execution has always been mostly using Balanced Scorecard and Strategy Execution Premium. And I've worked with clients in predominantly Indonesia and Southeast Asia as well, in Thailand and Singapore lately. And then I had the opportunity to work with clients in Saudi Arabia as well. So yes, so in this opportunity, I want to share maybe the so-called lighter part of strategy. I'm an execution guy. I know that we've heard all the experts just now talking about how you formulate the strategy and everything. But having been both in the, what do you call it, industries and in consulting, at the end of the day, the determining part whether you are successful or not is actually the strategy itself. Okay, so which brings me to my topic this afternoon. Let me just...
You want to share?
Yes, I think, can you see
your
my
screen? Yeah, we can see your presentation.
Yeah, let me
Put them
just
into
yeah,
PowerPoint. Yeah, perfect.
right. Okay, so just relax. I mean, I tend to be too serious myself. That's one input that I got from my client. But since it's it's Sunday in here, it's a very long weekend in Jakarta. We have holiday from what call it, Monday to Wednesday. So at this part of the world, people are relaxing, going for holiday, going out of town. So yeah, we're here talking about execution, how to make things happen. So yeah, this weekend, let's have some relaxed time. Strategy is actually fun, but we need to understand why execution matters, because based on the Harvard this review study, 60%, 67% of strategies fail due to poor execution. Now we need to change that, right? And we need to engage and collaborate to make sure that whatever ideas we have could put on the table, and to keep the momentum, we need to celebrate all the small wins, all the quick wins, and then get ready, to dive in to this session. So why execution matters a lot, right? So execution is where dreams meet reality. I think. Because after going to the offsite meeting and everything, usually people get back to their office trying to execute their strategy, right? And sorry, I just want to make sure that my can everybody see my presentation, because there's a problem with my connection here.
Oh, yes, yes, we can see.
Ah, yeah.
I can hear.
Yeah. How can I, sorry, just to make sure that I'm still on. So just quick question. So if I can still see my presentation, it means that I'm still on, right? Because I cannot see the other participant here. Let me just.
Yeah, we are able to see you. Yeah, yeah, please proceed.
Okay. Because sometimes I've been talking to myself like a radio announcer. It turned out that there was nobody on the other side.
We will alert you.
Yes, yes. So yeah, going back to my slide. So why does it matter, right? So usually after going to the offsite meeting, usually during October or maybe September, the management team go back to their division, try to cascade whatever already agreed with the board, but somehow it it stuck, somehow it stuck. So how can we turn this strategy into action? I think that's the key question that we need to answer, right? So by the end of this session, hopefully I can share all the tools needed so that whatever strategy that we already committed, in the organization can be executed, right? So just quickly to go through this one. So strategy is only as good as its execution, right? So all those papers, documents that you write down, that you discuss, will mean nothing if you don't execute it. So that's why execution means a lot. All right, moving on. So why? What stopped great strategies from succeeding? Let's find out, right? So from misalignment between vision and operational priorities, right? So right, going back to my example of all the board of directors, executive and senior management going to their offsite. Usually, they go to Bali or somewhere which is nice, and then they refresh their vision. Okay, this is where you want to be in the 5 years time, 10 years time. But when you go back, then if you don't consider the operational priorities during the visioning, what do you call it, process, then if you don't align with the operational priorities, then the realities will hit you back, right? Oh, we dream of having, for example, I'm helping this coffee business. So we dream of having 100 outlets all over Indonesia. But then when we go back, oh no, we don't think we can do that quickly because we are lacking in our manpower. We don't have people who are at that quality that could actually launch the what do you call it, new outlets with a new concept very quickly in short period of time. And then what else that serves as the common pitfalls? The lack of accountability and measurable outcome. So yeah, when we dream of our vision, we need to put a name. So who's going to be accountable for this one? Okay, right. Myself, Adi. Adi, you're accountable to drive the launch of outlets in the eastern part of Indonesia. All right. How many outlets? 50 outlets, for example, right? So you need to be measured, and by when, right? 50 is such a huge numbers, so you need to break it down in smaller pieces, right? Okay, let's see, 35 outlets per semester, then you can manage it. So there has to be the accountability. You need to put the name, so who's going to be actually owning that strategy, and the actual metrics that this person is going to deliver. So without that, you're not going to execute the strategy well. And what will be the next pitfall? Resource constraints and silos, right? I think this is like a very classic, classic strategy, what do you call it, challenge, right? So people feel that, oh, okay, I'm a HR guy. What I do, I simply recruit, train, and the rest, I leave it to the operation guy. And maybe the operation guy thinks, okay, we don't have enough people yet to actually man the outlets that are going to be launched. I don't know what to do. So there's this, ongoing mentality wherever you go. I mean, I help people in Indonesia, in KSA, same things. They feel that, okay, this is my own little, I don't know, like empire. I take care of this. If everything is going well in my own, unit, then it's fine. So this is the next, common pitfall of strategy. People need to be feeling that they're part of the bigger team. If they don't have that feeling, if they don't are still working in silos, the execution is not going to happen. And then last but not least is the overly complex plans, right? So I know that for some, let me just, for some clients, when they see balance scorecard, all the bubbles, all the strategic teams, all the measuring 10 and strategic objectives, they sometimes or most of the time ask me, hey, is this rocket science? So we need to be able to speak with the language of the what do you call it, clients or the people on the ground, so that whatever has been agreed at the vision level can be translated into a strategy and then can be executed at the ground floor. So, for example, going back to the retail or F&B, what do you call it, business. So you need to be able to boil it down to the people at the ground floor. Like, for example, for the barista, for example, right? So what do you want me to do? So, hey, what you need to do, brew good coffee, yeah, based on whatever the customers want, right? Whether they want, Americano, Piccolo, or something, and then do it in the time that they want. Don't take too long to serve it, and then serve it with a smile. So those three things are actually the things that the people at the ground floor need to know. This is how you're going to execute our strategy. So don't give them the overly complex plan of strategy map with the strategic themes, with the measuring 10, with all of those what do you call it, thick documents that were discussed during the offsite meeting. So those are the common pitfalls of strategy execution. We need to avoid these common pitfalls to make it happen. All right, and then why execution fails, like what I mentioned in the beginning, based on the research globally, 67%. Wow, that's like more than half, right, of strategies fail due to poor execution, right? So think about the cost of doing this strategy. If more than half of what we have already agreed, what we think that we execute, actually fail. Think about the cost. Think about the loss for the organization. And then in terms of the communication gap, you see, only 3 out of 10 employees understand. So I found out this truth myself, firsthand myself as a consultant. Like maybe only 1 or sometimes 0 employees understand what their company strategy, or maybe there are 3 or 4 employees understand their strategy, but the understanding is not like 100%. It's only 50% of strategy, or maybe only 30% of the strategy. So there's this huge gap that causing the failure of the execution. And last but not least is the that complexity conundrum, right? So it's too complex. They hire this consultant. The consultant give them this concepts, and then they try to put it into very thick documents. They try to make sure that all the scenarios are covered and everything, but then they fail to. I mean, the organization failed to make it simple enough for the people at the ground floor to actually execute it and to get results. So these are the three common things that are causing the failure of strategy. And these days, people are talking about sustainability. Of course, we want to have business that lasts, right? Not just quick wins, but something that we build now and can sustain for the next decades, right, or even centuries. And to be able to do that, I think I listened to the previous talk. We I think focus on the same thing, which is the adaptability and resilience, right? Because we've all heard this, like the only constant is the change itself, right? So we need to embrace change and bounce back from every setbacks. In terms of the framework, I try to make it as simple as possible, because if you read the strategy execution premium, there are more than 4 steps to do strategy, but let's make it much more simpler. Like, first of all, you need to clarify what's the vision. Usually the vision will remain the same for like 5 to years time. What we need to do during the whole get together of the senior manager or executive, usually we just refresh the strategy again and make sure that it's still relevant. And then we need to translate that those vision into the goals, into targets, right? So, for example, in the current client that I engage, they know that the vision of dominating the Indonesian market. They want to have outlets all over Indonesia. So we need to translate it into a tangible goal. So what does it mean to dominate the market in Indonesia? Oh, we want to be everywhere. Okay, what does it mean to be everywhere? Oh, we want to have our presence in all Indonesian first-tier cities, for example. And then that's how it's measured, right? So there's a what do you call it? Yes. Can you hear me? Hello?
Right, please carry on.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Because I only see my.
Yeah.
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 If there's a question, feel free to jump in. Rather than me having a mono.
We will do that.
Sorry.
We will do that.
All right. Okay. All right. Yeah. So where was I? Okay. Yeah. So we need to be able to translate that into targets, right? Which is goals. So people sometimes say goal, sometimes say target. So translate all the big lofty vision into a target that is specific, measurable, can be achievable as well. But sometimes, executives have a debate. What is achievable, right? My idea of achievable is this, right? And then the idea of the managers at the outlet level is still here. So yeah, we need to agree on what is achievable in terms of target or goals, and then relevant for that and time. You need to have an actual timeline to achieve that goals. So this is, I think, common knowledge, right? And then to achieve that, you need to pull all the resources that you have from all departments, the manpower, the system, the budget in terms of the capital, and you need to assign the ownership. As I mentioned before, who's owning which strategic objective, who's owning which strategic initiative to fill in the gap. If we see that, for example, hey, if we look at the outlets and we depend on the same store, same growth, we still have a quite sizable gap, right? So to fill in the gap, you need to have a strategic initiative. So who's going to, be responsible for the strategic initiative? How much fund do we need for this strategic initiative to work, right? And what kind of system do you need? The new system, the AI, things like that. Do we need to outsource it, or do we have in-house talent that can actually deliver this? And last but not least, of course, we need to monitor this after it's cascaded and people execute it. So usually, if we follow the methodology, we have the strategy review meeting. Strategy review meeting usually is conducted once a month with the GMs or the CEO of the company, and with their one down, or maybe with the what do you call it, the project manager themselves, so that you can keep an eye on the progress, right? Whether we hit the mark, are we still on track according to the milestone? If is there, if we look at the traffic light, is there a red, green, yellow, any red that we need to be mindful of, right? And this is like regular feedback loops, so that everybody is on the same page. And if there's a hiccup, or if there's a force majeure happening, then maybe we can somehow tweak the plan, or maybe pivot altogether from the strategy that we already agreed. So that's when talk about the monitoring and adjusting continuously. All right, moving on. So yeah, as I mentioned before, first step, it's all about clarifying the vision, right? So usually in an organization, they have one, page with the simple vision, big ideas, where you want to be, who do you want to serve, how much, revenue that we want to have sometimes, right? Sometimes people put the numbers in the vision itself. So this is like your North Star, right? Where you want to go is your guiding star. So usually the vision is not changed in the next 5 years time. So that if you have changing goals, you can look, okay, for example, we want to achieve 100 outlets all over Indonesia, right, in 2025, because the vision is to dominate the market. But somewhere along the line, maybe you see, oh, maybe 100 goals is not enough. 100 outlets is not enough, actually, because you have people coming from, China, from America, trying to tap into the market because Indonesia is such a sexy market. Then to achieve that North Star, the goal that you already agreed might not be enough. Then you need to align the goals with that. And you need to engage the team. Hey, guys, here's our vision. Here's what's happening in the environment. We need to be agile. We need to adapt. We managed to get more funding. We need to ramp up our effort. And here's the adjusted goal. And yeah, okay. Actually, I touched on this briefly earlier. So how do we actually translate the vision into goals, right? So usually they have this, what do you call it, offsite meeting, where we discuss maybe we are familiar with the BHAG, right? Goal, the big, hairy, audacious goals. And we want to translate that, the goal, the big, bold vision, make it into bite-sized pieces, and then set the goals into something specific, measurable, achievable, and relevant. And then have a goal tree, like an analysis. All right, so with this vision, what goal that I need to achieve, when, who's going to do it, so on and so forth. And make sure that everybody is aligned in achieving that goal. Moving along. So yes, you need to align your resources, have the ownership, know who's going to be in charge. And in my experience, just to share the the reality, sometimes the client told me that, hey, actually for this project or for this initiative, I cannot be the person who is in charge, but I can do it. But I need somebody with me, so it will be a owner of the strategic initiatives rather than myself uh, being responsible for this strategic initiative. In my experience, that's bad. I mean, I tried that and it it wasn't successful, to say the least. Long story short, you need to have one person to actually own the objective or one person to own the strategic initiative. Because if there's more than one, then for example, I myself, Adi, and I have my friend Ali, and when I think that, okay, I'm doing this bit, I'm doing the ideation part, Ali will do the execution part. So it turned out that there was a misunderstanding and it's not happening. So it has to be clear who's in charge, and by who's in charge, I mean there has to be one single person who's accountable for that, be it goals or initiative. And then for that objective, for that initiative, you have to have the budget, the right tools, right? What tools is it? Is it balance scorecard itself, or is it the software that we use? And then the talent, right? We need to make sure that we have the talent that can actually execute. So that's why usually during the whole process with client, in the beginning, we make sure that everybody is trained on balance scorecard and strategy execution premium to make sure that they know first and then they can execute. And then encourage the cross-functional collaboration, of course. And then last but not least, of course, as I mentioned, you need to monitor it. What to monitor? You need to set up your KPIs so that you know, right? Exactly. It's like a dashboard. Okay, we need to be able to launch the outlets in January in this and this city, right? One outlet for each city. So come at end of January, you know whether or not this person or this strategic initiative owner actually achieved that KPI. And of course, we have to have an easy dashboard that we can access to, so it's clear. People don't have to shift through all thick documents to find out whether or not things are in place or somebody hits the milestone or not. And then establish the feedback loops. So there will be reports, there will be meetings that will, be the source of information on the progress of the strategy itself. And of course, as I mentioned time and again, we live in a world where we need to be able to adapt and be resilient. So be ready to pivot if need be, right? And yes, key tools for execution that we can use. We have the OKR. OKR is like the strategic objectives in strategic execution premium, right? So you know what objectives that you need to achieve, and then if possible, you have the project management software. Usually, to begin with, they don't use the software yet, and it helps to have a tool so
I
that
like the idea.
yeah.
Yeah, you just said, OKR is like a strategic objectives of balance scorecard. Okay, so maybe it's a little bigger objectives. Maybe you can combine 2-3 objectives together, and then you can use it as a OKR. Okay, so many people don't understand this. Maybe you can just give at the end of the session. How does that OKR and balance scorecard are linked? Maybe sometime. Yeah.
Oh, all right. Okay. Let me touch on that. So in balance scorecard or strategy execution premium, okay, usually we have the vision, right? Vision and translate into goals. Goals to achieve these goals, like for example, the 1 billion revenue, you need to translate it into strategic objective for each strategic perspective, right? For example, in financial aspect, you have to achieve this, maybe you have accelerate revenue 10 times, right? Accelerate revenue. Okay, that's the strategic objectives. This is the strategic objectives. But then what does it mean to accelerate revenue, right? So this is the OKR, so to speak. In the language of balanced scorecard, it's the strategic objective. So accelerate revenue, what does it mean? So you can cascade it down to the KPI, right? So to accelerate revenue in financial perspective, it means that you need to have the revenue like 5 times of what you had from last year. So that's maybe the first KPI, right? And then how to accelerate, you need to also reduce or maybe optimize the costs related to manufacturing. And then maybe you that one is on the what do you call it, process perspective. And in the maybe in the learning and growth perspective, you need to have the right talent to actually help drive the acceleration of revenue. So the OKR itself, or the strategic objective itself, is the combination of several KPIs altogether. So does that make sense?
Yeah, just I wanted to see, because it's OKR is not a replacement to balance scorecard. I mean, that is
Yes, yeah.
point. It's OKR is like you use it for some reason, for purpose, but it is not really. You don't know. It does not tell about strategy. Okay, it talks about something, but it does not really tell about strategy itself. Okay, so whereas the balance scorecard, it talk about the strategy, then it talk about how it is executed. The full cycle.
I see. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, because sometimes people get misunderstood, right? They think it's interchangeable. Like KPI is OKR, but there's intersection between KPR and OKR, but it's not actually 100% the same. All right. Then you need to have going back. Another key tools, you need to have the regular strategy reviews. Right. What I shared just now. Usually we have the strategy review meeting on a monthly basis and on a quarterly basis as well, so that people can monitor, and then if there's a big decision that needs the approval from the executives or from the owners themselves, you can actually use this strategy review meeting as the forum where you can voice out that concern. And okay, so basically, real world success story. I was going to put my, but I haven't got the approval yet from a client, so I just have the company A here. So basically, in my own experience, actually it's worse than 67% failure rate, because wherever I went, actually, before we help them, it's like almost 100% what they what they already planned wasn't successful. So that's why they needed a consultant. And I think this statistic is actually for the global audience. So it's that bad, actually. So why is there such a high failure rate in strategy execution? To make it simple, I think because most of the practitioners, especially those who inherit the business from their family, like they are the third generation, right, or maybe fourth generation. They're depending on the wisdom. I'm not saying that wisdom is wrong. They may be depending on the wisdom of the founders, and which is good, actually, and then intuition. But we need to make sure that whatever wisdom, whatever vision that the founders have can actually be translated at the ground floor. So this is where the breakdown actually happened. So what does it mean, right? For example, when I mentioned, what does it mean for a barista at the coffee shop when the founders tell him or her that we need to dominate the market, right? Hey, I make coffee. I make great coffee. So that's what they know, and that's what they need to do, right? So we need to actually translate this. Okay, so what you need to do on a daily basis is to actually increase, right, the speed of process, for example, right, that you need to do from the moment that the customer orders until you serve it on their table. And we are going to monitor the amount of time required for you to actually do the whole end-to-end process from the order until the fulfillment. So this is the thing that makes sure that the strategy gets executed. So people, even at the founders level, the owners level, know that for each outlet that I have, all those people at the front line are actually executing the strategy, delivering the service, making the customer smile, having the product, the service that they want. So this is crucial, right? How you, as I don't know, consultant or strategy management office who's in the organization, can actually bring that vision into action. And to add another example, maybe I used to help the business as well in Saudi Arabia. They are doing freight forwarding, right? And at the board level, we're clear, right? Okay, time is tough. We need to launch a new product. We need to have a freight forwarding service on top of whatever we already have. And then how to actually execute it? Because it turned out that the people at the ground level that actually have the know-how and the training on this new product is close to zero, right? So there's this huge gap that we need to fill in before we make sure that whatever envisioned by the owners, founders, the C-level people can actually be translated into action. They need to know, hey, this is the product that I'm going to deliver. This is the, what do you call it, agreed SLA, service level agreement. And the stakeholders from the government expect me to have this kind of permit. So there's a lot of things that should be translated again at the ground level to ensure that the strategy can actually be executed. And okay, moving on to another example, silo to synergy, right? So in my experience, so when we have the nice offsite and everything with the C-level people, it feels that all the executives, all the directors have the same understanding, same vibe. People are, having good time as well during the offsite, exchanging ideas. And little that I know, when they went back to their own little, kingdom, there's this silo, right? Oh, we are finance, we crunch numbers. This is what we what we produce. We produce report. And the operations guy said, "Oh, we don't care about the budget. We just want to do this at the office. Come at the office at 9. Do whatever we can. go back at 5. And there's still that what do you call it, mentality. So we need to break down all the silos, cascade the strategy, have another session actually for the head of department or head of division, with the founders in the same room, giving them the what do you call it, aspiration of the company, right from the founder's mouth himself. And with that, it really opened up the communication between all these different division, department, and cross-functional collaboration start to happen, and it really boosts the whole productivity and morale. And if they're not sure about things, if, for example, operation people will not be shy to pick up the phone and call their colleague in the finance department to clarify things that they need to clarify. So this is based on the real world success stories. You need to break down the silos to make the synergies happen. And I'm just going to touch this briefly. So the argument against strategy people, usually they say that culture eats strategy for breakfast, right? So they said, oh, strategy, what is strategy? This is the culture of our organization, which is not wrong actually. So we need to be able to go hand in hand, between strategy and the culture. We need to be able to embed the strategic thinking and the execution into the culture themselves. So going back to the actual practical, what do you call it, example. So in my client's example, they have this what do you call it, morning briefing every day, be it a coffee shop, coffee company. They discuss in the morning at 7 a.m. every single day, what happened yesterday or what happened last week, and then is there a bottleneck that we need to solve. So actually there's already this what do you call it, culture of communication there. So we just need to incorporate the strategy execution, the whole process, into the what do you call it, the established culture in that company, so that it becomes their own thing rather than something that force into them. And of course, with that, we can foster the accountability, right? So, and then of course we can celebrate the small wins of that, and this of course encourage the open communication between the whole team involved. And leadership is of course very important, right? Everything starts from the top. The top needs to mobilize the team. They need to inspire the team by providing clarity and direction, telling them this is our North Star, this is our direction for this year. And everybody usually listens to the chairman or founders of the organization. So it should start from the top, right? So the leaders themselves should be the champion of execution, and accountability should be part of the culture itself, right? So you cannot simply say, okay, this will be executed by the, for example, operations guy. This will be so just we need to have a clear accountability. Okay, Adi, as a consultant, I need to have, for example, RACI metrics. In the RACI metrics, please briefly, paint the picture of who's responsible, who's accountable, who's need to be consulted, who's need to be involved in this project. And again, okay, practical tips: keep it simple. Don't make it like a rocket science. Communicate, and communicate. Right, repetition, is key. make sure everybody is on the same page. And of course, we need to celebrate the wins every time to keep the momentum happening, and engage and empower. Right? It's all about collaboration from the team, and address the resistance. Okay, this is quite interesting. So, like in any organization, usually there's that fear of the unknown, right? So, and usually, I hate to say this, there's this old guards who say that, oh, this is our tradition, right? We don't do this, we don't serve this kind of product, or we don't do the service. So why do they have that mentality? Actually, it boils down to the fear, right? They're scared. Okay, if we don't do this, there'll be uncertainty, right? Are you sure that it's going to happen? Are you sure that it's not going to jeopardize our performance? We just need to address that, right? So how to do it? We need to engage the stakeholders early. We need to communicate the why, right? Hey, why do we need to dominate the market? Because it's going to be saturated. Market is already fragmented. In the next 3 to 5 years time, if we don't change, will disappear. Customers will go to our competition. So we need to engage them and tell and sell the why itself. And of course, like what I mentioned, we also need to equip the guys as well, the team, because if they don't know, if they don't have the know-how, how can they actually deliver, right? So have the resources, the people, and the training to do whatever they need to do to execute. And okay, so how to measure success? You have your KPI, as I mentioned, right? So KPI is very specific, like revenue growth. How much sales you need to achieve, the cost, how to optimize the cost, what sort of cost that you need to save. Is it the manufacturing cost, the capex, opex, and everything? And how about the customer perspective? You need to measure that as well. So going back to the balanced scorecard concept, all the 4 perspectives have to be clearly what do you call it, measured and tracked, so that we know where we are, and we know whether we actually are arriving at our milestone. And it's a feedback loops, and we always celebrate our milestones, and we of course we need to benchmark every time with the goal, so that we know whether we are on track, or we are behind, or we are maybe ahead of the goal. And continuous improvement is something that close to heart, because I used to be a master black belt myself. So we need to continuously try to see areas where we could actually improve the operations, need to stabilize the process. And this is how you actually measure your success. And then call to action. So basically, the 3 things that we need to do to bring the execution to strategy. So bridge the gap, right? So execution is the one that bridge the gap from the strategy itself and to results. And start small, identify all the actions at the ground floor, and think big. How can you actually achieve the vision that you dream about, and keep celebrating the progress, so that the momentum is always there. All right. So with that, hopefully I don't bore you with this talk. We can have our question and answer, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. Let me just switch back.
Sharing, so you feel comfortable.
Yep. All right.
Yeah, you can just stop sharing so that
Yeah.
you don't.
Let me just stop here. Yeah. All right.
I think you covered all complete strategy execution part very nicely, Adi.
Thank you.
Can you talk about some industry things? How do you do that? Okay. Yeah, there is one message. Today, one news is Indonesian president is a chief guest for us. Today is a Republic Day for India, and we saw good collaboration from Indian government and Indonesian government. So happy to hear that. So thank you, Lokesh. Yeah.
Oh, great. Yeah.
Yeah. So my typical questions again. So how is that industry practices in the strategy management in Indonesia? So how is that? Like right from the strategy formulation to the strategy execution. How is that the companies are shaping up? So are they using any frameworks or methodologies? Are they focusing on what is it? What is your feedback?
All right. So, okay, in my observation, most of the established organization, I think I can safely say 60 to 70% of them are embracing balanced scorecard or some kind of KPI framework in the way they execute their strategy. So the way they do it, like usual, if I share the way my clients what do you call it manage the strategy. So it started usually from their budgeting session, which they usually do during September and October. So with having the what do you call it performance for that year, usually they need to plan for the next year. And the way to plan for next year, so they bring all the executives together, as I mentioned, in a strategy offsite meeting, go to Bali or somewhere nice, and then they will bring all the what do you call it historical data, the performance that they achieve, and there they would actually discuss the strategy. And another common framework that we usually do is the Michael Porter's 5-force model, right? So they will look at the micro environment, who's the competition, is there a substitution? And after looking at the external environment and then analyzing their internal performance, they need to formulate their first. Maybe they will revisit their vision, right? Vision. Okay, is this still relevant? And then they will cascade it down to the goals and all the what do you call it balanced scorecard approach, and then have the strategic objective for each perspective for financial customer process. So all of those are done during the what do you call it offsite meeting, sometimes in Q4. After that, usually they go back and they cascade it to the one down of the C-level, the head of finance, head of IT, head of operations, or head of business. And these guys will have their own sessions with their what do you call it director. And so the director will say that, okay, next year will be all about, for example, if they go to IT, next year will be all about AI. We were given X amount of budget. Guys, please translate this into your KPI, right? How can this translate into our SLA? How can this translate into our what do you call it strategic initiatives? And it will the guys usually will be given like, I don't know, 2 weeks to get back to their boss and say, okay boss, okay, we can actually optimize this process. Can we actually propose to have larger storage because AI requires this. And after that, long story short, come January, everything will be finalized. Everybody will be clear on what they need to do. Usually there will be like one big town hall session, where the CEO in one place, at the same time it's like usually a hybrid way. So somebody from all over Indonesia like listen to the CEO, give the rah. Okay, this is our goal for the 2025. We sat down with your directors, And yeah, starting from there, it's all about execution, monthly strategic review meeting, making sure that everything is happening. So yeah, so most of them, okay, sorry if I take too long, so that
You
will
have two
have
more.
this, yeah, we'll have this kind of approach. But the new companies, like you see, like the tech startups and everything, they don't have so much of a structured approach, so to speak. So usually the I don't know, the C level will say that, okay, our OKR guys will be about this new product for Gojek, GoFood. We need to deliver faster, what do you call it, service in 30 minutes, and then they execute, right? So yeah, I don't know whether this new, tech startup will actually in time embrace the structured way of doing things. Maybe once they get to scale, then they will see the value of having a structured approach rather than just, having smart people to execute things, shoot from their head, things like that.
So how does that startups can embrace strategy management? That is something I think they will be doing something. It's not that they do all those strategy processes. Maybe in a very simple, in a simple way in their minds. Okay, so or maybe they structure it, but eventually they have to do all those stuff directly
Of
or
course,
indirectly.
yeah.
But maybe they don't need to do it very formal kind of thing. So yeah. So what about you have experience in non-profit, government, and also in the private sectors? How do you that government sector and non-profit sector work, especially in formulating strategies? Any light on that?
Yes, although I don't have first-hand experience on that, I have my friends, because we exchange ideas, right? So especially in the government sector, they need to have this uh, approach, structured approach, because they're accountable for a larger target, right? So if I can recall correctly, our celebrated minister of finance, Madam Sri Mulyani, back in 2000, I think 17, if I'm not mistaken, or quite some time ago, actually brought balanced scorecard to the Ministry of Finance themselves. So starting then, wow, everybody at first got scared, right? So hey, I need to be measured, rather than just going to office and do whatever things that I need to do. I usually do. Now the head of the director, even the ministers will zoom into the strategy map and dashboard itself. So it actually worked very well. It did have its, I don't know, hiccups, I heard. Because as usual, there's the old guards and saying, "Oh, this is too complex. We just do the way we do things." Yeah. So yeah, to answer your question, actually, it's quite common to see the application of balanced scorecard in government organization, but in non-private, I don't have much visibility on that one. Yeah. Yeah, but I'm sure there's some kind of application balanced scorecard.
Perfect, perfect. So I think we have a couple of minutes. So would you like to give any advice for the organizations what they should do for next in 2025 or so? So what is your key takeaway, Adil?
Yes. Okay, my key key takeaway as a consultant, put my consultant hats on. Strategy at the end of the day is all about execution. So we need to be able to speak the language of the people at the organization. Strategy needs to be translated at their level, because at the end of the day, whether we can be successful, fast forward at the end of this year. It's all about those people at the shop floor knowing what to do and how to do it and by when. So that's the key that we need to make sure happen. Yeah.
Perfect. So thank you, Adil. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for the time.
So have a good time. Take care. I would like to thank on behalf of all participants and the organizers for your time, effort, and insights. So thank you, Adi. Thank you very much, and have a great day. Great day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, we have wonderful session today. It could be a coincidence, everyone. So we have 7 sessions today, and all the speakers are from different countries. So it could be a coincidence, but this is what makes the Global Strategy Summit truly global. Okay, so let's enjoy the session, the rest of the session today. So I would like to invite Anil Granox. Good morning to you. What is the time there, Anil?
Good morning, Abdul. It's about to be noon, so you can still say good morning to you, or good afternoon to you.
Okay, so you can give a brief of, but let me give. Anil Granox brings 20 years of global experience as a strategy advisor for executives across Europe, Middle East, Latin America, and Africa. He advocates for simplifying strategy, cutting through excessive jargon, and focusing on delivering meaningful business and societal value in an increasingly complex strategic landscape. I remember our first discussion. So when we had a discussion, so you want to make it simple. Right? You don't want to make it complicated. So that I remember that. Okay. So let us hear how you do that for your clients, and how do you use all these things in your strategy journey. And over to you.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, guys. So yes, indeed, I believe simplicity. We tend to complexify as a strategy consultants, as strategy lecturers or academics, and to simplify, to complexify strategy. And I will try to demonstrate you that even though we're dealing with extremely complex and fast-changing environments, complex businesses, difficult decisions, I believe that the role of strategy leaders, like I guess the people in the room, the role of strategy consultants, if they are involved in the process, is precisely to simplify. And by saying so, I'm not saying to offer simplistic or oversimplify solutions, but to simplify the decision process. And I will try to share with you a couple of tips to do so. I would like to share, Abdul, my slide. I don't know if you can see me.
Right. Yeah,
yes.
You can see you.
You see the slide, and you should see me in the corner of the slide. That's correct?
Yes. Yeah,
cool.
We can see you.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Super. So, and Abdul, how long do I have? Like about 40 minutes? Is that okay?
Yeah, you have including questions, so it's 1 hour. So take your time.
Including questions. I'll try to keep it
Take your time.
about around 60 minutes, so we can embark on a Q&A by the end. So, let me just state something that I think is quite insightful when we talk about strategy. According to some experts, maybe you didn't know that, but it's quite, I don't know if it's exciting or scary, you'll tell me, but do you know that some experts anticipate more changes in the next 10 years than what happened over the last 100 years? And think about it. Think about the amount of change and transformation that we have experienced over the past century. I don't know, the internet, the smartphone, the high-speed train, the space exploration, and so on and so forth. Now, can you imagine the same amount of transformation is in just a decade, just 10 years. If you see my pointer, I don't know if you can see my pointer, but basically, if we have experienced over the last 100 years a lot of innovation, if you look ahead, we are seeing like a tsunami of transformation and innovation. So big changes are coming. Either you want it or not, you need to adjust. I like very much the quote from Eric Chinseky. He said, if you dislike change, you're going to dislike irrelevance even more. So my question for the people in the audience today as leaders and senior strategy experts is that in the face of such a rapid evolution, what is your plan? What's the plan for your business? In other words, what is your strategy? I was quite astonished to see this Harvard Business Review article written by my former colleagues at Booz, and now it's called Strategy, and belongs to PwC. And they wrote an article a few years ago stating that only 8% of top leaders are good at both strategy definition and strategy execution. I think it relates a bit with the theme of this entire summit. That's why I wanted to share that. And when you think about it, 8%, it's quite scary, because it means that 92% of them, top leaders, are not good at what is arguably, if you ask me at least, the most important part of the job, which is to craft and successfully implement the strategy of the business. So I assume that many of you attending this conference today are senior leaders. And I assume that you might be facing similar challenges. So in this next 40 minutes or 45 minutes, in this short keynote, I would like to explore with you. So there's a lot I would like to say, but if I've got only 45 minutes, I'd like to explore with you 3 game-changing aspects for mastering the strategy as a CEO, as a business leader, or as a board member. So hopefully you can join this exclusive group, exclusive club of top leaders able to successfully define and execute their strategy, right? So we'll try to see 3 elements. The first one is important. We'll try to understand the problem. We'll activate what I call your strategic pitfall radar and dispel the common mistakes and myths and pitfalls when it comes to strategy. Once we've done that, we're aware about our strengths and weaknesses and pitfalls, we can move to step 2. I'll try to propose a simple but yet powerful shift in the way you define strategy. Not the execution, but the definition part of the strategy. We'll talk about the 2 CEOs, and I'm sure you might have heard about that. And then on the last one, the last suggestion or twist I would like to suggest to all of you today is that we'll try to create a clear and actionable strategy execution framework. Beyond the tools and methods and the flavors of the month, we'll try to see what works across organization, across the continent, right? So the first one, let's open the first box, is the strategy pitfall. So let's acknowledge the elephant in the room. You're based in India. I'm based in Africa. We both have elephants, but we across the world, people have a big elephant in the room when it comes to strategy. That strategy fails. So according to different studies, I can share that with you if you want. 70, 80, sometimes 90% of strategies, according to different studies, fail, and they fail big time because strategy has become, maybe you might agree or disagree, but for me, strategy has become this incomprehensible process full of nonsense slides and trendy terminologies. And after 21 year working in this field, I came to the conclusion that absolutely everybody loves strategy, but few people understand what strategy really means. So for these top leaders, 8% study I was referring to, for these top leaders, Strategy usually means a nice annual offsite somewhere in a beautiful venue where you think out of the box, you drink out of the box. It's fantastic. You brainstorm the most disruptive idea. It's a beautiful workshop. The problem is often that the same people go back to the office on Monday and they continue with business as usual. They answer the email, they go into meetings, they're busy firefighting business. So they go back as if nothing happened. And I call that the workshop hangover. Then the same executive during the same workshop will love to use complex buzzwords. I don't know if you remember, like 2 or 3 years ago, we had to build the metaverse. I'm not sure what happened to the metaverse, to be honest. But it doesn't matter because this year or last year, it was all about artificial intelligence, as you well know. And next year, I don't know, make a guess, it will be about fast tracking our ESG strategy, building machine learnings, or creating nanotechnologies, or something else. But wait a second. I believe that strategy is not a collection of trendy terminologies. I call that the buzzword bingo. So don't get me wrong, because I love all these technologies, these methods and tools, this AI stuff. I love it, really. But they are just a means to an end. You don't implement artificial intelligence for the sake of artificial intelligence. Basically in strategy, usually you pick certain levers, hoping to achieve certain outcomes. Some of these levers, it's true, might be very trendy and fancy, kind of. But more often, believe me, more often they are not. And that's perfectly fine. Then what happens is that our top leaders will crystallize, will summarize the different strategic input and insight into the sacrosanct mission and vision. I'm sure you've seen that hundreds of times. And I have to say that it looks stunning printed on the wall, no doubt. But be careful, because in my experience, strategy is not a wishful thinking exercise. If you wish to, change the world, you need to figure out how are you going to get there. If not, what you have is not a strategy, is what we call a decorative strategy at best. Looks good, but if you scratch a bit, there's no content here, no depth. And then finally, your team or yourself or the strategic consultant, I guess, will compile all this strategy into a 500-page document. This thick 500-page document. Actually, the thicker, the better. And the more complex, the better too. It sounds like the quality of the strategy somehow should be measured by kilograms or number of pages. Well, I believe it's time to burn that complex document that nobody really either read or understand, and rather focus on strategic clarity or relevance and impact. So you need, as a top executive, to be aware about these pitfalls. You need to switch on your strategic pitfall radar and identify the main issue, the main barriers within your organization. I don't know if Abdul or anyone in the audience, I don't know if you heard, I'm sure you've heard about the Bermuda Triangle, right? So Bermuda Triangle is this in the place in the corner of Florida, Bermuda, and Puerto Rico, where airplanes would travel there, and the legend says that they just vanish, they disappear from the radar. And funny enough, I believe there is a similar concept when it comes to strategy. I call it the strategic Bermuda Triangle. So in the corner of poor definition, poor strategy execution, poor empowerment, poor team empowerment, there is a lot of strategies. According to the study, 80 to 90% of them will fall into the strategic Bermuda Triangle. So I wanted to share with you, but I'm sure you've heard about them, so I'll go quickly. And by the way, I can share the studies, the article, the pieces of research that I'm referring to if you want. But as I said, there is a barrier of leadership. People, 8% of leaders are strategic leaders, according to this Harvard Business article, which is quite scary if you think about it. There is also a time barrier. Another study, I think there's a few ones, but the one we mostly referred to was written by Kaplan and Norton, my former bosses 20 years ago. And they came with an interesting article or study figuring out that managers and above spend only 1 hour per month dealing with strategic opportunity, tackling strategic challenges, talking about strategy. So if you consider this is very important and you don't dedicate enough time and quality time to it, we have a problem. That's another barrier. There's another barrier of resources. I'm sure you've been discussing over the last 3 days the importance of allocating enough strategic financial resources, human resources to the strategic initiatives you want to implement. And in 60 to 70% of the time, organizations do not link that, what we call strategic expenditure, to their budgeting process. So make a guess, no budget, no initiative, or initiatives are not implemented. Not implemented strategic fails to be successful, obviously. So that's another barrier. Data barrier. When I started, so yeah, 21, 22 years ago, this concept of balanced scorecard was very trendy because we were saying like you cannot run a business blind, you cannot run a strategy blind. You need to have some metrics, some measures. And we were coming from a world of like basically no measurement or very poor measurement other than a few financial statement, P&L and balance sheets. Now, 20 years later, it's the opposite. We have tons of measures. And it's fantastic, right? We have fancy ERP, SAP, Oracle, and whatever methods you use and tools you use, and that's great. But when you ask, I was looking at this study from Gartner recently, where managers, leaders, top leaders were complaining that only actually up to 80% of the data they have is not decision ready. They have it. And so what the decision associated with that? So they are full of data, but doesn't help them to take better and faster decisions. There's another barrier of initiatives barrier. Obviously, if you want to transform your business and reach your strategic goals, you need to implement a certain number of initiatives. And besides the fancy project management office or strategic project management office, beside the science and the art, the reality that 70%, 75% of organization struggles very much when it comes to implement complex, out of their comfort zone strategic initiatives. And that's another obvious barrier. There's a communication barrier. You might have heard about that also. That's a staggering number of up to 90 or 95% of employees, workforce, stakeholders do not understand the strategy. Again, they might have received the 500-page document. Does it mean that they understand the strategy? I doubt it. Actually, I highly suspect that the more they read, the more they get lost. When they reach the page 599, it's too late. So how do you want them to contribute to a strategy that they don't even understand, with poor buy-in and commitment? Number 7, sorry, you can see my face, I assume, but if you have a superpower, you can see behind my face here, it was supposed to be written a performance barrier. We have, and I was listening to the previous speakers talking about performance management models. My experience and what studies shows is that the performance management model for individuals, for teams, for business units, support functions, or for company, they're supposed to drive more strategic focus, more performance and efficiency, more collaboration and motivation. And they drive the exact opposite often. And that's a problem, obviously, because it should be, they are basically full of biases, subjectivity, and it drives fear and doesn't build any type of trust. So performance management is another barrier. Number 8, sorry, you cannot see it neither, I assume, or maybe that's only my screen. Number 8 is about incentive barrier. So I think the study was about 60 to 70% of executives have an incentive, a reward, financial, I guess, reward or non-financial reward that is linked to operational measures and operational focus. So make a guess. They're going to focus first on operational matters, and maybe after, only after, if they have time, during the weekend, they're going to focus on strategy. And often they do not focus at all on strategy. It's a change barrier. Obviously, that's one is obvious. It's probably one of the biggest one, because strategy equal transformation, a big, small, or usually a big transformation, and change management is inherently linked and very relevant with any strategy execution and empowerment process. And besides, again, the science and the art around change management, 60, 70, up to 80% of organizations struggle very much when it comes to embedding the change and embedding the new strategy. Teams and skills barrier. My view here is that many people involved in the strategy process, imagine you have a chief finance officer, very good, I guess, I hope for you guys, in finance, a chief HR officer, very good in human resources, a chief marketing officer, experts, excels at marketing, and so on and so forth. And all your executive team, all your board members team, they are, based on their seniority, based on their expertise, they are invited to take part of the strategy discussion. They hold a seat in the strategy room. The problem is that strategy is a science and an art itself. You need to have specific skills and capabilities. And if you're an executive, they will never recognize it, but the reality is that many executives struggle to understand the nitty-gritty, the technicalities of some key strategic processes. There's also a culture barrier. I was reading a recent article from McKinsey referring to culture as like the soft stuff. So obviously, the set of culture, the cultural background, the cultural values of the organization is often another barrier that explains strategic failure. And there's more. Look, I don't want to spend too much time. I know you're aware about this. If you know about any other relevant studies, let me know. I'm always curious to hear and learn about that. And if you want me to share the insights here, I will happily do so. But my point is that the first key takeaway of this strategic shift here is that you need to be aware of your strategic pitfall radar. So you can run an objective assessment and understand where do you fall short. Where does your organization, where does your strategy fall short? So you can avoid falling in this strategic Bermuda Triangle, right? So the first key message for the executives, the board members, the leaders in the room. Now let's unpack another aspect, a key element that I consider relevant when it comes to strategy definition, a key twist or shift when it comes to crafting your strategic moonshot. And by the way, again, I would like to share more, but if I have to pick one silver bullet that might help you a lot, hopefully it will be this one. So when you embark on a strategic definition process or redefinition or refresher, but when you start the strategy definition process, or formulation process, whatever you call it, the importance is to, or one of the key steps is to set an ambitious strategic moonshot. And I think the word ambitious is important, because what you don't want is a situation like that. We say, make it to the weekend. And jokes aside, believe me or not, many of the organizations I help, they set for themselves a very, we call it a business as usual vision or aspiration, or a very non-ambitious strategic moonshot. And I think it's obviously a problem. But I know it's not your case. I hope and I know it's not your case. And I know the people in the room are probably very ambitious in the most positive meaning of the word, very ambitious leaders who lead very ambitious organizations. The problem of many organizations, the problem of many leaders, at least in my experience, is that their strategic moonshot, if you ask them, is to win, to succeed, to be the best company, to be the number one, to be the leader. I love the word leader. And I think it's a mistake, to be fully honest. So the twist or the key question for me is not, rather than asking if you want to win, or rather than asking if you want to be successful, rather ask what success will look like for your organization in 10, 20, or 30 years. It's not, do you want to be successful? I know that. But what success will look like for your business, for your organization, for your startup, for your public entity in the next 10, 20, or 30 years? That is, for me, the critical shift. So to define this, I ask the CEOs I work for, I say, look, what type of CEO are you? Are you a chief exploitation officer, maximizing the business models of today? Or are you a chief exploration officer, designing the business models of tomorrow? So basically, I didn't coin this idea of this ambidextrous CEO, chief exploitation, chief exploration. That's something that I think, according to my knowledge, was crafted by James March a few decades ago already, and that's what is used extensively by all the authors like Alex Osterwalder and so on. So I invite you to read their papers. But basically, you need to have, or try to, when you craft that moonshot, try to play with both approaches, both mentalities. And to help you that, I recommend you following the approach of the steroid versus the asteroid mindset or approach. So the steroid approach looks like that. I hope you can read or listen properly to the short video I've got here. Very crazy. So you get the point, right? This steroids approach looks like Charlie Chaplin's in the modern times. You want to do, like, the idea is to try to do better, faster, cheaper, what you already know very well, what you excel at. So you take your core capabilities and you bring that to the next level because you think that that's the best way to move forward, to really get all your different core capabilities and skills and assets and take that to the next level. That's a steroids approach. You take your employees, your managers, yourself on steroids, and you go to the next level. Asteroid approach is very different. Imagine that an asteroid just crashes on Earth, just bad luck, just on top of your organization and destroys everything. If you had to rebuild from scratch, what would you do differently? So imagine that there's no more legacy IT system. There's no more complex cultural challenges, no more irritating colleagues, nothing. Everything has been vaporized, vanished. Everything has disappeared. So now you need to build. You can and you should build anything you want in the industry you want, the geography you want, the selling the services or the products you want, anything. It's completely up to you, and it's about really moving away from any past activities, capabilities, or knowledge. You have a full freedom. So my point is that you need to run this exercise with your team. So you take your team and you say, okay, half of them going to be playing as a chief exploitation officer. You give them a chief exploitation officer hat. The other half, you're going to tell them, look, you're going to play the chief exploration officers. You take an astronaut helmet hat, right? So on the exploitation side, basically you try to exploit the current business models of your organization. On the explore, I don't know if you see because it's mirroring here on this side here, the exploration officer side, you need to explore the business model or the business models, plural, of tomorrow. So on the exploitation side, you're really capabilities forward. You see what you excel at, where are you very good or good, what are your core capabilities, and you build on that to go to the next level. On the exploration side, your destination backward. Even if you, whatever, you sell potato, but you think the future is about AI, okay, you don't know anything about it, but you're going to build that. You're going to invest, you're going to create your IT platform, you're going to hire the right AI expert, you're going to do everything. So in 5 or 10 years, you're a top performer in that industry. On the exploitation side, your strategy, you build a strategy for the future. On the exploration side, you build a strategy from the future. So exploitation is from left to right. The exploration side is from right to left, right? So basically the idea, by balancing these two perspectives, you'll think inside the box and outside the box. And I'm confident that you will be able to craft a unique and ambitious strategic moonshot for your business, for your organization. And it can be a mix of both, but my point is I want you to think completely differently. And don't tell me again what strategy, if you want to be successful, but what success will look like for your business. So it sounds like a small twist, but it's a big, in my experience, a big twist that drives a different mindset in the room or with the different leaders in the room. So it's something I like to do. So that's the twists or the shifts for the definition part. Now let's move to the third one, the other shift, which is more related not with the definition process, but with the strategy execution and monitoring process. We're going to jump from the strategy lab to the execution cockpit, right? So let me disclose my discomfort here. You need to forget about this building this state-of-the-art balance scorecard, OKR, management by objective, or whatever flavor of the month, or whatever latest buzzword you've read online. Actually, I'm very much tool agnostic, if you ask me. Whatever tool works for you, continue with this one. But your strategy dashboard must be short, strategic, and actionable. So I'm saying short because it has to be, when you have to say goodbye to this endless strategy progress deck, whereas again, like it's not a definition of 500 pager, but it's a progress report of 200 pages, but still is far way too long. Your role as a leader, as I was saying, Abdul, in the introduction, your role as a leader is precisely to simplify complex environments, complex decisions, tricky options, and to offer clarity to your team. So it has to be short, it has to be strategic. Again, it sounds obvious, but many of the organizations we work with, I work with, they confuse operational with strategic. They confuse strategic with urgent. They confuse strategic with important. And I think it's a mistake. If we talk about strategy, let's talk strategy. We're not a firefighter mode. It's not an operational scorecard. It's not a day-to-day strategic management. It's once a month, once a quarter, whatever frequency you have, you take an helicopter lift, a 30,000 feet view, and you look at your strategy and only your strategy. So it has to be short, it has to be strategic, it has to be actionable. Too many strategy progress meetings, in my experience, end up with no or poor decision, no or poor accountability, and no or poor action plan. So all of that for what? I don't know. It was a good meeting. We drank a good bottle of wine. We had a good discussion, but we don't take decisions. That's the definition of failure for me. So what I typically build with the executive teams we work with is a four-pager strategy dashboard, or whatever you call it. Short, crisp, and decision-oriented. Or should I say decision-obsessed? Really, everything we do here is to help executives, directors, and non-executive directors perhaps to take better and faster decisions when it comes to their strategy execution process. So the first page is what we call the AIM strat page. If you're familiar with Kaplan Norton, you will see some similarity with the balance scorecard and the strategy maps. Some people call it strategy on a page. Some people call it strategy tree. I've seen many different methods and tools. Whatever you call it, whatever you want. But this aim strat page, this strategy must summarize all your strategic objectives on one page. Cannot be initiatives, we'll see that later, cannot be measures, it has to be objectives. And then you have different, if you look at different books from the last, 30 years, the academics, the consultants have been writing different tools and books. There's different perspectives or layers or techniques and framework. For me, the only important element in this aim strat page is to differentiate strategic input versus strategic outcomes. Strategic outcome is what you want to offer, what the value proposition to your clients, what I call value proposition to your shareholders, which are often financial outcomes, value proposition to your stakeholders or communities or environments, or a mix of the three. I don't know. You decide the objectives you wish to deliver, to achieve for your clients, your stakeholders, your shareholders, and so on. Then, important part is, and what you should focus on, are your strategic inputs. What do you need to focus internally? What are the strategic levers, perhaps strategic enablers that you need to craft, to put together, to identify if you want to deliver these strategic outcomes? So I won't get too technical here, and if you have questions, we can come back to that in the Q&A. But that, for me, is a cornerstone of all the strategy execution process down the road. And that should be the summary of your 500-pager that we discussed before, hopefully less. Now I built a 10-pager strategic plan now for my clients, 10-pager strategy documents. But so you need to summarize all these objectives in one single page, aim strat page. Page number 2, what we call the act strat page. So you're going to identify specific actions, projects, initiatives here in yellow on this presentation, and you need to be sure that you need to first select them, define them. I've got a fancy bubble here. So define them. So select them, define them. Allocate enough financial and human resources to all of them, and then you need to plug them on a roadmap. That's what we call the act strat page, basically summarizing all your transformational roadmap for the next 2 to 3 to 5 years, whatever length of your strategic process. And that is an act strat page. No objectives, that was the previous slide, the aim strat page. Only action, only strategic actions, not operational actions, only strategic actions, clearly selected with enough financial and human resources to implement them successfully. And that is, for me, critical. Once you have that, you can move to the tracking process. So the first element you need to track is exactly that, your actions, what we call strategic actions tracker. Are you doing basically what you were supposed to do? Are you doing? Are you good at implementing your initiatives on budget, on time, on quality? Traditional PMO approach or strategic PMO, I'm sure you know a lot about it. But try to do that report on one page. Obviously, you can double click and see the detail, but in a nutshell, what executive team needs, what your CEO needs, what your board needs is a one-page summary to know if you're doing what you were supposed to do. Here, you're answering one question: are you, as an organization or as an individual, are you a strategic doer? And that's great. But on top of that, you need also to add another element, which is what we call a strategic achievements tracker. So it's not enough to implement your fancy AI initiative or SAP or whatever. The question is, why are you doing that? And you should have an objective here, either increase efficiency or increase quality or client satisfaction or whatever. And you need to have a clear set of measures to track if you are or not. I don't know, if you want to measure efficiency, you need to measure a cost, perhaps unit cost or total cost or unit cost. Is after I have implemented my AI program, is my unit cost going down? If not, maybe you're better without your fancy AI initiative that was very beautiful, but doesn't help me to achieve my objectives. So you need here to move from strategic doer to strategic achievers. Are you moving the needle? That's a question, the $1 million question, right? So in a nutshell, what I'm trying to put together here for you is, again, what I believe is simple, and Abdul, you can challenge that later, but a simple, clear, and action-driven framework for strategy execution with an aim strat page. So if you see my pointer, all the strategic objectives of the organization on one page. An act strat page, not the objective, but the actions, your transformational roadmap. And then you're going to track both action tracker and achievement tracker. If you do that, I'm very confident that you can narrow down to the right set of discussions and therefore fast track, help a better and faster decision process within your business, right? So that's it. For me, these are the keys, or the 3 key takeaways if you want to join this exclusive 8% club of top leaders. George Box, I'm sure you heard about this quote, said, all models are wrong, some are useful. So I know these models, these tools are not perfect, but that's not the point. I hope they will be useful for some of you. And actually, I've seen them working across industries, across continents. I started working in Europe and then Middle East. I worked in Mexico. So then for the last 10 years, I've been working in Africa. And I've seen them working across continents, across industries. So in my key takeaways for you, or in summary, I would really like you to insist on these 3 elements. Avoid the strategic Bermuda Triangle. Identify and address your strategic pitfall. It's the first obvious step. Then when you define your strategy, try to define your moonshots, balancing the roles of the chief exploitation officer versus the chief exploration officer. And then simplify the execution process. Focus on clarity, relevance, and decision-making by building this short and actionable 4-page framework. Yeah, so you can join this 8% club. So I'm not sure if I've been long enough, or too short or too long, you'll tell me, but that's it for the short presentation I wanted to share with you.
Yeah, it's excellent presentation, Anil. I think I really liked it. And especially when you, I just make a couple of points. The chief exploitation officer and chief exploration. That is something which is very, very, very meaningful, actually. Okay. Okay. So what does that mean is, as a chief executive or head of business, it is not only to look after your day-to-day operations. You need to exploit what it is there to get more, and then explore to get something new. So that is something.
And I think it's a balance. The different. I mean, again, I was not the one coining that concept, but I think the message here, when it comes to running your business, was to say that basically you need to. Your role is a dual role. You have an ambidextrous role as a leader of your business, and yes, you need to run the business more efficiently possible, being the exploitation officer. But if you only rely on that, and by the way, some CEOs in my experience are very good at that. They're really good at squeezing the cost, moving the team, performing more, cheaper, better, faster, like Charlie Chaplin. But the problem with this, if you look at the long term, your role as a leader is also to look at the next 5 or 10 or 20 years. And if you only rely on that, there is a moment where you risk, maybe not, but often organizations risk to see their current business model dying. And they need to have preempted an exploration phase where they look at the business models of tomorrow. And I think a CEO needs to do both. And what I like to do when we in the definition phase is to force them to take that concept to the extreme. I'm talking about steroids versus asteroid. But by saying, like, look, guys, if we do the same to the next level in 10 years, what does it look like for your business? So you can think about maybe open new way of thinking in the exploitation part, and versus thinking like completely different, new, like a blue ocean strategy, if you want, or like complete new world. And usually that by confronting both. That's when the magic happens, in my experience, in the strategy room, because people can really realize that they need to perhaps challenge their thinking beyond what they thought was possible.
Very interesting. And also, I like one more point of what you said. What success would look like after some period of time. That makes, I think, that is very important. Okay, so when you have something, an expectation, and if you have some reasonable expectations, which is, I think it gives a very good comfort that okay, now this is what I would like to become or it look like, and then you plan all the way to achieve that. Okay, so did you try this approach with your clients, and you have seen some success in any industry or
Yes.
so?
So, in my experience, I mean, that's a common situation. You might have experienced that. But many of my clients say, "No, I want to be the leader. I want to be first in the market. I want to reach a 2 billion market cap. I want to do this and that." I say, well, great, but that's just a consequence of a good strategy, right? That's your financial outcome if you do things well. The question that I think, I mean, you have to, and look, I believe strongly in the idea of measuring the success and setting stretch targets. That's good, but that's the easy or lazy part of the strategy process. For me, the question is what success will look like that will therefore justify your clients to buy your products, your financial results to increase and to reach whatever level that you hope to achieve. Because everybody wants to be successful. I mean, I'm sure you want to be successful for your business, for Data Labs, for Fruit Strategy. I want to be successful for my business. And I'm sure everybody in the room here also wish to be successful. But just by, I'm saying that it's a small twist, but it makes a massive difference. Say like, that's not enough. Tell me what success will look like. And until this is not clear, you cannot get out of the room. That's why actually a strategy workshop, in my experience, when they ask me, okay, can you come next week for a strategy workshop? I say, yes, I can come, but strategy is not, I cannot pull out something of my hat here. There's a process here. You need to think about it, you need to work on that. And it takes weeks, it takes months sometimes. And after that only, we're ready to go to the strategy room, not before. And that preparation, or part of it, there's many different aspects. In the definition part, there's many different aspects related with the formulation exercise. But this moonshot exercise should be really focusing on what success would look like. And success doesn't, if you try to copy the success of others or the success of the past, you're probably mistaken too. So it's not about a financial number here. It's not about being the leader. It's not about copying the neighbor or the whatever big successful company. It's about crafting something that is unique to you, that is ambitious, and that will impact you, your shareholders, your stakeholders, your communities. If you get something around these lines, I think you're getting in the right direction.
Okay, perfect. So you just explained it very nicely. Okay, so any industry example is that applicable for any kind of business, services, product? What about non-profit? So what is your experience in that?
I mean, my view here, I've got strong opinions here that strategy is applicable to any organizations. You obviously, big corporations have been using extensively strategy over the years, and rightly so. But if you're a public entity, you also need a strategy. And even more, because it's a public money, you need to be sure this money are going to be used to drive the biggest possible impact. So I guess for a public entity, it's not about maximizing the profit, it's maximizing the value for citizen. If you're a minister of education, of transport, whatever, you want to offer the best possible. But so you need a strategy, obviously, even more. And let me push the logic one step further. If you are whatever, your kids' schools, if you have kids or grandchildren, you want to be sure that these guys, they have the best possible education. Your school or the schools of your kids need a great strategy. If you have like a football club, a cinema club, obviously it's not a profit-driven mindset. But remember, I talk about strategic input, strategic outcomes. Obviously, you need to adjust that. You don't copy and paste. That's why when people use a balanced scorecard approach as is, financial outcome, It doesn't work because for a public entity, financial outcome often is an enabler. For a school, perhaps it's again the same. You don't want, or you should not want to have a school which objective is to maximize the value to shareholders. It should be to maximize the value to the kids, and beyond that, to the society in which they live. So the input and outcomes will be different, obviously, but the strategy applies to all these entities. And let's take one step further. Yesterday, I tried something new, Abdullah. I invited a few of my clients to talk not about their business. All of them are very successful business leaders, executives, CEOs, and they spend hours defining and executing the strategy of the business. But they never think about their own strategy. And I told them, look, we can use the same logic to yourself. What success will look like for you, Abdul, in 20 years? What if you can see, there's an aging booth app. So basically, you take a selfie of yourself, and it's quite scary, but it looks like it's yourself in 20 years. So engage in an honest conversation. Say to this old guy or lady, what do you want for this person? What would make that person happy? Define your personal strategy. We had a full session on that. And believe it or not, it was very insightful because the same logic, obviously the tools need to be applied, but the same logic applied to individuals, to a non-profit organization, to public entities, to startups, obviously, and to big organizations.
Excellent, excellent. I know you're a platform agnostic. You promote a platform agnostic solution kind of thing. But last couple of slides, what you have shown, you shown something like strategy map, and then you talk about initiatives. Maybe it is a little coinciding with the balance scorecard, whether you like it or not. Okay, so you have some kind of.
No, I mean, that's a fair point. I should have give you some feedback. I worked for the first 5 years of my life. I worked for Kaplan and Norton in their consulting firm in Europe and Middle East, and later on in Latin America. I've been implementing hundreds of balance scorecard in my career, and I'm a strong believer in the importance of managing proactively your strategy execution framework. After that, I implemented a lot of OKRs, management by objectives, and all in between. My point is that I believe that people fall in love with balance scorecard, with OKR, with MBO, with a smart model or whatever. And they forget, why are we implementing these tools? And I believe it's not about the tool. It's about how do we use it? So if you feel comfortable with balance scorecard, go for it. Over the years, I've been changing, twisting. For example, I believe the balance scorecard approach for individual as is doesn't work. If you ask someone that works like a support function, to say, what is your contribution to client's perspective? They haven't seen a client in their life, so it doesn't apply to them. So I twist the model, which is more an OKR approach, if you want, or following something in terms of philosophy, be closer to that. I like the aim strat page, what you call strategy maps. Some people call it strategy on a page, because, for example, OKR doesn't have that. But I believe it's important to have a summary of the entire strategic objectives in one page. It's important because you need to force consensus on one page, and it's hard, but it's necessary. So yes, I'm very familiar with that. I've been inspired. I just try to now move beyond the tools itself, and to use it, twist it according to the clients as much as need be. And if it's a balance scorecard by the book and it works, great. If it's OKR by the book and it works, fantastic. But I don't really mind about the tool itself.
It's not about the tool. It's about your strategy, and it's about your business. Perfect. I think that's fantastic session, Anal. I think a truly enjoying session, and I like your energy. So you really enjoyed talking to us. So that is something makes. So which part now? From where you are speaking? You are speaking from South Africa, or?
So you can hear tiny, big French accents. I should have started by saying, excuse my French accent. But yes, I have been in South Africa for more than 10 years now. South Africa, I worked across Southern Africa. We work also in Europe, but let's say a big part of my efforts is in Africa, where I believe the challenges of strategy execution and strategy definition apply. But to be honest, I also believe that there's so much to be done in Africa that I feel like I'm more helpful here somehow. And on top of that, beside that, it's a fantastic continent to live here with beautiful nature and beautiful people.
Fantastic. That's excellent. Excellent. I wish you all the best, Anil, and good luck to you. So it has been a wonderful session. So you really made clarified some key stuff, which are the challenges, and then the how to do the strategies, and what are the key priorities to take care, and how to imagine yourself, and what is the role of CEO, and then, of course, tool does not matter. So that is something fantastic. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Anil.
Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Abdul, for the opportunity. It was a pleasure meeting you remotely. I hope next time I'll come to India, I'll meet you in person. And I wish you the best for the remaining part of your conference.
Yeah. So we have appreciation from the members. So Sundar Raj, Lokesh. So they are appreciating your lecture. So thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, Anil. Thank you very much. Fantastic.
Okay. Goodbye.
Yeah. We have actually, there is a small change in the schedule today. We had one session at this time, actually 4 to 5, with Andrew Constable, but unfortunately he is not available due to ill health. So he apologized for us for not joining, and so yeah, he's in UK, and he's very sick. He cannot speak. So we said, okay, fine. The health is well. If he's unable to join us, so that is the reason, we would like to advance the next session, which is from Philip. Okay, if the Philip is, I hope Philip is already in the conference already. Okay, so Philip, are you there? Can you hear us?
Yes, good morning and good afternoon, everybody, from wherever you are.
So I think it's what time is it? It's like at 11:30 a.m.
Yeah, at my end is 11. Let me see, it's 12:22. Yeah.
11:22. Yeah, it's a 4.5 hours for media. Okay.
Yeah.
So thank you, Philip Onyuta. Thank you very much for joining from South Sudan. Very interesting. Okay, so it's a new country. Just a quick brief on Philip. So driving sustainable growth in Global South, leveraging strategy and technology is the topic of discussion today. So Philip has over 15 years of experience in humanitarian and development organizations, providing strategic financial expertise and operational leadership. So he managed multi-billion-dollar programs funded by bilateral donors and excels at resolving operational challenges. So he delivers solutions that optimize resources and amplify impact. So over to you, Philip. So nice to have you in Summit, and I'm sure we will enjoy your session today. Yeah, please take it up. Yeah, you can introduce properly from your side and tell me about something about South Sudan also. So many people don't know.
Right.
So you can.
No problem. Thank you so much. I think moderator or organizer of the event and participants from different parts of the world. I really appreciate that this platform has been able to bring people from different backgrounds, different specialties, but of course with the focus on strategy. And as the moderator explained, I'm Philip Currently, I'm in South Sudan, but previously I had also worked in Sudan, that is the Blue Nile region and Nuba Mountain region. These are disputed areas. And I'm particularly focused on operations, finance, and donor compliances. The whole aim is to make sure we optimize the impact of the funds, public funds, for the benefit of the people. And we strengthen processes. One area which came up very strongly on aspects of strategy. How do we align development work and humanitarian work to strategy? How can we make strategy more practical in aid sector or development sector? I'm glad the previous presenters have hinted a little bit on this. So we are on the same page. So at the moment, I want to focus more on how the global South can leverage technology to make strategy more practical compared to the tedious previous paperwork, where it was very difficult to manage performance or strategy executions. So you will allow me to share my screen with you for some few slides that I have. It's not going to be long, because there have been a lot of discussion on the different strategy tools, the OKR, the balance scorecard, and other frameworks that previous presenters from day one have been talking about. So I think it's already a new word for me. I wouldn't like to repeat, but I want to focus on the linkages and the existing practices that is already ongoing between in technology integration to strategy. Just a minute.
Yeah, you have difficulty?
I'm trying to
There is a share button
the
at the bottom.
screen. Yeah, I can see. It's here. It's here. But sorry, yes. I should have tested before.
No problem.
Sorry.
Don't worry. Don't worry. Okay, so you can see in the bottom. So you have a share button in the middle.
Okay, let me try this.
Yeah, look at it. No problem. Don't take your time. You don't have to hurry. Did you see it?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Can we confirm it's visible?
Yeah, it's visible. And then you can put
Okay.
into the presentation mode. Yeah, you can close that front window here or minimize it.
Oh, it went up again.
Yeah. Oh, we are able to see it.
Actually, it's the new technology. You'll forgive me for that. Okay. My screen is visible. As mentioned, I want to see how the Global South can actually adopt technology to optimize.
It's not visible. The screen is not visible. It was visible earlier. Then we lost you. Yeah. Can you try again, please?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
It is visible.
Yeah.
You
So
can, it is in the Google Drive. Yeah.
It's on Google Drive. Yeah.
Okay. Just forward so that okay, we can see the movement also.
Okay. So my focus is the first bit of it. I will not talk about in terms of introduction of the Global South. We are all global expertise. I believe this small concept may not be applicable for the forum, but where need be, I can talk through. Then I want to talk about key strategy areas for impacting growth for the Global South or specifically for the Southern region. And I want to talk about strategic tools that have been applicable and useful in recent years for strategy executions. And also, I want to see how we can integrate technology into strategies, which is something already ongoing, but we can is still a learning phase. We can still learn more and make it more adaptive to the context, to the environment, to the changing global phenomena. Then I also want to focus a little bit on few case studies and practical insights, what have been done in technology to optimize strategy so far, and also I will look into the call for action and key takeaway from the presentation. That would be an action for all the participants and the practitioners in strategy. So I said this I will not talk about. So I want to have a look at key strategy area for the Global South. A lot have been talked already on strategy. This have given me a leverage so that I will use little time than I expected. So key areas for strategy that I want is to make sure we integrate inclusive growth and development. Inclusive, we have seen this have been happening in mostly like in East African region where I belong, where we have seen in microfinance in East Africa, people are incorporating strategy, technologies to maximize inclusiveness, where microfinance institutions, banking financial institutions are integrating technology into strategy on how to reach out to the bigger population to have access to funding. Then these have been a use case we have seen in performance management, tracking, social impact, and financial health in microfinancial institutions. That is already something which have been adopted in the Global South. Also, another areas, key strategy areas that we have been seeing in digital transformations. We have seen this happening, for example, in Kenya, where they have integrated digital transformation into M-Pesa. M-Pesa is a local platform of money remittance transfer for financial inclusiveness, so that it is a one platform that brings together, that integrate with this, how you intend to reach out to all people at once. So it is a key platform that embed into their strategy how to make sure everybody is inclusive in financial access to access financial resources. The use case we have seen in the automated transaction reporting, where you get instant report on your phone. You make transaction, you are able to view report, you don't need to go to the bank, you make payment, you are able to see getting integrated into your smartphone. This is integration of technology. Then another case area that I want to focus in is sustainability and green growth. We have seen this in the solar energy that have been in India. This is you can confirm for me, where we have seen more grid is being added into the national grid through application of technology that transmit also from solar into the national grid. These are area of innovation and part of strategy that we want to make sure we enhance the energy, improve on the national grid through the use of other technology coming into that. Then we have seen in crisis and resilience, this is around the early warning system, around the climate change, around droughts. So using this platform of technology is able to make sure information are instant in terms of early warning for the disaster, drought, floods that's coming. So when we have embedded system technology, it informs us, it informs the practitioner, it informs the community, it informs the stakeholders of potential. Also in disaster risk management, we have seen this have been so useful. The use case study, another one which I want also to talk about, is the supply chain that we have seen during the COVID time of 2020 to 2021, probably around that time, where information was shared into one platform in terms of access to vaccine, in terms of access to, in terms of statistics of cases, in terms of prevalent cases. So this unified platform was able to make sure the global community were able to manage, the phenomena, the crisis very well. Assuming a situation where there's no unified platform, for world leaders, for global community to get to know the statistics, how it would have been so difficult for the world to manage this pandemic. But with integration of technology, we have been able to see tremendous progress in terms of achieving expected results. So also we have seen this in regional integration, that technology is coming in regional integration. For example, in custom clearance and tax clearance purposes. I'm giving a case of East Africa. In East Africa, when you clear tax from Mombasa port, it's already done. The systems are integrated in each and every country that you move. This eliminates the hurdle of double taxation. So integration of technology in East African strategy or any other regional bloc, it helped to minimize one delay in shipment of goods and supplies, delay in supply chain processes. It is quicker when systems are integrated. Then I also want the use case study is in audit and compliances that we have also seen compliance with trade regulation and monitor trade flow transparency. This is the case I've been giving about the integration of custom systems into one platform that countries are able to work on bilateral agreements, synchronize their processes using one platform with application of technology. And of course, this is in support of implementation of the regional strategy. Assuming a country or a nation was to work in isolation without integration of their processes, integration of their system, it would be burdensome. So these are areas that I see technology and strategy and bilateral relations, international cooperation, and sustainable growth and development are getting synchronized. That I thought would be good if we as practitioners and experts in strategy can continue to explore more how can we leverage still technology further to make the world a better place than now with the advancement in technology. I've seen I made a LinkedIn post about the appointment of the new Department of Government Efficiency in the US. These are tech-led giants. So we believe with the coming in of tech-led giants into the governance system, would still improve efficiency in technology, strategy, and execution, which will also help to reduce much in terms of the bottlenecks or the pinpoints in strategy executions. I want to talk also about strategic tools for effective execution. A lot have been mentioned about, and I'm grateful for the previous presenters or lectures that have been given out. So in terms of the balance scorecards, these have been the heaviest. So I believe now from this gathering, balance scorecard is one of the major strategy tools that we have available, because looking into the average, most of the presenters, they are able to focus their strategy tools framework around balance scorecard. Yes, there are other strategy framework, like one of my colleagues talks about Michael Porter's value chain analysis, which is also a good strategy framework. The BCG, Multiple Consulting Group, is another strategy. So out of all the many strategy tools, I think the balance scorecard stand out as major. So with this, I would still emphasize that we enhance on the balance scorecard with technology. I know Mr. Sheikh Abdul has got a food strategy application tool, which is very, very important. If adopted, we should be able to effectively implement balance scorecard because it's synchronized to the balance scorecard. This helps you to manage performance management system, tracking operation, financial, and customer performance into one platform. And when we bring, assuming its strategy remain on papers, like a colleague was saying, 180 page document on strategies, where you have to read. But if we align this strategy, instead of putting 100% of paper, we can link it to the platform with the technology that we are able to instantly interact to measure performance and track operational, financial, and customer satisfaction into one platform, I think it should be the way to go. This will help institutions, organizations, irrespective of industries and sector, to optimize strategy and execution. The OKR also came out strongly, but I do agree OKR is not a standalone strategy framework, but embeds additional support to the existing strategy framework so that we are able to measure specific KPIs that we are interested in measuring. But with the use of strategy tools as technology tools, I think we should be able to match precisely optimize these strategy issues, and also communication of strategy to the business community, the stakeholders, the institution would be very, very okay if we can also bring in these aspects of technology as part of measuring of KPI. So use case we have seen is setting up objective to market expansion and sustainable growth, which is linked to the OKRs. There is another strategy tool which are important is the scenario planning. Scenario planning is an aspect that I've seen also coming out very strong in strategy, but it's rarely being adopted, especially in aid and development work, where we does in cases where exceptional situation is a case by case. We don't take it as a routine, a standard practice in strategy. So I think also in scenario planning, shouldn't be an isolated case if we can integrate scenario planning within the strategy framework with technology that can help us to quickly measure scenarios that would confront us as organization, as institution. The use case is in financial planning, forecasting, so that we are able to measure impacts under different economic situations would be important if we don't, a practitioner of strategy and also strategy tool vendors, we should not leave them out in this. That means we need, much as we build this technology, there should be more discussion and talking with the technology vendors so that they know our need as implementers, as executors of strategies. What are our needs? So that the needs are captured into the strategy technology or framework that will make our work difficult. That could have made our work difficult, but if we integrate that, I think from the strategy and technology perspective, there's good news that we need to work together so that we are able to consider what matters most to the two instead of working in silos as technology vendors and executors and implementers of strategy. Another one is a SWOT analysis, which is also an all framework of strategy, but also I think it's good to consider if we can embed SWOT analysis into technology, because my concern is I want a situation where I look at a situation where as an institution, we already have well-crafted strategy for 5 years or 2 years. How can we keep track of progress? How can we review? I'm ending at a situation where we don't need to go back on papers. We should focus on amendment within the existing framework or within the existing framework and technology. So we can see in terms of scenario planning, if we propose for A, we should see the impact. The projected, the forecasted impact immediately should come out clear. So technology vendors, these are areas that I think if these are streamlined, we should be able to really appreciate technology vendors integrating our inputs into strategy, into their technology. We have seen this in evaluating organizational capacity, strengths, and weaknesses to enhance transparency and compliance. So all in all, these are strategic tools that have been much talked about, but my concern is we synchronize within the existing strategy framework and technology to be in one platform that make it easier to measure and improve. This is something that I want to talk about, technologies that are now impacting strategy, execution, and learning. So I wouldn't like to say much, but I also want to recognize the artificial intelligence bits. We have talked about technology. We have seen aspect of strategy. But how can we make AI embedded within the strategy technology, within the balance scorecard, within the OKR, within also the SWOT analysis, that we can make it more interactive? People talk about the natural language application. So we make it simple, make it, because look, business leaders, I know they are also coming role of chief information officer, chief technology officers, they are there. But for the smaller organizations, institutions, without the role of chief technology, who are able to advise in terms of data, in terms of analytics, in terms of data governance, how can we make the technology adaptive with inbuilt AI that can be interactive for business leaders? So I think use case scenario that I want to look into in performance management. If the AI are embedded within the framework, within the framework or technology of strategy, we should make it more intuitive and interactive. So this is my vision, but still I call upon the collaboration of technology vendors, particularly the AI tools, the modulars, to work together to review this. Of course, that means there should be a platform so that the strategies, artificial intelligence expertise, or the machine learning expertise, the algorithm, they should work together to see how can we embed our effort together to streamline technology and strategy. We have seen also data analytics and business intelligence coming up so strong in the era of this current technology, particularly driven by artificial intelligence, AI. So well, we have seen this happening in Tanzania, where a lot of analytics and business intelligence is becoming core. Actually, at the moment, any small business, also social media, online businesses, we have seen people on Facebook, we have seen on WhatsApp, where they use targeted marketing model. That targeted marketing model is based on data, on algorithm, like we have seen the Amazon, where they target you based on your previous search criteria. So this would be very useful if we can consider also embedding this into the strategy. Another case scenario that I want to talk about, another technology which is very important, is the blockchain technology. The use case of blockchain technology is in supply chain. So still applies. My concern remains the same. How can we integrate this? Cloud computing. Cloud computing is very key. Well, there are still other desk applications which are not cloud-based. But my advocacy would be to move from desk application to cloud application, so that the data from the cloud can be synchronized into technology and synchronized into strategy tools that we have adopted. And we can quickly manage the performance. So I strongly advocate for cloud computing application rather than offline application, desktop application. It's not making sense because integrating data are key. Although there are other applications that we can still get data from the desktop, but will not update instantly. That will need, the cost of investment will be high. Because to integrate data from separate data sources, you need to have investment in around technology of Internet of Things, around hiring of experts who will help to import data, clean the data, and export the data into your strategy tools and the technology. That makes expensive. But if we streamline and say, yes, we are going to use, we'll adopt a cloud-based application, either CRM code system, accounting system, supply chain management system, and all integrated, like the fruit juice strategy that is currently being adopted by the data lab. I think is one of the tools that I envy, and I really see that we move toward that so that all the platforms are integrated. Another case that also want to learning management system. Learning is going off class, is going off school, even within an institution where learning is part of the strategy. How can we link learning part of the strategy, like the balanced scorecard, direct to the learning management system, where we are able to manage learning? We have seen this is happening now already in India, I mean in Ethiopia. So another case scenario that is used in learning platform is in planning training programs that is synchronized within the strategy platform. So these are technologies that is directly impacting, and we need to continue adapting. For us to adapt, it means we don't need to work in isolation. We need to, where you don't have internal resources, there should be opportunity that you can have a third party or external service provider that can provide an expertise, like on rental basis, on subscription basis, so that we are able, although this works very well, but one aspect which has to come up very clearly is the aspect of data governance, data security, and compliance to the GDPR, Global Data Protection Policy, is very, very good. In terms of access to personal data, we have seen many countries are now adopting AI use act. We have seen the EU, we have seen the US, we have seen the Japan. Many countries have adopted that. So basically, for the case of Global South, how can we also make, instead of each and every country having an isolated act on AI usage, can we have, like, maybe to say the regional act, like the EU have done one, so that countries can only adopt the one which is already existing? So this way, technology, yes, it will impact technology, but also it's an aspect that countries and institutions need to consider aspect of data. We have seen a lot of data breaches happening. I think it happened with one of major firms, like I think it should be Amazon or something like that, where there are data breaches, hackers, cyber security are threatening. So much as we talk about integration of strategy, technology, and execution learning, we need to be mindful. How can we manage integrity around data and cyber security? The next area that I want to talk about is the use case study. This is a case study in real world insight where we have seen digital transformation in agriculture. Agriculture that is food access to nutritional food globally. The whole world has a vision, and this is part of the sustainable development goal. So every country has to incorporate it into their development plan. So now, how do you execute that? So people have gone to digital transformation in agriculture. This is happening in Kenya, where we have seen increased crop yield with application of technology, the high tool. But now, how practical can we make this down to the ordinary farmers, to the local person who may not have access to those advantages? How can we make it more practical? How can technology vendor come in to design application that is quite easy for ordinary farmers, ordinary people, to be able to maximize the crop yield? So also another area is sustainability in energy. Solar adoption in off-grid communities. People are using solar as part of technology in real case scenario. Also, resilient crisis, I've talked about the COVID management, how it was managed, the harmonized supply chain, harmonized database of infection rate, so that we are able to share digital to the world in terms of precaution, in terms of risk, in terms of plan, in terms of joint responsibility, because the data are synchronized. So we are able to manage as one platform than managing in isolation. And these have been helpful also in managing global travels and movement. Because once you're vaccinated in another part of the world, you're already vaccinated. We have seen all this also happening around. Maybe the yellow fever vaccine is not yet, but in terms of other vaccines, which has international implications, is synchronized within the global platform using technology. So I believe also coming together, this will help to address that. Oh, my slide is not moving.
We are in case studies.
Yes, I wanted to move to the next one, but I can't move.
Check.
Okay, so I think I'm on the key takeaway from the discussions. For us as practitioners and institutions, we have to consider the use of strategic framework in strategy. People have talked a lot about balanced scorecard, the SWOT analysis, the OKR, the BCG, Michael Porter's 5 forces, Michael Porter's value chain analysis. These are all strategic tools, framework. But the focus is let's use that, and where need be, we can engage external. Because why I'm saying this, I've seen many smaller organizations which has growth potential. There's opportunity to grow, but they are adopting the wrong tools. So they have wrong informed decisions. They are not able to measure. So it's a bottleneck that if they are supported, we leverage that technology, they should be able to grow at a faster rate than going on traditional technology tools, strategy, which takes time. One cannot measure, one cannot visibly see the progress. The important thing is also digitalization of transformation, which I've given a few examples. So it's an action that we need to see how can we digitalize. Recently, I've seen governments and institutions are adopting digitalization. Yesterday, one of the presenters talked about the difference between digitization and digitalization. Digitization is simply say is a process of transferring from analog to digital. Simple. But he also explained that digitalization is migrated data to the online platform or to the cloud application. That makes it accessible and help aid decision making. So I think these are areas if we envision how can we practitioners support institutions and ourselves to digitalize, support our government to digitalize would be useful. The example of M-Pesa case in Kenya, where it is important for financial inclusiveness, because without financial inclusiveness means we cannot be able to achieve most of the SDGs that the world are committed to. So if we make it inclusive, we should be able to go faster to achieve the sustainable development goals. Also, leverage of AIs. Yes, AIs we need to do consciously, as I talk about data governance and data governance, cybersecurity aspect of that. Then also the human-centric adaptation of AI and the scalability. How can we make it scalable in our process? So, and also the blockchain, I've seen in the supply chain, which is very, very important, so that we are able to effectively have an oversight of our supply chain bottleneck and make instant decisions when we have one platform. That means we will be able to execute the strategy quite quickly. Then also integrating resilience and sustainability into strategy. What are resilient? Resilient means we as practitioners, as institutions, yes, changes are happening, contexts are changing, but we should continue to strive. We should not be hampered by changes in context, situation, regulation that we should not strive. We should continue. And how sustainable are we into the near future? All this has to be incorporated into our strategy, which will be supported by the technology giants or the technology vendors and strategy. Okay, the next thing that I want to talk about is technology adoption rates in the global south and the north. So the first one is the global north, where we have seen there are research which are done on this, but unfortunately I did not quote the reference. I could have quoted for you so that you have time to read, but I can still provide the reference. So where we have seen the early adaptation of advanced technology in the global north, and these are responsible for high productivity. And you have seen under the leadership of Donald Trump is still giving more funding into giant tech companies, so that because they have learned, they appreciated the value and the importance of investment in technology. So I think with more advancement in technology investment, the AI, the Internet of Things, and other automations would be very useful to make faster decisions, to enhance productivity, and this helps more sustainable growth. And example, as I said, the use of AI in healthcare, in financial services. I've given the example of M-Pesa in Kenya, manufacturing firms using the blockchain in the supply chain. So it's very, very important that practitioners to look into this. Then, while in the global south, it's still emerging. We are emerging. We are not yet at the face of the global north, but it's an emerging state. I like this one from Arnold from South Africa, where he said it's much focused in the African context because there's a lot of opportunity for technology strategy in the south. The case of Africa, I confirm for you that's true. So looking into the global south, still there are structures, areas like which are adopted at a higher rate and others are adopted at a lower rate. Recently, I think yesterday, South Africa announced they are going to train 1 million South Africans in the use of AI so that they are able to leverage technology to enhance growth for the country. So I think it's a good vision that if that have been implemented, this will give opportunity to the youth, give opportunity to the nation, to the country, and the region that we are able to optimize on our processes. Although it's still low, we have seen coming in mobile money, yet it's very limited access. Other areas don't have access to AI tools. So it's quite low. So investing in AI, investing in advanced technology is at a lower rate. So technology vendors, we need to consider how can we penetrate through to the southern, to the global south, particularly in Africa, particularly other regions. I'm not saying all. I've seen the West African bit is somehow ahead in terms of adaptation of AI and advanced technology in analytics, in governance, in voice application, in strategy. But I think also there are still windows and opportunities that we can explore to enhance, to improve our contribution as strategy technology vendors into sustainable growth and development. Then number 3, in terms of parities, development parities, because of the different phases in adoption of advanced technology in the global south, and also there's a parity in development, where we have seen technology adaptation is dividing the south and the north, not in terms of ideology, but mostly in terms of growth opportunity and keep driving sustainable growth. So with the south facing challenge access of high-tech tools and resources. And basically this could be because of governance system, this could be because of priorities, this could be because of leapfrogging in terms of technology. But still, if we adopt at a lower rate, that means we'll have the parity will continue for some time. Yes, it's normal that this parity continue, but how can we bridge the gap? So let's exploit this opportunity that we have around to enhance the technology adaptation. Okay, then I still want to continue technology adaptation trends in terms of trends. That was general in terms of that, but I want to talk about the trend. Why I want to bring this clear to see where we lie and where the north lies, and what effort is needed for the south to bridge the gap. So we have seen there's high penetration of advanced technology, as I said before, significant investment in innovation. Many countries allocate a huge budget and infrastructure, research and development. So this is for the globe. So I think why they do this, because they have appreciated the importance of investment in technology as part of strategy execution, and which contribute directly to sustainable sustainable development growth. So, but also in the global south is a gradual adaptation. And we have seen this as in that by infrastructure is poor, digital literacy. I've seen other institutions, the government have started adopting digital literacy programs, development practitioners. Recently, MTN rolled out partnership with government of other countries to roll out digital literacy at a zero cost, so that people are able to, farmers are able, instead of going to the market, taking their item to the market, they should be able to access digital literacy to do digital marketing of their agricultural products. And in that way, they are able to reduce all the cost of transporting the item from the farm, wherever they are, to the market. So this time is digital process that is working. Access to capital, we have seen many adaptations is coming where platforms are there. We have seen capital market. I've seen in Nigeria something like that. In Nigeria, where you don't need to go to the financial institution. You make applications on the apps. You access funds on the apps. You manage your credit on apps. So this is a very good use of the CRM platform, which are useful as part of the strategy of market expansion. Very, very important that we need to do. Increase the digital tools in education. Education, schools are shrinking. Schools are shrinking. In the past, there used to be home teaching or home learning. But also, I've seen school enrollment with time will shrink because digital platforms are available for learning. The same content, the same learning, with the exception that the physical contact between the learner may be missing, which is also an important aspect. But I think also is an area that is coming, so can help also to drive growth and development. So opportunity for Global South, we have seen that we are still a little bit slow in adapting, but there are opportunities where we should look into cloud computing, digitalizing platforms in sectors of agriculture, finance, education, and strategy. Not forget about strategy because it's a key area of the discussion. So this can be, we can adopt that, and that should be okay. Okay, I'm almost coming to an end. I know I still have time because I started a little bit early and I wrap up my conversation because most of the strategy aspects were already discussed. I did not want to go to much detail because we are had enough on that. But in terms of conclusion, I want to say, let's look into combining strategic framework and technology is key for sustainable growth. It should not be handled in isolation. Technology and strategy framework should be integrated within the institution strategy, and also collaboration to implement strategy into organization. We need to collaborate, as I've been saying. Technology vendors, practitioners are very, very important that we need to collaborate, because unless they understand the challenges and the pinpoints, I mean, unless the technology vendors understand the pinpoint challenges, they cannot optimize performance of the technology to meet the interest that will drive growth. So it's important we consider how can we work together rather than in isolation. So I think I've come to the end of my presentation. I choose to make it more focused, and the most important is the call of action point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Philip. A very insightful lecture from you. So let's take up some questions from participants. Okay. So basically, I would like to know from my side, how is the industry evolution going on in South Sudan? What are the key government initiatives to improve the economy of the South Sudan, and what are the opportunities for the business? Okay, I think can you give us some economic input opportunities there for South Sudan and others to have any opportunity there to do business, or maybe any other industry related thing which is useful for the participants?
Well, thank you so much. as we might all be knowing, the country specific have been in war from 2013 to 2016 until the signing of the revitalized peace agreement, which implementation commenced in 2018. And governments and development partners are working toward implementation of the signed agreement. And as of now, the economy is at the early recovery stage. It's at the recovery stage with huge investment from government in different sectors, in education, financial institutions, development infrastructures, roads, and also trade and commerce. Huge investment is coming. And also with the development partners, the UN, international organizations are present, supporting government, and also from the private sectors. It's an emerging economy, it's a recovering economy with a lot of growth opportunity. More investment, more funding is being allocated to stabilization. And for a case of us who are in attendance who want to invest in the country, I think this is high time that we invest at the early stage of recovery. And this gives opportunity to grow and contribute to the nation building, while also increasing your regional or international presence. I think if also there's any specific concern that anybody would want me to have a chat with, we can still have this bilaterally. Although I cannot give all detail here, but I think I'm open to still discuss if there's specific concern in terms of market penetration, in terms of opportunities, in terms of any other information that would be necessary.
So great. So how is the industry? So is it like the companies and all in South Sudan? Which area is the more development? Is it around the capital or across the country? How is that geography-wise?
Yes, at the moment, I would say
Philip? Philip, we lost you a little. Hello, Philip, can you hear me? Hello, Deep, can you hear me?
Yeah, it's from Philip's end.
Okay.
sorry, I had lost, but it's fine.
Yeah. Mhm. Yeah, Philip, you were saying something, and how is the development going on in South Sudan? Is it like any part of the South Sudan or across the country or in any specific area where the development is going on at the moment? What's the plan?
Can you come again, please?
The development in South Sudan, is it around the capital or is it across the country, or what is the strategy?
Well, I think it's more concentrated now in the capital, but with progressive implementation of the ongoing peace agreement, we have started seeing development also going to the countryside, which to me is an opportunity for new entry to the market so that you establish at the early stage.
Mhm. Perfect. So I think that's a fantastic way to explain your point of view, Philip. So I appreciate your time, and if you could share your thoughts and what is your advice for the participants okay, for to 2025 or 2026 in this technology transformation. Okay, so then with that we can conclude your session.
This still relate to the call of action that I put earlier, that for strategies and execution need to work hand in hand together with the institution organizations, that they are able to streamline or incorporate strategy execution, strategy planning into a technology platform where we are able to manage into one platform. And also, it's important that as practitioners, let's keep adapting the technology, because trends and context are changing. So, and also the usage of AI, modern technology into technology tools is very, very important, because let's try to make simple, not complicated. Let's assume it's for a startup company. Let's forget about the big giant. The focus should be on a startup company, because many companies are startup companies. For giants, they already have their in-house system. But what the technology vendors will look at for the startup company, so it should be simplified, user-friendly, adaptable, scalable. That's my last word, actually. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Philip. With that, we conclude the session of Mr. Philip. So thank you very much joining from all the way from South Sudan, and we wish you good luck and have a great time. And then we wish you and your country a good luck and tremendous future in coming days, in coming years.
Thank
So
you.
thank you, Philip. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Good.
So let us, if you have any questions, please ask. Otherwise, we just move to the conclusion session. Yeah, we now, let me give you a quick round of applause for all the speakers today. We had 7 speakers from 7 different countries. Maybe it's a coincidence, but it is true. So we had a wonderful lecture. So I would like to conclude the session by giving a brief on Fru strategy, solution overview, and then we can just say a vote of thanks to everybody. So let me share my screen, and those who wants to know more about the Fru strategy, I would like to give very quick glimpse of it. So what Fru strategy does is, so let me give a quick.
వినిపిస్తుందా? Just a second, we seem to have lost Abdul. He's joining again.
Sorry, gentlemen. Sorry. Yeah. So I don't know what happened, but
Yeah, please go ahead.
I pressed something. Yeah, if you were able to see on screen.
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you, Deep. Thank you very much. So Fru strategy solution is built maybe I pressed something. Okay. As a systems-driven approach as a foundation, and then modules in the strategy planning, which includes strategy analysis, strategic positioning, strategy formulation, and also the strategy planning part. And then we also have like a scenario planning to support it. Then the strategy translation take up through balanced scorecard framework, preferably. And then if you are fan of OKRs, you can use that. Then align everything in the organization, the projects, the people, the risks, business processes, technology. And then you have your planning processes, which is budgeting and financial planning, which can be done. You can do assessments, whether organizational assessments, ESG, OHI, and SFO, or culture. So you can do assessments from the tool. And then finally, you can do your strategy reviews, communications and actions. You can also align a whole organization. Then you can review the organizational performance, and then you can have a sustainable growth for your organization. So this is what the architecture is. Okay. Now, I'll just take this to this slide. Yeah, this is where one pager where we talk about strategy, approach strategy. So again, in analysis and formulation, so you can do all those stuff. The translation, and then you have a perform and reporting. So review and act, and then transform. So now I'll take you through a solution overview. So let me see if it is open. Yeah, it is open. Okay, so let me just show you something. So this is the home page. So when you log in, so you will find this. So everything in this is what we just talked about. Okay, it's a unique tool which covers the business processes, the budgeting part, and then also people performance and everything. And it is very detailed. It is like a very detailed alignment solution where you can use it in a real sense. Okay, so let me just quickly take you through the strategy analysis part. I'll just navigate through it. So you have organization structure, mission, vision, and values, strategy analysis. Then I'll just take this to strategy analysis. Okay, so in the strategy analysis, you can do external analysis like Porter and Porter's 5 forces analysis or Pestel, and also you can do others like 4 corners, force field. So we keep adding new tools based on our customer requests. So whenever we find something new tool which is useful for the organizations, we add it. And we have something like a cognitive model and zone to win. It's a newly added modules. So in the cognitive model, what we have is, so you can have the complete, we talk about Mihai framework of strategy clockwise. So that is tuned to that. So you can have problems to solve. Basically, strategy is about making choices and then selecting the choice which you want to work. So you can define all your strategic choices in form of problems to solve, and then you have a solutions to deliver. So these, once you do that, so you can have your zone to win. Just to consider your zone to win concept, which is so what you achieve the current strategy and current products processes, and then what is your innovation. So how you want to innovate and then transform organization, so that you can have you can do that. Okay. Similarly, other strategy analytical analysis tools we have here like a SWOT, Pestel, SWOT, 4 corners, portfolio analysis. Likewise, you can do that. Now, once you do this strategy analysis, so the next is you position yourself. So you can do a strategic positioning. Okay, so how you position your strategy is like based on the strategic choices you have selected for the problems to solve and solutions to deliver. You match it, and then you have a position mix kind of thing. So you just then you come up with your strategies. Okay, so finally in the value proposition, what will happen is the value proposition. What we'll do is you come up with what is it you are going to offer for a particular product or service to your client. So you need to come up with that. Okay, so this is your plan basically. So now this value proposition will tell you what is your strategy and what you need to do it, and then it tells you that to execute this strategy, so you need to have you will have some gaps. Okay, so you need to have capabilities. So you need to you need to come up with the required capabilities. So this is required capabilities. Almost always you will not have all of them. Okay, so how you close that required capabilities is the capability gaps. So this is in the capability gaps. What you do is you come up with a plan how you close the capability gaps. Closing this capability gap is your strategy plan. Okay, so closing this capability gap is a strategy plan. While closing the capability gap, what you do is you identify all the things how to close it. Then you have a schedule. Okay, so you close in the quarter 1, quarter 2, maybe first year and second year kind of thing. So that's where you do the strategy planning process. So likewise, you will have a gap closure process, and then you have a draft strategy map kind of thing. So you come up with this is the strategy planning process. Then it's not enough that you talk about only capabilities. You also need to talk about revenue gaps. So for example, in next 3 to 5 years, you want to close, you achieve like a $10 million, for example, or $20 million, so whatever, based on your size of organization. Now, how you close the revenue gaps? So what are the revenue gaps with the current capabilities, and then how you close it? The outcome we can show here, like for a particular capability, revenue gaps. So you identify your strategic projections, what are the gaps in revenue, and then how you close it. That means which objective or which goal close how much, which initiative close the gap how much. So once you identify that, so it will be very easy for you to define your strategy. It is very easy for you to translate strategy. Okay, then almost always all the speakers today, if you hear, so everybody right from the beginning, from Peter Campo to Mihai and everybody, you need to do the scenario planning. That means what are the key scenario changes will happen in a course of time. So you need to do that. So you identify the driving forces, you identify the indicators, and then you come up with the scenarios. So you maintain these scenarios in the system, and then you monitor those scenarios, how it take up. Okay, so this is very important. Okay, so you need to do a scenario plan, and then scenario story. That means what is scenario story? Basically, scenario story is which scenario is active on a month-on-month basis, and what are the scenarios you can ignore it. Because, for example, COVID outbreak is one scenario, war outbreak is another scenario. If the COVID is not happening, so you can ignore that scenario. But you know, if it happens, what is your response? Okay, likewise, you can do all scenario planning through the system. Now, once we do all this is all part of strategy analysis and formulation process. Now, then we will have a strategy translation. Now, let us go to the strategy translation. Here we talk about the strategy balance scorecard draft. Okay, so it looks like that. So you have a draft. So that means when you are designing balance scorecard, you will not just design final balance scorecard. You come up with a plan. You come up with a draft. So you make 1 draft, 2 drafts, 3 drafts. Then you debate, discuss, and everybody is agreed. Okay, so this is the balance scorecard draft. So you create it. You can just just add it and keep on. For example, if you want to add one perspective, just click here. If you want to add one objective, you can just click here. This is like these are the perspective, this is objective, and this is measures. Okay, and then in the bottom you can connect those to the initiatives. So likewise, you create it all in one screen. So you can do that. For example, if you want to know what is the parameter details about the perspective, so you can know. If you want to know more about objective details, so you can know the data. So if you want to know measure details, you can Okay, so you can define all the measure information here. You can also create if any other measure is required. So in this, one more important point here is, let us say you have a team of 10 people, they have to all approve this draft. So you can say, you can raise this, like you can just say it is, so all the users, they can say click. So it will be registered on my username. So once it is clear, so it will be stored in the database. Then it can be copied. So it will be copied to the real balance scorecard. So that means once we copy, it will go to balance scorecard. So this is like your production balance scorecard, where you will find all the themes, value drivers, objectives, kind of thing. So it looks like this actually. So this is like a very detailed way to look at it. For example, a formula. So you have your all the balance scorecard components very detailed. So you can find something like that. Okay, so if you take any objective, so you can see the full exam details. But once it is released, so this is the balance scorecard what you are using to manage your organization strategy. Okay. Likewise, you have initiatives. Then you have your performance. This performance is what? So performance means once we translate in month on month, you need to report it, right? So this is how you keep reporting it. So this particular screen will be shared with only the user who is responsible for his part of the business, for his part of the department, for his strategic objective, for example. Okay, so if there is something, so he can have his part of information updated. Likewise. Okay, so any other thing. So you can just take any one of the data. If the data is there, you can find out. Likewise. So this automatically comes. All he need to do is he need to update his performance, his target versus actuals. So this is the data field which you enter it, or it can come automatically from any other ERP. In case if you have an integrated system, you can directly pull, or you can also export and import from here. Okay. Now this is the story. You also write your comments. Okay. So why this performance is poor or good or whatever, you can add it. So you can add one more performance. It comes by my name. So likewise, everything is recorded. Who is writing it what? And then if you want to see the last year performance also, you can see it. You can add it likewise. So this is the performance registering. Okay. So likewise, you can see, you can register for objectives, initiatives, and all. Then everybody talk about strategic alignment today. Okay, right. Another today first session was very interesting. Another explained about the strategic alignment. So you can see how corporate and business units are aligned. Okay, so while doing this alignment, if you see it here, okay, like you see here, so alignment type. So when we see what another has explained, it is identical, contributory, or new. So now you can define all these things here. So this is the screen where you can define all your alignments, and then finally you come up with all misalignments. Then how you close these alignments is something here. Okay, so this is like alignment closure plan. So how do you close your alignments, misalignments? Likewise, you have, and this could be associated with any responsibility. Then, if you are a fan of OKRs, it does not matter. So you have the model. So you can define the organizational goals. So you can define organizational objectives, key results, initiatives, milestones, and then all the way to reporting the success stories. So you can define. I think it's more or less same the screen wise. Then you have like a people performance. Now let us talk about the aligning the organization. So people. So when you talk about people, so we have like individual performance, team performance, and 360-degree. So these are the usually known alignment practices for the people. So individual, so you can know the individual performance for the team. So in individual performance, what happens basically is, so you define the employee masters, all the people objectives. Okay, so you can define them. So once you define it, you link to the balance scorecard. Okay, so this way all the people objectives can be linked to the balance scorecard, and then you keep on measuring it. Okay, so this is where you measure it. So this is, for example, let us say this particular employee has this performance in this month. So you can do all those. Okay, so likewise, you do all the employee performance data. If I just take any one of it, if I have it, so let me check if there is something. Okay, for example, let us say, okay, so you have employee performance data like that. Okay, so you can see what is your employee performance data, what is the target actuals and variance. You can see whether it is employees good, whatever, likewise. So this is the individual performance. Likewise, you can have a team performance. 360-degree as assessment again. Okay, so 360-degree, so you have questions, the system will throw emails to all of them. So you can collect all the information, the system consolidates it, and then it give you the result. Okay, so likewise, this performance is basically what happens is you have performance is you can consolidate all, for example. Okay, so you can just, if we have butterfly. So people performance can be reported like that. Weighted average of these three can be reported here. Then this is not enough. This is good for you to score. 9-box model will tell you what is your current capability, current performance of individual employee, and what is his capability, what is his potential. So it is not enough for us, anyone, to see what is the current performance. We also need to see the potential for it. So to strike a balance between these two, and then you can have a 9-box model. So in case if you have something like in any particular department, so you can have them. Okay, so you can have and you can generate. So there will be employees where they are here. For example, John Doe. So he is performance wise he is low, but potential is very high. That means you can consider him. If somebody comes into this, okay, in this category, so it is not good. Performance is low, potential also low. It's very dangerous. So either you fire them or you upgrade them to next level. You do whatever it takes. So likewise, then finally you have a competency management. So competency management means after doing all performance measures, so you have to close the gap, right? So closing the gap for the competencies. So you can do, you can create competency groups, competencies, you can create roles, training programs, and then finally you execute the trainings. So this is how it take up. Okay, so this is how it take up. And if you have any training schedules planned, maybe if it is for any department or something, okay, so you can have it. So if you have any training plans, so you can get a training schedule here. So likewise, you can complete all your people performance requirements. Business process, it is one of the very important criteria. So business processes are usually ignored part of it as far as the strategy is concerned. So usually business process optimization, they do it in a separate mode. So we try to combine all of this together. So you define business processes here. Okay, so first of all, list out all your core business processes, high-level business processes. Then you identify KPIs for each this process. So you can just identify what is your KPI for process. So it has to be measured. Then identify methodology for which this is the methodologies what you are following internally into your organization. You can add it. It could be lean manufacturing or Six Sigma or whatever. You can, whatever tools you want to use, methodologies, you can just add it. You can also do value stream mapping part for your business, especially when you are talking about manufacturing or logistics part. So value stream mapping is something which is very important. Then finally, you measure process performance and report it. Finally, you get the reports. So in the reports, what happens is, so you can see the performance of the individual process, and you can also look at what is the overall performance of your all business processes. Likewise, you can see the strategic objectives here, the business processes. The dark shows the more and then you can more influence, lighter ratios, less influence. So you can see which process methodology you are using it, and then you can also see what is the process. If we had a score, it will come here as a score. So you can see. So by this, you can also manage your business processes, which is aligned to the strategy. And of course, risks and compliance are very straightforward. So risks and compliances are like you identify there are two modules, risk module and compliance. We are going to add internal audit also very soon. So in the risk management, what happens is all you identify the risks here. So you identify all the business risks, whether it could be operational, strategy, or tactical. So then,
Food is ready. Very fast.
okay. Okay, so you can have some sort of risk assessment again. So you can just see, for example, you can see what is your risk. Okay, so where does it stand? You can report the risks. Okay, so likewise, so you can see, you can report a risk here. Then you can have a compliances. So compliances is something, you know, you don't have to worry about it. Okay, so you can report all compliance requirements. It is like as a list for you. How you list down all your compliances, because otherwise there is a chance that you miss something. Finally, you can come up with a compliance calendar. For example, if there is any renewal or something, you can have something like, for example, you can have some sort of data. So you have when is the renewal expected, automatically the system will remind you. Likewise. Now I'll just take you to budgeting. Budgeting, you know, you can do the full budgeting module through the system. The capital expenditure budgeting, operational expenditure budgeting. So you can do that strategic expenditure and then financial statements. I'll just take you to operational expenditure budgeting, which is very important for everybody. Okay. So if you see like that, so what happens is, so you have something like that. Okay. So you define all activity forms by department wise. So individual department will get their activity sheets. Now you have GL accounts here, the combination of cost centers and also additional dimensions. Additional dimensions you can define. So 3 dimensions are more than enough for any company to do a budgeting part. It's more than enough. Okay. And then you have for all the periods, whether it could be a rolling forecast or it could be a static forecast or whatever. Then you can also have your calculations in case if this you don't want to have a 400,000, you want to calculate it. So just click here. So it will open up here. So if you want to do write any formula or something, you can do that. So this is something which you can embed. So likewise, you can do reporting also same. If you have a data, you know, it will tell you to report. For example, 25. Let me say 25 from January to December. So I'll generate it. So it will come with it for whole year. It comes with the data. So you can see the consolidated. So you don't have to use any Excel kind of thing. You give it to them, all those people, they enter the data online. Okay, or if they want to import it also, they can import it from Excel. You can export it to Excel and then import it. Okay, then it gives you a consolidated reporting. And then there are some dashboards. Okay, strategy expenditure is you can break it up, operational expenditure and capital expenditure. So you can get a strategy expenditure as part of the reporting. There is nothing called statics in the accounting concept. So either it should be capex or it should be opex. But you can identify what is the strategy expenditure from capex or opex. Then the system automatically reports you. Then finally you end up in financial statements, the projected financial statements. You can report it here, which is the last step of your budgeting process. Now, organizational assessment is something which is very, very, very important for all of us. So you can do the ESG assessment, SFO assessment, and then ESG assessment very comprehensive. So you can define all your comprehensive the compliance requirements. So you can define the categories, subcategories, the component master, ESG versions, blah blah blah. Then you can do your assessment. For example, if you want to do assessments, So you can do it. For example, let us say, so it works like that. So this is a like assessment tool where you have all your questions, you answer it, and then you give them score. If it is a yes and no, you answer it. If it is a 1 to 5, you can answer it. You can also give the validity and note it. So likewise, the system consolidate all, and then it gives you dashboards. Okay, so it will tell you about dashboards. Likewise, so it will tell you maybe the data is there for 2024. Let me see it. Okay, so there. So if the data is there for 2024, it generates. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure if the data, if there is a data. Okay. So likewise, yeah, there is. It seems there is no data in this. So you will find your data readiness here. Okay, so for example, let me talk about it. I think there is no data in that, for example. So you get a dashboard where you can see your ESG performance. Similarly, you have like a strategy focused organization. So this is another way to do assessment for the organization. There is another way is the organizational health index. No matter what is the methodology you have, the data is available. So you can select it and then the assessment part. Okay, likewise. So likewise, you have all your performance reported based on the assessments. So this help you to do assessments, and we are adding one more here, which is the capability readiness index kind of thing. Then you can see the now all having said, so you need to look at the overall performance. So there is a module called scores. So here specifically you see the overall scores where you talk about the balance scorecard or for example, if you have a mean scorecard kind of thing, so you can see the reporting. So it is completely calculation. So you can see the full calculation of your performance. So this is the performance is like 76. So you can have the full breakup of this calculation, how this arrived. You can see it here. So likewise, you can have for the initiatives, for the portfolios, even for the portfolios, you can see, let me check all and generate. So you can see all portfolio scores here. So all portfolio scores can be seen and your program scores can be seen. You have reports, plenty of reports, like a balance scorecard report kind of thing. Okay, and then there are plenty of reports. There are plenty of dashboards available. So for example, one dashboard could be like a scorecard, where you talk about, you can select whatever scorecards you want to do it. So it will tell you the balance scorecard very easily. And then you can put a cursor there. You can see the performance of that employees. You can see the pictures, who is responsible. Likewise, there is a strategy map, which is also very important. Okay, so you can look at strategy map. Okay. And then it's already there, I think. You click here. So you get the strategy map. From strategy map, you can, this is like a user defined. So you just right click on it and define the color and all. So you save it. So you click on it. So you see the all connected performance data. So if the people is also connected, individual is connected, you can see everything is connected from here. If you want to know the details also, double click on it. Another screen will open where you see the objective performance, like a story. Objective story can be seen here from here. So you double click it. So that help you to get the drill down. That help you to get the drill down. So this is the whole story of the particular objective, which directly whatever you have created, you can see it from here. In case you have any comment and this objective you did not like, you can just communicate from here directly. This is very important. So strategy communication is very important. So you don't have to open your email, write an email something. So email will come directly. So you can say, I'll just write submit one, for example, I write my email or any other thing. Okay. Then I try to, all the default data come here, email bodies and all will come, but you can write it, whatever you want to write, just whatever, like a poor performance need to improve. kind of thing. Okay. So then I just save it. What happens is a record will come here, and then also an email will go to the individual whoever is responsible. Yeah, I think I received the email. Okay, so likewise. So now if I open my email, you see here, this is something which is very important. Email will go. You don't have to open email and write it. Okay, so then the individual end user, what he will do is just to click it. You don't have to do anything. Just click it and then open it. Okay, so you open it and then you update all your performance here and then save it. So all what you need to do is just you need to, okay, now this is like a open status. I try to complete it. Okay, the task is completed successfully and reported, for example. Then I also close this. Okay, so I have done my job. Then I save it. There is a save button. I save it. Then it will close. So it is closed. Now that is moved out of it. Now if I go back, okay, so if I go back to the analysis area okay, here. So if I just refresh it, what happens is, if I refresh it, I'll see that particular task completed. So as an administrator, I have a full control on the particular assessment. You see here, this one, I just checked it. So it was closed. I don't have to worry. Now I want to see what did the user wrote. You see here, the task completed and successfully reported. This is done by the end user. So now we are able to see it here. Likewise, we can monitor all the things from the system. So likewise, this is one area where you can do strategy communication very well. And also you can do that. So like this is the strategy map. Okay, there are plenty of dashboards, reports like that. Finally, coming to Office of Strategy Management. Here, Deep, you are able to hear me, right? Because I'm getting a message here. So you're able to hear me, right, Deep?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I have a pop-up message here. Okay. So in Office of Strategy Management, this is one of the very important area. Every organization wants to do the strategy management, but either they don't have methodology to follow, or they seems that they cannot afford to have a consultant, or they don't have people to do it. So this is what Data Labs India do, help them. So we give the tool, we give the resource. If you need only 2 hours a week, so take the 2 hours a week. So we give tool, resource, and then methodology. And then we also guide how to implement it. So this is one of our offering called a remote extended Office of Strategy Management. So we give the complete solution for the individual organization, especially mid-size who don't want to hire a full-time strategy executives, or they don't want to take a software licensing and procure, and who don't know how to use methodologies also. We give all these 3 things bundled together in an affordable way, and we take the responsibility to help you to do the strategy transformations. Okay, so this way you don't have to hire a full-time guy, and you don't need to hire the software kind of thing. Everything we bring it, and then you can just use it as much as you can, and then you can pay per the use kind of thing. Okay, so this is one offering. So in this, we made this module very useful, very easy to operate your strategy. For example, for a particular business unit, if you have for a scorecard, okay, so you can have all the list of things. So whoever, like for example, you have 10 departments. Okay, each have 10 department have to update the data. Sometimes, one of the major challenges, some people update the data, some don't. Sometimes, integration does not happen. So everything can be seen from here. You can see it, you can update it, and then also you can conclude it from here. So if you want to send a reminder for somebody, you can directly, all in one screen, you can do that. So you can just send a reminder, re-reminders, and also do that. And also, for example, if you have any doubt for this particular measure or objective, but you think that there is a problem. A user did not enter properly. You can directly double click on it and go and then look at it. This is only for the administrators, like Office of Strategy Management users. What they do is they can use this for managing their operations. So likewise, you can directly go. You can see what is happening. Okay, now it's 100, 200 is correct. Maybe he wrote some remarks. You can just check it. Okay, maybe if you want to add from the Office of Strategy Management point of view, if you want to add something like if you want to add something, okay, this seems the more justification is required, for example, kind of thing. So you can just identify that and then you can save it. So it will automatically, it will go there and it will save. Then you can just look at it. Yeah. So you can just, if you refresh, so you can just see the comment also here somewhere. So you can see your comments also likewise. Okay, so all the things you can manage through Office of Strategy Management module. From Office of Strategy Management, you can do a balance scorecard, OKRs, initiatives, budgets, people performance, everything which is required to manage your strategy, you can do it. So one user can do all the things in the organization. Now coming to the fantastic part of it. So there is something called AI. So you click here, so you can just get the username details, and then you can also look into get the more like a query where you can have a talk to data kind of thing. So there is some industry KPIs, communication structures, and then there are you can search it by module. It's a multilingual. No matter where are you, so all languages are supported, kind of thing. Then we have an extended version of thing which is here. We have extended version of this. Okay. So this is, we call it as a AI. Okay, AI version of it. So AI add-ons. So now everybody is talking about artificial intelligence, and we cannot set back. So artificial intelligence modules, we are adding it. We are very aggressively adding it. Now we started with interview chatbot and talk to data. So interview chatbot means, so this is like end user. Now I'm an end user. I want to attend for an interview. So this is a strategy assessment for SAK, Sheikh Abdul Khader. Okay, now I have 5 questions. For example, I will start my interview. Okay, so I'll get this screen. I'll just run my. So this could be a video recorded by a CEO or by Office of Strategy Management or by any other things. So I can just record my answer by clicking this record button. I record it. I just verbally speak, record it, and then if you want to pause also, you can pause and then save it. The moment I record, save, and give, it will take maybe 5-10 seconds. All your answers will be converted and shown here. You can correct it. Okay, and then you can go to the next question. Okay, likewise, you finish all your interview questions, then system will do it. Then what happens is in the back end, so the system will do all artificial intelligence models will do collect all these audio and convert into text. Then you finally come up with a sentiment. It will tell you, for example, if you have like 100 employees, if you want to do the assessment for all 100, so how much time it will take? It will be very difficult. So you give them the link, let them do all in one shot. The system will consolidate and give the meaningful insight within fraction of 5 minutes. What else you want? Okay, so this is something AI model, what we have done. Okay, and then we also have a talk to data. This is very simple. Now, no more dashboards, no more reports kind of thing. So just you ask for it, whatever query you want to write. The system knows about all this, right? All this data structure system knows. So it will do natural language processing and then come up with a very intensive analysis of AI model and then give you the answer. Okay, so likewise, so you can do all AI models into this. So then what we are trying to do next is we are doing more. Okay, so we want to do all the things whatever is required for the organizations to execute strategy successfully. So I think this is the very high level view of what we do is. So in summary, so all the key features of Flu strategy are like that. So you can see all the things. So Power BI integrations, you have a native integrations with any APIs. It is very easy to more customize. Okay, all those things can be possible through Flu strategy. Yeah. So I think that's a primary session where I would like to talk. Okay, so if you have any questions or any things, please feel free. This is my contact details. You can contact Kuldeep or you can contact anybody. Okay, so please feel free. We are here to support you. Okay, so that's the main part of the story. If there is any question, I will take it up. Otherwise, we just wind up the session for today. And its a conclusion remark is, so we had 3 intensive days, around 24 sessions. Around 15, the speakers from 15 countries are available. They gave lectures. So very intensive sessions, very well prepared and delivered. Some well-known speakers like Mihai, Peter Campo, and then you have very well like Mark Blackwell. So to name few international best of the best speakers, they gave lectures, and we also had Rajesh Tedla from United States. So excellent summit. I take this as an opportunity to thank each and every participant who has stayed with us with patience. I would like to thank all the speakers from bottom of my heart for contributing to the platform. From their side, they work very hard to prepare and deliver and attend all the way all the day session and give a keynote and guest lectures. So thank you very much. And also I would like to thank the organizing team, Kuldeep and other team. So everybody worked very hard to make this happen, and also the rest of the Data Labs India team who supported for everything possible for making this global strategy summit very successful event. So thank you very much, and then I would like to take leave from all of you. So thank you very much.